Now, today, we're going to see, what if Harry Potter was married with cute Goddess Artemis? Part 2. Join Patreon for early access of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. In the confrontation, I confess that I transfigured a pair of rings on my person into a bow and quiver. Then I shot Mr. Malfoy in the face with just one boxing glove arrow. I think you will find that my fellow classmates will corroborate my story. I am also willing to submit a memory of the event, if a pensive is available. Both heads of house paused and looked at the other Gryffindors, and they nodded. Snape said, "It seems Mr. Malfoy has conveniently omitted his role as instigator. He will be summarily taken to task. However, you still assaulted a student, Mr. Potter. I'll leave it in Minerva's hands to mete out any punishment. If I recall correctly, Professor Daly has reported hearing that slur being carelessly flung around in the halls." He turned to McGonagall. "I think it would be wise to take her up on her offer to cast a taboo charm that detects whenever a student uses a foul slur like that. According to her, the charm will automatically name the offender publicly and deduct points from their house." He turned and walked away, with his black robes billowing. After he left, McGonagall's stern look faded. She said, "In light of what happened, I applaud your restraint. That said, you will still have to face a detention and 10 points from Gryffindor for fighting. You will be serving detention with Professor Lockhart at 8 o'clock sharp. Every grond, fine. Let's get this over with." As the day dragged on, the Gryffindor second years acted as a single unit. When they walked to each class, they all closed ranks surrounding Hermione. Things even got to a head when they reached the dungeons for potions with Slytherin. Malfoy swaggered over to begin taunting, but soon found several wands aimed at him. For once, he decided to do the smart thing and backed off. Finally, with 5 minutes to 8 o'clock, Harry begrudgingly trudged to the data office. He knocked, and the door instantly flew open, revealing a beaming Lockhart. He cheerily said, "Ah, here's the little scalawag. Come in, Harry, come in." Reluctantly, Harry entered the office and took in the sight. The walls were lit up by several candles, and they all illuminated countless framed photographs of Lockhart himself. Some of them were even signed, while a whole pile lay on his desk. Harry secretly wondered if Narcissus had somehow torn himself away from his reflection and had a son with some lucky lady. The professor gestured to the pile. "You can address the envelopes. This first one is to Gladys Gudgeon. Bless her, a huge fan of mine. Now this next one dash." Harry let him drone on while he robotically worked. Suddenly, a raspy voice hissed. "Who dares awaken me? Come, let me rip you. Let me tear you, kill you." Harry nearly jumped and looked around frantically. Lockhart continued yammering on without noticing anything amiss. Finally, Harry decided that his torture had gone on long enough. He called out, "Professor." Lockhart stopped. "What is it?" "Oh, great Scott. Look at the time. We've been here nearly 4 hours. "Very well. You may go, Harry. Remember, though, us celebrities must always revel in the limelight." Harry coolly shot back. "Actually, sir, I've learned that there are 2 kinds of celebrities. Those like yourself, who work hard to be well known, and those who try hard to not be recognized and prefer their privacy. I'd like to believe that I fall in the latter category." Lockhart paused. "Fair enough, young Potter. However, there is nothing wrong with embracing your fame. Though be warned that fame is a fickle friend." Harry got up and gave a small bow to the professor. "Thank you, sir." Then he bolted back to the Gryffindor common room. He met up with Ron, Hermione, and Neville. The 3 gathered around him, and he recounted the voice that he heard. Ron asked, "Lockhart didn't hear it?" Harry shrugged, "Didn't ask. Bloke was too busy yammering about all the fans who wrote him those letters." Hermione quipped, "Harry hearing voices isn't a good sign." However, Neville had a different take. "You think you heard some animal? From what you said, it was sleeping and was rudely woken up. Obviously, it's going to be a little mad at being woken up." Soon they all split up to go to bed. Before long, October arrived and brought with it a damp chill. Several students were rushed in to treat a spate of colds. Ginny Weasley looked particularly pale, and was strong-armed into taking some potions by her older brother, Percy. The month passed quickly, and it was soon Halloween. Once again, Harry woke up on that day, a little subdued. After half a day's worth of classes, in the evening, he was hanging out with Susan, Hannah, and Justin in the Great Hall when he heard a familiar voice call his name. He looked up and spotted Bianca and Nico D'Angelo standing next to Dumbledore. Harry had been corresponding with the siblings every week since Hogwarts began. He had managed to explain the concept of the Greek gods and revealed that they were the children of Hades. Bianca was initially skeptical, but later accepted it. Nico, on the other hand, went on an excited babble about myth and magic. Harry said a quick goodbye to the Hufflepuffs and jogged up to the two demigods. "Hey, what are you two doing here?" Nico said. "Your Uncle Sirius asked us to fetch you. Said that he was planning to make a tradition out of this. He and your Uncle Remus are waiting outside the castle." Just as they were leaving, nearly headless Nick came floating by. He stopped in front of the siblings and bowed. "My lord, my lady, I am Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the resident ghost of Gryffindor House. I must say, it is an honor to meet you too. Would you please do me the honor of attending my 500th Death Day party? I am sure that many of my fellow ghosts would love to meet the children of our Lord." The two smiled politely, and Bianca said, "We would be delighted. If you wish, we could possibly take you to our father one of these days. For now, though, we're just taking Harry with us." When Harry spotted Sirius and Remus, he observed that Sirius was decked in some smart-looking robes. He asked, "Hey, Uncle Sirius, what's with the new robes?" He grinned. "Well, you're looking at a newly reinstated Auror. They are basically the wizarding policemen. I used to be one during the First War, but got stripped off it during my arrest and incarceration. Now, I reapplied and got reinstated into the force last week. Now come on, time's a-wasting." Once again, the three of them apparat to Godric's Hollow and headed for the graveyard. Meanwhile, Nico and Bianca went with Sir Nicholas for his Death Day party. This time around, Harry spent nearly an hour over there. By the time they returned, it was nighttime, and Sirius walked with Harry into the castle. He said, "Come on, kiddo, let's just see if there's something left over from the feast." However, their path was soon blocked by a crowd of students on the second floor. Sirius called over the din, "Here, what's going on? Why have you blocked the path?" That was when the crowd parted to see Mrs. Norris hanging by her tail from the torch bracket. Nearby on the wall, there were foot-high words painted reading, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." A familiar voice crowed gleefully, "Enemies of the air, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods." Right on cue, a voice reverberated through the entire castle. 80 points from Slytherin. Reason: Draco Malfoy using a foul slur. Just then, Argus Filch came storming over. "What's going on here? What's going on?" His eyes fell on Mrs. Norris and fell back, clutching his face in horror. He wailed, "My cat! My cat!" "What happened to Mrs. Norris?" Filch spotted Sirius. "You did something, didn't you? You marauders made my life a living hell. And you, Black, you were the worst one. Now you've gone and murdered my cat. I'll kill you. I'll dash." Sirius snapped back. "Filch, Remus, and I only just got here with Harry. Also, I may have been a prankster, but I'm not so stupid and petty to go after your damn cat. Now stand back and let me investigate. This is Auror business now." By then, Dumbledore arrived, with McGonagall and several other teachers in tow. They cleared the students away, but Sirius insisted that Harry stay with him. Ron, Hermione, and Neville also stayed back because they were the first on the scene. Dumbledore spotted Sirius and noted his robes. "Sirius, what do you think?" Lockhart cheerfully commented, "My office is nearest, headmaster. Just pop upstairs and feel free to use it. It was definitely a curse that killed her. If I had to guess, it's the transmogrifian torture. I've seen it used many times, and I know the very counter curse that would have saved her dash." Sirius snapped. "Gilderoy, do you mind? I can't hear myself think. Besides, you're not an Auror. Now kindly leave us before I arrest you for interfering in an investigation." Sirius then looked at Harry, who knelt down to inspect the cat. Harry examined it, placing 2 fingers on the cat's neck, feeling for a pulse. Then he whispered to Sirius, "Definitely not a Gorgon. Jackson killed Medusa, and last I heard, her sisters were dead." Also, I think Mrs. Norris is still alive. I checked her pulse, and her heart's still beating. Sirius took out his wand and waved it over the still cat's form. He wrote down something on a piece of parchment and frowned. Then he smiled and said aloud, "It's all right. She is alive, but only petrified." Dumbledore nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, there is a potion that can revive her. Maybe we can pop into some apothecary's dash." Sirius interrupted. "Yeah, about that, it's not exactly the season for mandrakes right now. As far as I'm aware, many of the mandrakes are mostly babies." Dumbledore stroked his beard in thought. "Very well then. I suppose we will have to wait until the mandrakes mature." Just then, Snape drawled, "What I'd like to know is, where was Potter? I did not see him at the feast." Sirius glared at him, but prevented himself from snapping. He growled, "For the record, Severus, Harry was not in the castle at all. We were all in Godric's Hollow. So do excuse him for not wanting to celebrate the day that a madman murdered his parents." Snape flinched very slightly before composing himself. In the meantime, Sirius ignored him and took out a cotton swab. He approached the painted message and took a small sample of paint before dropping it in a test tube. He nodded at Dumbledore. "I'll escort these Gryffindors back to their common room and get back to you with the analysis of this red paint." As Sirius led the quartet back, he asked, "So I heard a loud voice deducting points from Malfoy, was it? What was that all about?" "Not that I'm complaining. About time people were called out for using that word so brazenly and without consequence." Hermione replied, "From what I was told, our mortal studies professor, Professor Daly, cast a charm declaring that slur a taboo. Now anytime a student uses that word, points are deducted, and the deductions increase with every usage of the word. As you can tell, the Slytherins used that word at least 8 times. She also said that this resets at the end of the year." Sirius grinned. "That's brilliant. This Professor Daly must be quite the clever one. Anyway, here we are at Gryffindor Tower." Neville asked, "How did you know where to go?" He smirked. "I was a Gryffindor myself. I know I'm a black, but I was the white sheep of my family." Sirius then bid farewell to the 4 students before leaving to collect Nico and Bianca from the Death Day party. Chapter 28. Just before Sirius left, he told Harry to continue investigations, in case he and the other Aurors missed something. The following day, things were a little awkward for Harry. A number of Ravenclaws, Hufflepuffs, and Slytherins went out of their way to avoid him. Only the Gryffindors stood firmly by him. Notable exceptions were Susan and Hannah, though Justin seemed a little unsure. Finally, during the herbology lecture, Harry had enough. He was partnered with Justin, Susan, and Murphy McNully, and they were taking care of the Mandrake babies. Their earmuffs were on, so Harry attempted to communicate in sign language. He signed, "All right, I've had enough of this. Why are you avoiding me like I've got the plague? Did I say or do anything to offend you?" Justin hesitantly signed back. "Heard a rumor from somewhere that you were suspiciously nowhere to be seen during the feast. Then you turned up afterwards to see the crime scene." Harry fought the urge to facepalm and signed. "You do realize what the significance of Halloween is to me, right? I wasn't even in the castle for most of the day. I was at Godric's Hollow visiting my parents' graves." He had the decency to look sheepish as Susan signed to them. "I told you so, didn't I?" Then Harry asked, "So what the heck is this thing about the Chamber of Secrets?" Susan shrugged. "Don't know. From what I heard, it was a myth. I know your godfather and my Aunt Amelia are working hard to crack this case. In her letters, she's pretty stumped. During their Hogwarts days, they heard about the rumors of the chamber, but no one's ever found it." Harry asked, "Do you think the professors might know?" She thought about it. "Dumbledore might. He's probably been around here long enough to know about the rumors. Or maybe Binns or McGonagall." He nodded. "We'll see what we can do from our end to help investigate. We'll coordinate with Ron, Hermione, and Neville and ask them about it." In History of Magic, they endured another torturous couple of hours. Hermione was a little annoyed because she confided that there was no information about the chamber in the library. She wanted to interrupt the class and ask the ghost right away. However, Harry stopped her and insisted that they do it after class so that they didn't draw too much attention. So when the bell rang, the 4 Gryffindors stayed behind. Before Binns could float through the wall and go wherever he normally went, Hermione called out, "Professor Binns." He looked at them. "Yes? I was wondering if you could tell us anything about the Chamber of Secrets." His dry, wheezy voice replied, I teach history of magic. This subject deals with facts, Miss Granger, not myths and legends. She argued back. But sir, don't legends have a basis in facts? He paused. Well, yes. One could argue that, I suppose. In my opinion, this particular legend is a sensational and ludicrous tale. But if you insist, let me see. The Chamber of Secrets. It all started when Hogwarts was founded thousands of years ago. The 4 schoolhouses are named after the founders: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. They built the castle, far away from prying eyes of Muggle folk. He paused briefly and continued. The founders worked in harmony for years, seeking out promising young witches and wizards. However, for an unknown reason, a rift grew between Salazar and the other founders. No one knows for sure, but it is widely believed that Slytherin wished to be more selective. Rumor had it that he believed that magical learning should be kept within all magic families. He disliked taking students of Muggle parentage, believing them to be untrustworthy. After a while, there was a serious argument on the subject between Slytherin and Gryffindor, and Slytherin left the school. Not much is known about that argument, though. We can only speculate that it was about allowing Muggle-borns to attend Hogwarts. Binns paused again. Many believe that Slytherin built a hidden chamber in the castle, without the other founders' knowledge. He sealed the Chamber of Secrets so that none would be able to open it until his own true heir arrived at the school. The heir alone would be able to unseal the Chamber of Secrets, unleash the horror within, and use it to purge the school of all who were unworthy to study magic. He then had an annoyed look on his face. Of course, many have searched the school for evidence of such a chamber. Since none have found it, it does not exist, but it is merely to frighten the gullible. This time Harry asked, Professor, what kind of horror lies in the chamber? He replied, that is believed to be some sort of monster, which the heir of Slytherin alone can control. Harry nodded. Thank you, Professor. You've been very helpful. With a single nod in their direction, the ghostly professor phased through the wall. The quartet also walked away with plenty of questions in their mind. Since History of Magic was the last lecture of the day, they were wandering aimlessly. Harry mused, I think I can guess why Salazar Slytherin was at odds with the others. I remember last year when I was talking to the Sorting Hat, he mentioned that the founders were also demigods. Ron was shocked. Really? Who were their godly parents? Godric Gryffindor was the son of Zeus. Rowena Ravenclaw was the daughter of Athena. Helga Hufflepuff was the daughter of Demeter. And Salazar Slytherin was the son of Hecate, came the reply. Neville's jaw dropped. Wait, Hecate as in Professor Daly? Yep. And the thing is, Hecate is still a minor Olympian, so she is not as powerful as the other Olympians. That's the biggest reason why Slytherin had a fallout with the other 3. I'm guessing that he felt that he deserved some more respect, rather than just being the son of a minor Olympian. Hermione interjected. So where does the Muggle-born versus pure blood argument fit in? He shrugged. I'm not sure. That could have been a contributing factor, though. Somehow, they found themselves back at the scene of the crime. Obviously, Mrs. Norris' petrified form had been taken away, and the floor had been mopped up. Harry crouched down and began to investigate. He mused, plenty of scorch marks here and there. Nothing really out of the ordinary. Then he heard a sound of hundreds of tiny voices. The voices were faint and not enough to discern what was being said. He moved towards the window and spotted an odd scene. There were several small spiders scrambling up the walls. The arachnids were in such a frenzy that they were tumbling over each other just to try to reach and squeeze through a small crack in the wall where it met the window. Harry could hear their tinny voices faintly squealing. Run away! Run away! Run away! He beckoned to the others. Hey, check this out. It's pretty weird. They all crept forward to get a good look. Then a terrified Ron backpedaled and clutched the wall in fright. Bloody hell. There's spiders. Harry felt like kicking himself. Right, sorry. I forgot that you hate spiders. Hermione giggled a little. Honestly, Ronald, how can you be afraid of such tiny things? He glared at her. It's not funny. I still get nightmares from when I was 3. Fred turned my teddy bear into a freaking baby. Acromantula. Harry nodded sympathetically and grimaced. I'm not going to judge. Beth and all of her siblings hate spiders. Hermione, you've heard the legend of Arachne, right? Since then, All of Arachne's children have held grudges against children of Athena. Heck, during our quest for the lightning bolt, we got pulled into a side quest for Ares. We had to retrieve his shield from an abandoned water park. Bloody Place was a death trap, and we barely escaped a horde of mechanical bugs and spiders. Ron shuddered as well. Glad I wasn't there. Just then, Neville piped up, "Hey, wasn't the floor wet when we arrived on the scene?" Hermione gasped. "It was... Wait, I know this place. This is Moaning Myrtle's toilet. Hardly anyone comes here. Not many are really big fans of her crying." Sure enough, there was an out-of-order sign hung on the door. Harry nodded and grasped the doorknob. Hopefully she's there. She could have seen something that night. Before any of them could stop him, he opened the door to reveal a gloomy and depressing bathroom. It had clearly seen better days, as there was a large cracked and spotted mirror. Under it was a row of chipped sinks, and the floor was damp. Venturing further inside, he spotted a ghost of a girl with Hogwarts school robes. She was floating around in the air and hadn't seen them yet, so he cleared his throat. "Hello, Myrtle." She turned around and flew down to them. Myrtle retorted, "This is a girl's bathroom. 3 of you are not girls." Then she focused on Harry, though I can give this one a pass because of his heritage. Neville asked, "How did you know about Harry's lineage?" Myrtle curtly said, "Every ghost could sense it. We've all dreamed of going to the underworld. Last year, many of us ghosts suspected that there was a demigod in the school. It was only when the children of our Lord came on Halloween, they confirmed our suspicions. They also swore all of us into secrecy. Even Peeves wouldn't dare disobey." Harry nodded. "Thank you, Myrtle. I wanted to ask, did you happen to see anything or anyone who might have attacked Mrs. Norris?" She gave a wry look. "No, I was at the Death Day party with the other ghosts. Peeves was trying to make fun of me as usual, but that Bianca girl stopped him. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to wallow in the miserable existence that is my ghostly life." With that, she dived into the toilet and vanished from sight. Harry shrugged. "Well, that went about as well as we could have expected. Let's get out of here and try and deduce whatever information we have gathered." When they were a few feet away from Myrtle's bathroom, they stumbled upon Percy Weasley. He eyed them suspiciously. "And just what were you 4 up to?" "I didn't see you in the common room." Harry took over and replied, "My uncle Sirius asked me to conduct some more investigations into Mrs. Norris' case. I'm a good tracker, and I've been able to help Sirius in a couple of cases. I thought that I could see if he had missed out anything from the crime scene." Percy mulled over those words for a while. Then he curtly sighed, "Fine, you let her off the hook this time. Next time, don't let me or anyone else catch you. Now, get back to the common room before I change my mind and dock points." They did not need a second invitation and scuttled back. Inside the common room, they congregated around a study table and did their charms homework. As they worked, Hermione whispered, "Who do you think did it, though?" Judging from Ben's talk, Salazar Slytherin definitely had some beef with the Muggleborns. Who'd want all Muggleborns out of Hogwarts? Ron snarked, "I bet it's the same person who thinks that Muggleborns are scum. It's got to be Malfoy. You heard the git." He was practically crowing about it. Harry piped up, "Well, it makes sense because the Malfoy side of the family have been in Slytherin. At least that's what Greengrass had told me when she caught me up with the lore of all the wizarding families. However, I have a feeling that it's someone else. Malfoy's simply a braggart. All bark and no bite. Anything doesn't go his way, and his primary line is, 'My father will hear about this.'" Ron glowered. "It's got to be Malfoy. I'm sure of it. The family could have had the key to the Chamber of Secrets for centuries, handing it down from father to son." Hermione cautiously said, "I suppose it is possible." Neville whispered, "But how do we prove it? I mean, we can't just blindly accuse Malfoy of unleashing Slytherin's monster." Hermione brightened. "I have an idea. Remember a few weeks ago in potions class when Professor Snape mentioned Polyjuice potion? It is supposed to transform a person into another person. We can maybe disguise ourselves as Slytherins and sneak into the common room. No one would know it was us. Malfoy would probably tell us anything if we pull this off successfully. He's probably boasting about it in the Slytherin common room right now. If only we could hear him." Harry suddenly had his own brainwave, just as Ron expressed his doubts about the potion. He whispered excitedly, "The Immortals! I almost forgot. I've got a better idea. How about having a mole in the Slytherin common room. Ron asked, "How would that work?" "The only Slytherins you've had a non-aggressive relationship is Greengrass, Vole, and Davis. As far as we know, they hate Malfoy, especially Greengrass." "No, not them, Parkinson. She owes me a life debt." Ron and Neville gaped at him, and Ron blurted, "How the bloody hell did you manage that?" Hermione asked, "What's a life debt?" Neville explained, "This is when a witch or wizard risks their own life to save the life of another witch or wizard. This only applies if it is just one person doing the saving. Remember that troll attack last year? Both Harry and Ron came after you, so a life debt was not triggered. That said, how did you save Parkinson? That's what I would like to know too." Katie's voice interrupted them as she pulled up a chair and flopped next to Harry. "Sorry, I couldn't help overhearing you guys." "Didn't hear much. Only the part where Harry mentioned that Pansy Parkinson owes him a life debt." Harry discreetly looked around and cast a privacy barrier around them. He said, "During our quest to find the lightning bolt, we traveled to St. Louis. Annabeth wanted to go sightseeing and see the Arch. We happened to meet Pansy and her parents at the Arch as well. Don't worry, they don't know about me being a demigod. Anyway, around closing time, Annabeth and our friend, Grover, got to the lift first. So Jackson, myself, and the Parkinson family stayed back with a lady and her chihuahua. Turns out, the chihuahua was actually the Chimera, and the lady was Echidna, the mother of monsters." Ron's eyes widened. "Bloody hell, yep. She tried taking Pansy as a hostage after I killed the Chimera. Fortunately, I managed to kill her, and so now Pansy owes me a life debt." Katie asked, "And what do you need to call on this life debt for?" They shifted uncomfortably for a bit before Harry confessed. "We were investigating the attack on Mrs. Norris. We didn't find much, but heard something about Slytherin's monster. Figured that one of the Slytherins might know something about it. Hermione suggested using Polyjuice to disguise ourselves." Katie tapped her chin thoughtfully. "Hermione's plan sounds good on paper, but you four are still young. What happens if you make a mistake? Also, the recipe is only available in most Pateni potions, which is in the restricted section. If you ask me, the life debt seems like a safer option, though you will have to be pretty secretive about it. By the way, I just came by with a message from Wood. The first game against Slytherin is coming up in a couple of days. Oliver wants to get some last-minute practice tomorrow morning. I'd suggest you go get some sleep. Good night, Harry." She reached over and gave him a small hug before heading upstairs. Half an hour later, the 4 second years trudged back up to their respective dorms. Finally, the day of the first Quidditch match arrived, and Harry was a little nervous. He and the team knew that the Nimbus 2001s would be quicker than Harry's own Nimbus 2000. During their team meeting, Oliver glanced at him. "Harry, I need you to do something for me. See if you can test out the speed of the 2001 against the 2000. We know that they're quick, but we don't know how fast they are compared to your broom. The rest of us only have shooting stars, comets, or clean sweeps. We'll try the best we can, but it will ultimately be down to you and Malfoy." Saturday, at 11 a.m., everyone made their way to the stadium, and the team split off to head to the locker rooms. Once again, Oliver would strutted back and forth for his pre-game pep talk. He announced, "Slytherin has better brooms than us. No point denying it, but we've got better people on our brooms. We've trained harder than they have. We've been flying in all weathers. We're going to make them rue the day they let that little bit of slime, Malfoy, buy his way onto their team. Harry, prove to everyone that you don't need deep pockets to be a good seeker." As the two teams met on the pitch, Malfoy and Wood grudgingly shook hands. Madam Hooch blew the whistle, and the game was underway. Right off the bat, Malfoy began flitting around and performing various stunts. Then, Harry got up alongside him to try and drag race the blonde boy. He had a slight head start, but Malfoy was able to overtake him eventually. In his mind, a theory slowly formed, but needed one more test to confirm. He spotted Marcus Flint with the quaffle and sped up to confirm his theory. It was enough of a distraction to let Wood pull off a save. When the chasers were on the offense, Harry floated next to his captain. "If I had to guess, the 2001s are 2 to 3 kilometers an hour faster than my 2000. Speed test is done. I'll check the maneuverability and get back to you." Wood shot him a thumbs up. "Got it, Potter. You do that. We got to play it smart here." Harry shot away, glancing at Malfoy, who was performing loop-de-loops. The Slytherin captain spotted him and smirked. "All right there, Scarhead. Are you terrified of my superiority Yet, Harry ignored him and sped off on a dummy run. He had already spotted the snitch, but was just biding his time. Sure enough, Malfoy took the bait and chased after him. The Demigod then executed a few different turns, starting with a gently left, then a sharp right. Then he zigzagged and corkscrewed. Malfoy mirrored his every move, but Harry noticed one crucial difference. Evidently, the company behind the Nimbus 2001 sacrificed a little bit of maneuverability to try and extra more speed. Suddenly, Harry noticed Crabbe walloping a bludger straight at him. Harry rolled over and let it pass him. George Weasley managed to whack it away from him and towards Adrian Pusey. However, Goyle intercepted it and smacked it back towards Harry. Fred soon joined in, but Crabbe knocked it back towards Harry. This led to an intense few minutes where Harry was surrounded by 4 beaters, with half of them trying to hit him and the other half trying to defend him. He immediately guessed their plan: try and knock him off and allow Malfoy to coolly look for the snitch. By then, it had started to rain heavily and it was getting harder to see. Somewhere over the din, he faintly heard Lee Jordan and Murphy McNully announce, "Slytherin lean, 40-30. This is a close game." Fred grunted. "Bloody Nora. These blokes really have it out for you, Harry. What did you do to tick them off so much, mate?" Harry panted. "Heck if I know. This must be part of their plan. I've got an idea, though. Tell Ollie to call a timeout, and I'll explain." Fred thankfully managed to get Oliver's attention, and the captain called a timeout. He fumed. "Where the bloody hell were you two? One of the bludgers went to town with the girls. Bloody thing's broken Alicia's wrist. Thistlethwaite, we need you to sub in for now." George snapped back. "We were busy stopping Malfoy's goons from double-teaming Harry. He suspects that their plan is to take him out of the game and give Malfoy free rein to hunt for the snitch." Harry piped up, "Listen, you two get back to defending Angelina, Katie, and Robin. I can handle Crabbe and Goyle. I'm tougher than I look. Besides, it'll be harder to hunt for the snitch with the twins hovering over me. Besides, looks like Captain Malfoy's got other things on his mind than actually seeking." Oliver mulled it over and finally nodded reluctantly. "All right, Potter, have it your way. However, just in case you need someone to bail you out, give a holler and one of the twins will toss you their bats." Alicia was outraged. "Are you crazy? Those two look tough. If your hunch is correct, you will effectively have the Slytherin beaters ganging up on you." Harry raised his hands placatingly. "Look, Alicia, just trust me on this. You remember last year when I went one-on-one with Higgs? Bloke tried to unseat me, but I was able to give as well as I could take." The injured chaser paused and thought about it. "All right, you may have a point. However, 2 beaters ganging up on you with a bludger will be tougher than a burly seeker. Just thought I'd warn you. Anyway, Madam Hooch is coming." The flying instructor and Quidditch referee asked, "Are you all ready?" They all exchanged looks and nodded. Oliver told her, "Yes, we are. We're also substituting Alicia Spinnet for Robin Thistlethwaite. Alicia's injured her wrist." She nodded and led them back to the field, leaving Madame Pomfrey to take care of Alicia. Up in the commentary booth, Lee Jordan and Murphy McNully announced Robin Thistlethwaite's debut to the cheers of the Gryffindors. When they all flew out, the rain had intensified and it was harder to see. Not even 2 minutes in, and Harry was once again under siege from Crabbe and Goyle. With each hit from their bats, the bludger flew closer and closer to its target. After one particular assault, he happened to fly near George. With a signal, George tossed his bat, and Harry performed a bludger backbeat. He performed the trick at least 3 times, with him and the twins tossing the bats back and forth. Finally, Harry changed tactics and zoomed away. He glanced around, searching for Malfoy, and found him. The blonde was hovering nearby and had nearly fallen off his broom laughing at his rival seeker. Unfortunately, Harry was not allowed to rest long because a bludger came whistling back towards him. He climbed, he looped and swooped, spiraled, zigzagged, and rolled. As he pirouetted, a nearby Malfoy hooted, "Training for the ballet, Potter?" Harry turned to quip back at him when he spotted it. The golden snitch was hovering inches above Malfoy's left ear, and he was so busy jeering that he hadn't even noticed it. Feigning ignorance, he hollered back, "Yes, Swan Lake, actually. Don't worry. I'll put in a good word for you to play the Black Swan. By the way, Malfoy, are you familiar with the game, chicken?" In the stands, Dean Thomas burst out laughing. "Man, When the hell did Harry get so sassy? However, Malfoy blustered. What are you blathering about, Potter? Harry ignored him and suddenly put on a burst of speed, heading straight for Malfoy. Not a moment too soon, because Goyle had fired a bludger at him, and it sailed past where his body should have been. The other Seeker's eyes widened, and he careened to the right. Harry lunged and swiped the snitch in midair and triumphantly brandished it. Lee Jordan went nuts on the microphone, and a huge cheer erupted from the Gryffindors. Seamus led a chant. This **T called. Malfoy bought his seat, but Harry Potter had him beat. Draco took over the captaincy and gifted us the victory. And we thank the snakes. We thank the snakes. We thank the snakes. And we thank the snakes. Dean also hollered. Demoted in the morning. You're getting demoted in the morning. Demoted in the morning. You're getting demoted in the morning. As he dismounted his broom, Katie was the first one to reach him and tackled Harry to the ground with a hug. The rest of the team then dogpiled him. McNully announced the scores, 270-90, and Gryffindor had drawn first blood. As they extricated themselves, Harry heard a familiar clicking sound. He turned and spotted Colin. Got some good shots, Colin? The boy nodded excitedly and began clicking away. Fred clapped Harry on the shoulder. Unbelievable flying, Harry. Get a load of this. Flint's just stormed up to Malfoy and ripped the captain's badge from his robe. Bloke's pretty ticked that Malfoy didn't even realize the snitch was right next to him. By then, Ron, Hermione, and Neville caught up and hugged him. The girl beamed. I told you that talent always wins over money. Amazing job. Just then, he heard another squeal and was just in time to catch Mackenzie and spin her around. She cheered. I knew you could do it. You scared me for a few moments, but I knew you would pull through. When they reached the common room, the Weasley twins wasted no time in getting a party started. A few minutes of partying later, Oliver burst in, his eyes shining in excitement. He announced breaking news. Flint's publicly stripped Malfoy of the captaincy. Everyone cheered and Ron hollered out, couldn't have happened to a better bloke. Oliver continued. He's also dropped Crabbe and Goyle and rehired Bull and Wrath. That piece of news was met with a little less enthusiasm, especially since everyone knew that Lucian Bull and Erica Wrath were much more competent. After a while, Colin tapped Mackenzie's shoulder. Hey, listen, I'm going to develop my photographs. I'll be back soon, she asked. Need me to come with you? He waved her off. I'll be fine, Mackenzie. Some time passed, and people were still celebrating when the portrait door swung open. McGonagall stepped through. With one look at her grim face, the party atmosphere vanished in an instant. In a slightly choked voice, she announced, Students, there has been another petrification incident. The victim is one of our own, Colin Creevey. A gasp reverberated through the room. Mackenzie teared up, and Harry hugged her. He whispered, It's okay, Kinsey, it's okay. I know that he was your friend. She hiccuped. H.E. said that he was going to develop the photographs from his camera. I.O. offered to go with him. B. But he said no. I should have gone with him. McGonagall continued gravely. The headmaster and I have called Auror Black once again to investigate. Since the victim is a student, the situation is even more urgent. She turned and walked out, and as soon as she was gone, the room broke into furious whispers. Everyone split into groups and tried to discuss the motive behind the attack. Harry left his cousin in the care of Natalie MacDonald before meeting with his friends. Katie also moved within earshot. Ron snarled, I bet it was Malfoy. He would have been fuming because of the lost match and losing his captaincy. Wanker must have taken it out on poor Colin. Harry muttered, the motive is there, but there's something else. Like I said, Draco's a braggart, but maybe he might be indirectly involved. Hey, Neville, didn't you mention the other day that his father claimed to be imperious to serve the Dark Lord? The blonde boy nodded. That's what they say officially. Gran thinks that he was lying, though. During those times, the use of Veritaserum was not mandatory, especially for purebloods. Hermione asked, should we go ahead with the Polyjuice plan, or do we go for the life debt? Also, are you sure that Pansy Parkinson will help us? Harry replied, I believe so. When we spoke at the St. Louis Arch, she told me that she attempted to form an alliance with the Malfoy family. Neville shook his head in understanding. Yeah, the Parkinsons and the Malfoys were always tight. Gran was pretty surprised when Lord Parkinson announced that he would be allying with the Greengrass family. Harry continued. According to her, Malfoy openly insulted her and disrespected her. Her father was furious and cut all ties with him. Neville snorted and shook his head. Boy, I knew that Draco Malfoy was thick, but this just proves that he's an ass. The Parkinsons have a lot of influence in the Wisengamot, and the Malfoys lost a valuable ally. If I'm not mistaken, the Mercs and the Snides are not as politically powerful. So what on earth was Draco thinking? Harry interrupted. Anyway, my point is that Parkinson will likely help us out, since she owes me big time. I just need the right time to either get her alone or pass on a message to have her meet us alone. I'm hoping that she can be our spy in the snake pit. Up until this point, Katie had been silent, but finally spoke up. She said, I think it's worth the risk. Like you said, she owes you and will not hurt you in any way. Chapter 29. Unfortunately for Harry, there weren't too many opportunities to get Pansy Parkinson alone. 1 week after Colin's petrification, Harry was just investigating the younger boy's camera for clues. Sirius had managed to get it open, but the film was utterly destroyed and smoking. One day, he was tinkering with the camera and trying to pinpoint the issue when he heard someone clear their throat. He looked up to see a bashful Mackenzie in front of him. Harry? I was wondering if you could tutor me in defense against the dark arts? Lockhart's simply telling us to read his books and act out scenes. I feel like I was in English literature class studying Shakespeare all over again. He snorted and got up. Sure thing, Kinsey. I wasn't making any headway with Colin's camera. Anyway, how is he? Her face grew sad, still the same. I should have gone with him. Maybe I could have helped protect him. Harry guided her out of the common room and walked around the castle. He was fortunate to have a free period, so he was perfectly fine with helping her. Eventually, they found themselves in an empty classroom, and he managed to dig up his old books. He then explained, okay, so the first spell you learn is the impediment jinx. Coincidentally, the incantation is impedimenta. The effect that it has is slowing the target briefly. Now, the wand movement goes like this dash. Like this, he slowly managed to get her to understand the concepts. When they were close to winding up, she suddenly asked, Harry, do you have any idea who did the attacks? He frowned. I have a theory, but it seems very unlikely. You remember when Jackson, Grover, Annabeth, and I went on the quest for the lightning bolt? We happened to stumble upon Medusa's lair at the time. Jackson eventually killed her, but that got me thinking. She said that both of her sisters had passed on, leaving just her. However, I'm wondering whether she was lying about it. So my biggest suspect right now is a Gorgon. On that grim note, they left the classroom and decided to pay Hagrid a visit. Come to think of it, he never got a chance to thank him for taking care of the golden snidget, and he also wanted to introduce it to Mackenzie. However, when they entered the hut, they could immediately tell that it was a bad time. The large man's gloved hands were a bit bloody and cradled a dead rooster. He looked up at the two of them. Hello, Harry. And you must be Mackenzie. Aren't you two supposed to be in class? Harry shrugged. Both of us had some free lectures, and Mackenzie wanted me to help tutor her in data. What's the story of the rooster? Hagrid, the man frowned. Second one killed this term. I can't understand it. Methinks it's either the work of foxes or a blood-sucking bugbear. I was just about to head to the headmaster's office for permission to put a charm around the coop. Harry replied, that's possible. By the way, did Uncle Sirius swing by? Hagrid beamed. He did, and imagine my surprise when I saw a golden snidget. Sirius said that you had rescued him from some smugglers. Harry chuckled. Yep, and it was a heck of an adventure. Where is he? Usually spends his time in the Olery with Hedwig, though I assume he usually takes care to stay out of sight when students come to send letters. 'Cause I haven't heard a peep in the Hogwarts rumor mill. Mackenzie shyly said, It is nice to meet you, Mr. Hagrid. The large man smiled kindly. Now, none of that Mr. Business. It's just Hagrid. After a while, the two cousins waved goodbye and returned to the castle. As soon as they entered the common room, there was a commotion. They looked up to see an excited Seamus rush up to them. He exclaimed, There you are, Harry. Where were you? Harry replied, Mackenzie asked me to clear up a few doubts in data, so I was helping her. Before that, I was trying to see if Colin managed to get a photograph of the attacker. Unfortunately, the film looks like it's seen better days. Anyway, enough about me. What about you? You seem pretty excited, he exclaimed. There's a dueling club. The first meeting's tonight. I wouldn't mind dueling lessons, and they might come in handy someday. It's at 8 o'clock in the Great Hall, Harry asked. Out of curiosity, will it just be regular dueling with wands? Or will there be something like sword fighting or wrestling? He shrugged. No clue, mate. But it sounds fun. Later on that evening, the whole of second year gathered in the Great Hall. The long tables had disappeared, and right at the head of the room was a golden stage. Harry spotted a familiar figure prancing around on stage and suppressed a groan. This time, Gilderoy Lockhart was sporting deep plum-colored robes, and along with him was Professor Snape. The potions professor really looked like he would rather be elsewhere than tolerate the peacock. Harry muttered to himself, "Oh, for crying out loud! If this all goes tits up, I swear to Ares that I will start an underground fight club. Where the heck is Flitwick? Isn't he a dueling champion?" On the stage, Lockhart flamboyantly announced, "Gather round! Gather round! Can everyone see me and hear me? Excellent. Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this dueling club. The idea is to train you all, in case you ever need to defend yourselves, as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. Today, Professor Snape will be assisting me, as he knows a little bit about dueling. Don't worry, you'll still have your potions mastered by the time I'm through with him." Harry muttered to Ron, "I think everyone should worry about not having a dad-at professor by the end of this." The two faculty faced each other, and Lockhart gave a deep kowtow and brought his head almost to the ground. Meanwhile, Snape simply inclined his head, never taking his eye off his opponent. Harry murmured, "Big mistake, Lockhart. Never take your eye off your opponent. Even our youngest campers know that." Then, the two professors raised their wands as if they were swords. Lockhart lectured, "As you can see, we are holding our wands in the acceptable combative position. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells, and none of them will be lethal." They cast their respective spells, and Snape's Expelliarmus blasted Lockhart off his feet. He flew off the stage and crashed against the wall, crumpling to the floor. There was a cry from most of the girls, and Hermione squealed, "Do you think he's all right?" Harry waved off her concerns. "He's probably fine. Look, he's getting up." Sure enough, Lockhart was on his feet and still had a smile plastered on his face. Staggering slightly, he said, "Well, there you have it. That was a disarming charm. As you see, I have lost my wand." "Ah, thank you, Ms. Brown. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape. If you don't mind my saying so, it was very obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you, it would have been only too easy. However, I felt it would be instructive to let them see." Snape's expression clearly suggested that he was not in agreement. However, Lockhart didn't notice, as he began splitting everyone into pairs. Hermione ended up facing Cassandra Vole. Ron was up against Seamus. Neville was facing Diego Kaplan, and Harry found himself facing Padma Patil. Lockhart ordered them to bow, and everyone did so. Harry bent his head in what he hoped was a respectful bow. However, he never took his eyes off the Indian girl. Before Lockhart could signal for them to start casting, he raised his hand. Snape glanced at him. "Yes, Mr. Potter?" Harry queried. "Professors, are we allowed to dodge?" The potions professor raised an eyebrow and went to consult Lockhart. Finally, he turned back. "A valid point, Mr. Potter. After all, nobody will be so done to head to try and let an opponent's spell land on them without avoiding. That being said, we want both sides to be disarmed at least once. Then you may try dodging the attacks." Then he barked, "Begin!" Harry struck first with his disarming spell, and he soon caught Padma's wand. He then handed her wand back and allowed her to chant, "Expelliarmus," and his wand went flying towards her. Soon, he and Padma were dodging each other's attacks. Elsewhere, there was a commotion where Malfoy was up against Talbot Winger. Malfoy fired a tickling charm, and Winger was able to choke out a dancing feet spell in retaliation. Other shenanigans included a few brawls erupting here and there, and Ron's Spellitape-prepared wand was acting up. Then, the two professors began the next phase, where they wanted a mock duel. Harry really should have seen it coming, but Snape chose Malfoy, and Lockhart chose him. As they both walked to their respective ends of the stage, he he spotted Snape whisper something in Malfoy's ear. He also tuned out Lockhart's own blustering attempts to explain blocking spells. The two boys advanced, but both of them adopted very different postures. Malfoy was standing straight, with his wand arm extended. However, Harry crouched low with both arms out and his legs spread apart, as if he was ready to grapple. He brandished his wand with his left hand and waited for the moment to strike. Malfoy struck first, sending a knockback jinx, but Harry used Protego to block it. He then fired back with a stinging jinx, forcing Malfoy on the defensive. Back and forth they kept going, when Harry quipped, "Hey Malfoy, I thought you ought to know something about me." The blonde boy sneered. "What is it, Potter? Are you finally admitting that I am your superior?" Harry gave a cheeky smirk. "Actually, I'm ambidextrous." With that, he swiftly transferred his wand to his right hand and resumed attacking. In the background, he heard Dean, Justin, and a few Muggleborns burst into laughter. He also heard Hermione scoff. "Really, Harry? You're pulling a Princess Bride?" Suddenly, Malfoy bellowed, "Serpensortia!" On cue, the end of his wand exploded and a black mamba snake shot out of it. It fell heavily on the floor and raised itself, ready to strike. Harry gaped at Malfoy, clearly wondering if he was stupid. In his hesitation, Lockhart jumped forward, hoping to be useful, but only to end up pushing it further towards the crowd. The demigod was about to call off the snake, but thought better of it. Instead, he thought quickly and bellowed, "Anima adversario." His own wand exploded and a long, furry animal burst forth, a mongoose. It landed on the ground and looked around bewildered, before finally rounding to face Harry. It chittered at him. "Son of the hunt, what do you command of me?" He began chittering and squeaking back at it. "There is a large black mamba which is about to attack my friends. I wish for you to attack the snake and keep it away. I would also prefer if you kill it." The mongoose shot off like a bullet and tackled the snake, just as it was about to strike at a terrified Justin Finch-Fletchley. The two animals rolled away, with the mamba hissing and snapping away at the mongoose. However, its thick hide was able to protect it. Eventually, it managed to bite the snake on the back of its neck and killed it. The mongoose cleaned its bloody face and bounded towards Harry. It squeaked, "My task is done, son of Artemis. The serpent shall not harm anyone else again." He stroked it. "Thank you for your services." With a wave of his wand, he vanished the mongoose. Finally, he eyed the dead snake and got an idea. He cupped his hands over his mouth and gave a loud hoot. "Hedwig, I need your help." Less than 10 seconds later, there was a sound of flapping, and a large owl-sized white blur burst into Great Hall. Hedwig swooped down and grasped the snake corpse in her talons and flew off. Unbeknownst to everyone, there was another blur right on Hedwig's heels. That blur suddenly split up, and Harry felt something burrow itself into his robe's front pocket. The whole hall was dead silent for a few minutes. Suddenly, Malfoy adopted one of the most fake looks of terror and blurted, "Potter's a Parselmouth. Potter's a Parselmouth." Hermione was on her feet in an instant. "He was talking to the mongoose and to his owl, you twit. Last I checked, mongooses don't hiss. Also, I am pretty sure that snakes do not hoot." They were interrupted by another cry of surprise. This time it was Ron. "Bloody hell. Is that what I think it is? I thought they were extinct." All eyes shifted to Harry, who was currently fussing over the golden snidget. The snidget was nuzzling him happily and chirping away. He was also chirping back at it when he noticed everyone staring at him. Harry glanced up and asked, "What?" Ron demanded, "Mate, where the bloody hell did you manage to find a golden snidget? Many of us thought that they were extinct." Understanding dawned on his face. "Oh, yeah, funny story that I managed to rescue this little fellow from animal smugglers. I stowed away on a truck to Las Vegas and found that some muggles were illegally smuggling an albino lion, a zebra, and a gazelle. At the back of the truck, I found the snidget in a cage. Of course, I freed the snidget and hid him in my pocket while I informed the muggle authorities about the other animals." Justin hesitantly asked, "Is what Malfoy's saying true? Are you a Parselmouth?" He shook his head. "Of course not. I didn't even speak to the snake, even once. I could only speak with the mongoose, which is a known snake predator, my owl Hedwig, and this little fellow." Justin calmed. "Okay, you had me worried for a minute." While all this was going on, Snape and Lockhart dismissed everyone. As everyone walked back, the Gryffindors closed ranks around Harry to stop everyone from staring at him. In the middle of the group, Harry scowled. Typical people will believe anything these days. Knowing my luck, Malfoy is probably going to twist this whole thing to make it seem like I'm a parselmouth. Lavender Brown spoke up from somewhere behind him. Not on my watch, Harry. Parvati and I will try and counter him. I'm sure we can get Penny to help out. Besides, it's his word against the three of us. She leaned in and whispered conspiratorially. Besides, Parvati, Penny and I control the whole gossip channel. You're a nice guy, Harry. We'll always back you up. His mood shifted slightly, and he grinned at her. Thanks, Lavender. I owe you one. Inside the common room, Harry and Ron stayed up a while longer. Hermione had gone off to bed, as had Neville. Ron patted his friend's back comfortingly. Could have been a lot worse, mate. You could have told the snake to back off. But then that would have given everyone the wrong idea. He then looked around to make sure no one was listening. Ron murmured, I have a feeling, though, that Malfoy summoned that snake on purpose. Snape might have suspected something, because he was whispering something in Malfoy's ear. Harry scowled. Now he's just being petty. When I spoke to my mom and dad in the underworld, I found out that Snape used to be my mom's neighbor and best friend. Turns out, he liked her as more than a friend and had a big rivalry with my dad. Ron shuddered. I can't imagine that greasy git with your mom. Harry continued. Of course, it didn't help that Dad, Uncle Sirius, Uncle Remus, and Pettigrew were major pranksters. Snape was often their target, so it seems that he still has a grudge. From what Mum said, Snape wasn't a helpless victim. He could give as well as he could take it. The very next day, Harry's Charms lecture was just wrapping up when Alicia Spinnet poked her head into the class. Flitwick nodded at her, and she replied, Sorry, Professor, I wanted to borrow Harry for a while. Professor Kettleburn heard a rumor that Harry rescued a golden snidget and wanted to ask him for his help in the care of Magical Creatures class. Flitwick smiled. Of course he can be excused, Miss Spinnet. Our lecture was almost finished anyway. Mr. Potter, do you have any lecture that could conflict with the care of Magical Creatures class? Harry took out his schedule and consulted it. He shook his head. No, sir. I believe I have a free period. I can make it for the care of Magical Creatures class. Thank you, Professor. He soon followed his teammate out of the classroom. As they walked, Alicia asked, There have been a number of different rumors flying around, Harry. According to the Slytherin camp, they believe that you're a parselmouth. However, other rumors refute this and say that you can talk to any animal. I wanted to hear it straight from the source. I mean, the Slytherin's accusations have some wild insinuations. He rolled his eyes. Let me guess. Some people think that I'm the one who attacked Mrs. Norris and Colin Creevy? She shrugged. That's what the snakes are saying, and the other houses are pretty divided. Gryffindor's firmly backing you, though. Finally, they reached the care of Magical Creatures classroom, which was an open area close to Hagrid's hut. As they entered, a tall, jovial man with gray hair and 2 artificial limbs. He briskly walked up to Harry and shook his hand vigorously with his one good arm. He cheerfully said, So you're the one who rescued the Snidget? I have to tell you, when I visited Hagrid, I was in for quite a shock when I saw the little fellow happily fluttering around in his hut. As you know, Snidgets were thought to be extinct, so imagine my utter joy at finally seeing one in the flesh. Harry chuckled. Believe me, sir, I was just as surprised when I found him and rescued him. Turns out, the smugglers thought that it was a rare golden hummingbird or something. Kettleburn then said, Mr. Potter, I was hoping that you could help out in this lesson about Golden Snidget. Harry grinned. I would be delighted to, Professor. Let me just fetch him. He usually stays with my owl, Hedwig, so I'll fetch him from the Ollery. 5 minutes later, he was back with the Snidget fluttering around him, nuzzling away. Once he arrived, Kettleburn began his lesson on golden snidgets. He delved into the history and what nearly drove the species into extinction. After a while, Harry shuffled away and carried out a private conversation with the snidget. He suggested a few names and eventually settled on Buzz. Finally, the lecture was over, so he walked back to the castle with the 4th years. As they turned a corner, the 4th year care of Magical Creatures students and Harry spotted a large gaggle of people. They muscled their way through, and a horrifying sight greeted them. Justin Finch-Fletchley was lying on the floor, rigid and cold, a look of shock frozen on his face. his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Near him was nearly headless Nick, except that he was not pearly white and transparent. Instead, his figure was black and smoky, floating immobile and horizontal 6 inches off the floor. His head was half off, and his face wore an expression of shock, mirroring Justin's. Harry sidled up to Neville. "What in Tartarus happened here?" He breathed. "Don't know. One of the Ravenclaws found him, and Nick like that." "Where were you?" Harry gestured to Alicia and the other fourth years. He said, "I was with them the whole time in care of magical creatures. Professor Kettleburn needed my help because he was teaching them about the Golden Snidget. Before that, I was in charms with you guys. My alibi is secure." In the background, Harry heard more sounds. "It's here! It's here! It's here! Run! Run! Run!" He glanced to the side to see another line of spiders heading somewhere. Finally, Sirius showed up and took him aside. "Hey, kiddo, what can you tell me about the attacks?" Harry shrugged. "I don't know. When Colin was attacked, I was in the Gryffindor common room with everyone else. According to Mackenzie, he had just gone to develop his photographs. As for Justin, I was at care of magical creatures. Professor Kettleburn needed my help because he found out about my Snidget. Come to think of it, everyone knows about it." Sirius guided him away from the scene. "Come on, we'll talk to Dumbledore and present our findings to him." In the headmaster's office, Albus Dumbledore greeted the two. He nodded. "Sirius? Harry, I wish this were under better circumstances. Is there anything you can tell me?" Harry pinpointed his own whereabouts during the crimes. Then he said, "Also, I did some digging and found something weird. There's a lot of spiders leaving the castle, and they were all screaming to run away. I might have a theory. It doesn't make sense, but it's the best I've got. Are you familiar with Greek mythology?" They shook their heads, and Harry continued. "I think it might be a Gorgon, because they are well known for their petrifying gaze. Heck, before the summer solstice, myself and a few other demigods had an encounter with Medusa. She told us that her sisters died millennia ago, but she may have been lying." Dumbledore stroked his beard. "I see. I do hope you have a more solid theory, Mr. Potter. We cannot afford to rush him blindly. The consequences could be disastrous. I am already doing everything I can to keep the Board of Governors from interfering and potentially jeopardizing the situation. Also, I'd suggest you also look into the odd behavior of the spiders. It may be nothing, or it could mean anything." Harry nodded and thumped a fist over his chest. He firmly said, "Not to worry, Professor Dumbledore. I will continue my investigate and get to the bottom of it. Sirius, I'll also coordinate with you if I get any information." Over the next few days, the whispers and finger-pointing got even worse. It got to a point where he actively began going out under his invisibility cloak. Sometime in late November, he was in the library when he heard an interesting conversation. He sneaked closer and found a few of his Hufflepuff yearmates arguing. Harry heard Ernie Macmillan say, "It's got to be Potter who's doing the attacking. You all heard that he's a Parselmouth. It's a surefire sign that he's a Dark Lord. I also heard from Nott, who heard from Malfoy, that Potter conjured a snake in the duel and attempted to get it to bite Justin. Then, he did some freaky dark magic and got some other animals to attack him. Malfoy tried to warn us about Potter." Susan shot back. "That makes no sense. He defeated you-know." "Oh, so that should clear him." Zachariah Smith spoke. "Maybe Potter was afraid of the competition when he killed you-know-who. Potter's got to be, after all, the Muggleborns." Hannah also snapped. "Macmillan Smith, you do realize that one of his best friends is a Muggleborn, right? Also, were you even watching the same duel that I was? Besides, Granger said that Potter was talking to another animal, not a snake. Who are you going to believe? Someone who is actively antagonistic towards Harry Potter, or someone who is his best friend? Also, Penny, didn't you say that he has a cousin who is a Muggleborn?" Penny Haywood nodded. "Yes, Mackenzie Dursley, and Harry's pretty protective of her. Remember when some Slytherin 7th years attempted to attack her, he hexed them back. Also, if I'm not mistaken, Harry's not a Parselmouth. According to some of my sources, during the duel, Malfoy was the one who summoned the snake. Harry conjured a mongoose and asked it to kill the snake. Then he got his owl to get rid of the snake's corpse. Did you also miss the fact that he rescued quite possibly one of the last golden snidgets in the wizarding world? That should count for something." Diego Kaplan spoke up. "Another big hole in your theory is Potter's relationship with the victims. Potter and Justin were pretty friendly and bonded over something called anime. No idea what that is. Also, he was pretty alright with that creepy kid, even if the first eye could be a little annoying. Finally, there's Mrs. Norris. Now, it's no secret that everyone hates Filch and Norris. However, I found something odd. Mrs. Norris usually leaves Potter alone. I think he's just scarily good with animals. Having heard enough, Harry snuck away and returned to his common room. A week before the Christmas holidays, Harry finally got a chance to interact with Pansy Parkinson. During the potions lecture, he found himself partnering Daphne Greengrass. Close to the end of class, he quickly scribbled a note on a piece of parchment when Snape's back was turned. He slowly pushed it towards Greengrass, who read it. It said, "Tell Parkinson that I am calling in that favor. She knows what I am talking about. Have her meet in the courtyard during lunch." An hour later, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were hanging around in the courtyard when they heard footsteps. They looked up and spotted Pansy Parkinson walking up to them. However, she was not alone, because Daphne, Tracy Davis, Blaise Zabini, and Cassandra Vole accompanied her. Harry stood up and raised his arms to show that he was unarmed and to reassure the Slytherins. He said, "At ease, we're not here for a fight. We just want to talk." Daphne drawled, "Forgive us, Potter, but we're Slytherins. We don't trust anyone outside our house." Pansy spoke up. "It's okay, Daphne. I have no choice. I owe Potter a life debt, and he was merely calling it in." That took all of the Slytherins by surprise, and Blaise uttered, "Wow, I did not see that coming." Harry spoke, "Look, I wouldn't do this if I wasn't desperate. As you can tell from the Hogwarts rumor mill, I'm a suspect behind the petrification attacks." Cassandra snorted, "Yes, we heard. Malfoy was busy crowing about it in our common room. Most of our housemates are gullible idiots, as well as many other students, but we know better. Potter, we know that you have literally no reason to attack the victims. You and Finch Fletchley were friends. You also treated the Creevy boy in a friendly manner, even though he can be annoying. Don't bother denying it. You know it's true. Finally, you're the only student who Mrs. Norris leaves alone. At the time, we couldn't understand why. However, the Dueling Club incident gave up a massive clue. You can talk to or understand any animal." Tracy piped up next. "We're still trying to figure out how the hell you've managed to inherit it. As far as we know, zoolingualism is not a Potter family trait." Harry smirked. "That's for me to know, and you to find out." She pouted. "Worth a shot." Then Harry got serious. "My friends think that Malfoy might be behind it, especially since he's been very vocal about there being Muggleborns in Hogwarts. I personally believe that Malfoy's all talk, but I do think that he is indirectly involved. I was hoping that you could find out some more about this heir of Slytherin business. I personally just want the attacks to stop and find out the true culprit. At the same time, I can clear my own name." Pansy nodded immediately. "I'll help you. But I don't know about." The other Slytherins conversed with each other before Blaise gave a single nod. "We'll help as well. Pansy's our ally, and her business is our business." Harry smiled. "Thank you. I know that I'm really asking a lot out of you all, but like I said, I'm desperate. Can you all please try and find out as much as you can about this whole heir of Slytherin and the Chamber of Secrets?" Pansy acknowledged. "We will." Chapter 30. Very soon, Christmas arrived, and several people were going home. Among the departees were Neville and Hermione. Katie and Mackenzie also stayed back, along with the rest of the Weasleys. More importantly, Malfoy and his posse were staying back as well. All that meant was that it was the perfect time for Pansy and her friends to spy on the blonde boy. A few days later, the quartet were at lunch in the Great Hall when a shadow briefly passed over Harry, and he felt something flutter onto his lap. Subtly looking down, he saw a note and sneakily opened it. It read, "Have news. Meet in the library after lunch. Bring W with you. We'll be there with G and Z." An hour later, Harry and Ron headed to the library. Inside, they spotted Pansy Parkinson, along with Daphne Greengrass and Blaise Zabini. She spotted him as well, but subtly motioned for them to sit at the next table. Shrugging, Harry and Ron obeyed and sat down, with Harry's back to Pansy. She murmured, "Gotta keep up appearances. We can't be seen having friendly relations with anyone outside of Slytherin, especially not with Gryffindors, and especially not with you, Potter. Nothing personal, but if Malfoy were to find out, he would make our lives a living hell." Harry whispered back, "Understood, What do you have for us? Daphne replied, Potter, your suspicions were right. He has no idea who is behind the attacks. However, his father does, though he has been tight-lipped about the culprit's identity. We listened in while he was talking to Snide and Merk. All we know is the chamber was open around 50 years ago, and one student died. We also found out that the Ministry of Magic raided Malfoy Manor last week. Blaze chipped in. They didn't find much, but Malfoy, being the loudmouth twat that he is, boasted of various dark arts objects. Even revealed something about secret chambers under his drawing room floor. They all sat around in silence for another 15 minutes before Harry and Ron got up. The Demigod said, "Thank you for your help. We need to try and get to the bottom of this." Daphne said, "I hope the attack stops soon. I don't want Hogwarts to close down." Very soon, the Christmas holidays passed by, and Neville and Hermione were back. As the days passed, Harry stepped up Ron and Hermione's training. Ron was getting better and better with the spear, while Hermione had a preference for daggers. Even Neville joined in, and his preferred choice of weapon was a sword. One day, he and Neville were facing each other in their first friendly spar. Harry lectured as he held his practice sword. "Remember, Nev, always wait for your opponent to strike first. That way, you can read their body language and identify any weak spots to exploit." With that, he lunged, and Neville somehow parried the sword strike. Harry advanced. "Here's another tip. When you have a shorter blade, get in closer. Jackson taught me that, and he learned that from Luke. That's it. Parry, parry, thrust." Eventually, Harry was able to disarm Neville and pointed his sword at the other boy's throat. Ron whistled in the background. "Bloody hell, Harry. You're pretty good with a sword." Harry waved him off. "Actually, I'm not. Sword fighting is one of my primary weaknesses. Haven't been able to find a sword that has the right balance for me." Hermione cocked her head curiously. "Is that important? I mean, surely you can pick up any sword and start fighting." He shook his head. "I'm afraid not. If the sword is too light, you won't be able to control it. On the other hand, if it's too heavy, then it will be difficult to lift, and you will be a liability in the battlefield. Anyway, good spar. We have a lot of work to do. We'll pick this up tomorrow." As they walked back, and Harry hid the weapons, they entered the castle. They clambered up the stairs when they heard angry mutterings from Filch. He complained, "Not again. This one will be the death of me. Piling on even more work on me. Mopping all night. Like I haven't got enough to do. No, this is the final straw. I'm going to Dumbledore dash." The angry rant was cut off by a loud door slam, and the four poked their heads around the corner. Then they spotted what the caretaker had been whining about. There was a great flood of water, stretched over half of the corridor. The source was moaning Myrtle's bathroom, as usual. The quartet could even hear the ghost wailing inside. Ron grumbled, "Now what's up with her?" Harry shrugged. "Let's go and find out." They all stepped in and found her bawling her eyes out in her usual toilet. Harry hesitantly approached the ghost. "Hello, Myrtle. Are you all right?" She petulantly sobbed. "Who's that? Come to throw something else at me?" Harry chuckled slightly. "Son or not, Mother would turn me into a jackalope if I ever dared to hit a girl." "Who threw the book then?" she shouted. "Don't ask me. Here I am, minding my own business, and someone thinks it's funny to throw a book at me." Ron tactlessly said, "But surely you won't feel a thing when someone throws something." The others winced, and Myrtle went ballistic. She shrieked, "Oh yes, let's all throw books at Myrtle, because she can't feel it. 10 points if you can get it through her stomach. 50 points if it goes through her head. What a jolly game." Harry raised his hands placatingly. "Hey, I'm sorry for my friend Myrtle. He has a tendency to speak without thinking. Where's that book anyway?" Moaning Myrtle sullenly pointed, and they walked over to it, not wanting to take any chances. Hermione checked the book for jinxes before Harry picked it up. They noted that it was a diary, and it was 50 years old, belonging to one T.M. Riddle. Ron observed, "Hold on, I know that name. T.M. Riddle got a Special Services Award around 50 years ago. I got in detention earlier this year, and Filch made me polish the shield bearing his name until it's shown." Harry flipped through the pages. It's blank. Not a single entry in the diary at all. Maybe someone flushed it down the toilet because they saw that it was someone else's. But that doesn't make sense. Surely they would have given it to a professor or started writing in it themselves. This Riddle bloke must have forgotten about it too, seeing that he never came back to reclaim it even once in 50 years. Having not gleaned anything from the diary right there in the bathroom, Harry pocketed it. As they walked back to their common room, he mused, I wonder what the award for special services was about. Ron grunted. Could have been anything. Maybe he cleared every OWL with distinction or saved a teacher from the giant squid. Just then, Hermione adopted a thoughtful look. The Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago, right? And this diary is also 50 years old. Yeah, Ron replied. Well, what if this Tom Riddle knew about who opened the Chamber of Secrets? Maybe the award for special services was for catching the heir of Slytherin. The diary will probably tell us where the chamber is, how to open it, and what sort of monster lives in it. Harry was already checking the diary and flipping through the pages as she continued her excited tirade. He interrupted her. That's a solid theory, Hermione, except there is one major hole. There's nothing written in the diary. It's completely blank. Unperturbed, she cast a few detection spells, checking for invisible ink. However, that turned up nothing at all, so she changed tactics and used a bright red eraser, which she called a revealer. However, that turned out nothing at all. In the end, they elected to investigate it another time. Over the next few days, Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione tried their hardest to extract as much information from the diary, but to no avail. They even visited the trophy room and had a look at the plaques celebrating Tom Riddle and his many accomplishments. Overall, things seemed very quiet over the next couple of weeks. One day, Harry was writing his potions homework when he accidentally knocked over his inkwell. Fortunately, he prevented his homework from being ruined, as Snape was a hard taskmaster. However, not everything was saved, as the diary got a generous dousing. He frantically opened the book, only for an unbelievable sight to greet his eyes. The massive ink blot shone briefly before steadily melting into the book. Sadly, he did not have any more time to delve into the mystery because he spotted Percy Weasley enter the common room and announce that it was time for bed. January flew by quickly, and February arrived. Things were relatively quiet, as there were no attacks, but everyone was still on edge. The school was also clearly divided into two camps. The first consisted of those who blindly believed Malfoy's crazed rambling about him being a Parselmouth. The other camp was the group who believed that he was innocent. He had Lavender, Parvati, and Penny to thank for running interference. Harry made a mental note to send them thank you cards for Valentine's Day. Speaking of Valentine's Day, Lockhart had the brilliant idea to introduce a morale booster. On February 14th, he and Ron entered the Great Hall to see it completely transformed and unrecognizable. The walls were adorned with lurid pink flowers, heart-shaped confetti cascading from the ceiling, and pink wallpaper plastered everywhere. Harry murmured, "Gods above! Did Aphrodite sneak in and decorate this place? Even she is not this garish." Ron looked like he was about to hurl, as they both sat down next to Hermione and Neville. The boy was simply looking around, bemused, and the girl was overcome with giggles. Then he looked over at the head table and blanched. Lockhart was standing there, grinning like a loon, wearing robes whose colors matched the walls. He was the only one in good spirits, while the other professors looked like they would rather be elsewhere. Lockhart yammered excitedly, "Happy Valentine's Day, and may I thank the 46 people who have so far sent me cards. I have taken the liberty to arrange this all just for you. Guess what? It does not end there." He clapped his hands, and the doors opened slowly. On cue, about a dozen surly-looking dwarves ambled in, and they were wearing golden wings and were carrying harps. Lockhart explained that the dwarves would deliver everyone's Valentine's greetings. Spotting a scarlet Hermione, Harry shot her a teasing grin as they got up to leave after breakfast. He said, "Let me guess, you were the first one to send Lockhart a Valentine's card?" Turning even redder, she mumbled, "I was the fourth one." Harry and Ron sniggered until they couldn't hold it in anymore and began howling in laughter, clutching each other's backs. Hermione simply gave them the stink eye, though that effect was ruined by her apple-red face. In the afternoon, he was in the courtyard with the others when a dwarf trotted up to him. He grunted, "You, Harry Potter?" Harry fought down his blush, as there were a bunch of first-year Gryffindors within earshot, including Mackenzie. He groaned, "Fine, let's get this over with." It sang horribly off-key. His eyes are as green as a fresh pickled toad. His hair is dark as a blackboard. I wish he was mine. He's really divine. The hero who conquered the Dark Lord. Unfortunately, Malfoy, Snide, and their cronies turned up and were guffawing away. Harry simply ignored them and walked away, but not before noticing Ginny's scarlet face. Not much happened afterwards, but he did bump into Ginny and Mackenzie in the common room, quite literally. Mackenzie asked, "Are you okay, Harry?" He smiled at her. "Perfectly fine, Kinsey. Oh, by the way, Ginny, I appreciate the sentiment, but next time, I'd prefer a more personal Valentine's gift." Good effort, though. The youngest Weasley's face reddened once again, and he walked back up to his dorm, while they left to go somewhere else. He headed to his dorm, which was empty, and fished out the diary from his trunk, with the odd scene of the disappearing ink wafting back into his memory. Eager to test out his theory, he wrote, "My name is Harry Potter." Just like before, the words shone briefly and disappeared. However, his eyes soon widened when different words appeared in front of him. "Hello, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you come by my diary?" Harry wrote back, "Someone tried to flush it down a toilet." The book replied, "Lucky that I recorded my memories in a more lasting way than ink. I always knew that there would be those who would not want this diary read." "What do you mean?" "I mean that this diary holds memories of terrible things. Things that were covered up. Things that happened at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "What sort of things?" "There are some strange goings-on this year. Something about the Chamber of Secrets. Do you know anything about it?" "Of course I know about the Chamber of Secrets. In my day, they told us it was nothing but a legend, and it did not exist. They lied. In my 5th year, the chamber was opened, and the monster attacked several students, finally killing one. I caught the person who'd opened the chamber, and he was expelled. However, Headmaster Armando Dipet forbade me from telling the truth, out of shame that such a thing had taken place at Hogwarts. In the end, the official story was that the girl died in a freak accident. All I got was a nice, shiny trophy for my trouble and warned to maintain my silence. However, I knew that it would happen again. The monster was never killed, and the one who had the power to release it was not imprisoned." Harry replied back, "Already, there have been 3 attacks. No one knows who's behind it. Do you know who it was who opened the chamber last time? I can show you if you like. You don't have to take my word for it. I can take you inside my memory of the night when I caught him." With that, Harry was suddenly sucked into the book. When he managed to regain his footing, he found himself in a familiar room, Professor Dumbledore's office. The only difference was that there was someone else sitting on the headmaster's chair. The man in front of him was a frail-looking wizard who was bald, except for a few wisps of white hair. Harry tried to get the man's attention, but got ignored until it hit him that he was in a memory. Soon, there was a knock on the door, and a 16-year-old boy with a silver prefect badge walked in. The headmaster said, Mr. Riddle?" The boy nervously asked. "You wish to see me, Professor Dipet?" "Yes, do sit down. I was just going through the letter that you sent me. My dear boy, I cannot possibly allow you to stay in school over the summer. Surely you wish to go home for the holidays?" The boy was a little defiant. "No, I'd much rather stay at Hogwarts than go back to that dash. Oh yes, I forgot that you live in a Muggle orphanage. Are you, by chance, a Muggle-born?" Riddle reddened a little. "No, sir. I'm a half-blood. Muggle father. Which mother?" "My mother died just after I was born, sir. The orphanage told me that she lived long enough to name me Tom, after my father, and Marvolo after my grandfather." Dipet nodded. "I see. I understand where you are coming from. I truly do. I would have been more than willing to make special arrangements for you. But circumstances changed." Riddle tilted his head. "You are referring to the recent attacks, right, sir?" "Precisely, my boy. I cannot, in good conscience, allow you to stay in such a treacherous environment, particularly in light of the recent tragedy. That poor girl who died. You orphanage would be far safer than Hogwarts at this juncture. Furthermore, there are rumors that the Ministry of Magic is planning to close down the school. Unfortunately, we are no nearer to locating the source of all this unpleasantness." Riddle nodded. "I understand, sir. What if the culprit was caught, sir?" Dipet gazed at him sharply. "What do you mean? Is there something that you wish to tell me?" Riddle hurriedly shook his head. No, sir." Harry wasn't convinced, but Headmaster Dipet was certainly placated. He simply gestured towards the door. "You may go, Tom." Riddle left, and Harry decided to follow him. He observed the 6th-year student as he bit his lip and scrunched his forehead in thought. Just then, he paused and then hurried off in one direction, with Harry tailing him. They didn't meet anyone along the way, but once they reached the Great Hall, they ran into a tall wizard with sweeping auburn hair and a long beard. When he spoke, Harry recognized him as Professor Dumbledore. Immediately, Dumbledore said, "What are you doing, wandering around this late, Tom?" Tom Riddle replied, "The headmaster requested an audience with me." He fixed the student with a penetrating stare. "Very well, hurry off to bed. Best not to roam the corridors these days." "Not since—" Dumbledore bid Riddle good night and walked away. Meanwhile, Tom Riddle continued on and headed straight for the dungeons. The boy entered a hidden passageway and stood as if he was waiting for something or someone. Soon, they heard a shuffling in the main passage and someone muttering, "Come on, gotta get you out of here. Come on now, in the box." Harry could have sworn he had heard that voice from somewhere. Riddle made his move and stepped out of his hiding place, with Harry following him. He confronted a large boy crouching in front of an open door with a big wooden box next to him. Riddle drawled, "Hello, Rubius." His voice startled the other boy, and Harry was shocked to see none other than Rubius Hagrid. Hagrid yelped, "What are you doing down here, Tom?" Riddle advanced towards him. "It's all over. I'm going to have to turn you in, Rubius. They're talking about closing Hogwarts if the attacks don't stop. Now I know you didn't mean to kill anyone, but you have to understand that monsters don't make good pets. I'm assuming that you let it out for some exercise, and it just dash," Hagrid cried. "It never killed no one." He made to block the door, and Harry could hear some bewildered voice saying, "What's going on? What's happening?" Riddle continued, "Come on, Rubius, be reasonable. The dead girl's parents will be here tomorrow. The least that Hogwarts can do is make sure that the thing that killed their daughter is slaughtered." Hagrid roared, "It wasn't him. He wouldn't. He never." Tom Riddle finally lost patience and used his wand to knock Hagrid aside and blow the door open. At the same time, a large hairy body with a tangle of black legs, many eyes, and razor-sharp pincers scuttled out at top speed. It yelled out, "Freedom!" With that, Harry was blasted back out of the book, where he sat panting. He couldn't believe his ears. Hagrid, of all people, was accused of opening the Chamber of Secrets. Then he thought about the large figure that ran off. It was an acromantula, a creature that he recognized from the few care of magical creatures classes that he attended. With the book in hand, he descended down the stairs of his dorm and made his way to the portrait. Just then, it opened and he crashed into Mackenzie and Jenny, sending the three of them tumbling down. He laughed. "We got to stop meeting like this, Kenzie. This is going to be a habit. Anyway, have you seen Ron, Hermione, or Neville?" His cousin replied, "I think I saw them in the library. We just got back from there." Harry nodded and left through the portrait. Just then, Mackenzie noticed a black book on the floor. "Oh, I think Harry forgot about this book. He must have dropped it when he bumped into us." Jenny snatched it up. It's okay. I can give it to him." Mackenzie tilted her head curiously. "Are you sure? I mean, you still can't talk to him normally without reducing yourself into a blushing mess. Maybe it's better if I dash." "You need interrupted." No, I can handle it." Her friend shrugged. "If you say so." Meanwhile, with Harry, his mind was still reeling as he entered the library. He slid next to Neville, who was doing his homework. Ron and Hermione were doing the same when they noticed him. Ron raised his eyebrows and whispered, "You okay, mate? You look like you've seen a Dementor." Harry murmured back. The book started writing back. Turns out, it preserved the memories of what happened 50 years ago. However, something's still really dodgy about this whole situation. I believe Hagrid was accused of opening the chamber last time, and the monster was an acromantula. Ron shuddered. Bloody hell. The man's mental for thinking that acromantulas are good pets. But how do you know that the monster is not an acromantula? Hermione piped up. First of all, if it's Slytherin's monster, then it has to be a snake-like monster. Acromantulas are far from snakes. Also, I don't think they petrify their victims. I have a feeling that Hagrid was just a scapegoat in the whole matter. Later on after classes, the quartet were hanging around in the Great Hall when they spotted Sirius enter. He made a beeline for them straight away, and he looked pretty mad. He slid in next to Neville and they asked what was wrong. Sirius scowled. The Minister of Magic is on his way here. I believe the last time the chamber was opened, Hagrid was involved. Cornelius Fudge is about to fudge up this entire investigation, simply because he wants the ministry to be seen doing something. My boss, Amelia Bones, is doing everything in her power to stall him. I'm just the advance party. Come on, kiddo, let's go to see Hagrid and straighten this out. Harry got up. Do you want my friends to come with us? Sirius stopped and thought, better not risk it. I can vouch for you, because you have been helping us directly with the investigation. I even got Madam Bones to sign off on it, especially when you pointed out details that we missed. However, I can't really vouch for your friends because Fudge might not listen, thinking that you are all just little children. Don't worry though, Harry will fill you in on the situation. He and Sirius made their way over to Hagrid's hut, while Hermione headed to the library again. Ron and Neville elected to stay in the Great Hall. Before she left though, Harry said, make sure you carry a mirror with you. It should hopefully protect you from a Gorgon stare slash, that is, if the monster is a Gorgon. She walked away muttering, Acromantulas, Acromantulas. Sirius knocked, and the door flew open, revealing Hagrid with a crossbow aimed at them. Instinctively, Harry brought out his shield and made to protect himself and Sirius. Seeing who it was, Hagrid was a little sheepish and closed the door behind them. He said sorry. Was expecting someone else or something else. I still haven't caught the blighter who's been killing my roosters. Sirius spoke out. Hagrid, old friend, there's no easy way to say this. You know what's been happening in the school, right? Apparently, our investigations revealed that something similar happened nearly 50 years ago. Hagrid caught on to what Sirius was saying, and his face paled. Now wait just a minute. I would never. Aragog would never. Harry interrupted. Who's Aragog? The larger man clamped his hand over his mouth. Then he mumbled, he was my pet Acromantula. But he would never dash. Harry raised his arms placatingly and said, I believe you, Hagrid. As far as I'm aware, Acromantulas don't petrify their victims. I am willing to bet that the culprit is a Gorgon. Heck, 3 of my demigod friends and I fought and managed to kill Medusa. Hagrid stared nervously at the windows, and Sirius noticed it. He said, it's okay, Hagrid. We're so close to cracking this case. I know that Fudge has been pushing for Azkaban, but Amelia insisted that the ministry holding cells are a better option. Like Harry said, Acromantulas don't petrify people. Just then, there was another knock on the door, and Sirius opened it. In walked Headmaster Dumbledore, and a man in a pinstripe suit, scarlet tie, long black cloak, and pointed purple boots. To cap off the bizarre look, he wore a lime green bowler hat. A third person entered, and the demigod recognized the newcomer as Madame Amelia Bones. Fudge looked at Harry and raised an eyebrow. Mr. Black, what is a child doing in here? This is adult business. Don't you have classes to go to? Sirius grabbed Harry's shoulder and squeezed it gently. He coolly said, actually, Minister Fudge, Harry is here on my request. He has been actively helping me and the other Aurors in the investigation, and is proving to be a valuable asset. Fudge only nodded before sighing. Very well then. What have you discovered? Harry asked him. Before I begin, I have to ask, when Hagrid was expelled 50 years ago, what was the creature that was accused of the attacks? Fudge explained, as if Harry was an idiot. What does it matter, dear boy? Mr. Hagrid has a tendency to think of any dangerous beast as a cuddly little crup. Harry replied, I'm not denying that, Minister Fudge. I simply asked because I have a few theories in mind. He declared, it was an acromantula. Bloody dangerous bugs, they are. Those things ought to be exterminated. Dumbledore spoke calmly. Minister Fudge, perhaps we can watch our tongues here. Mr. Potter is 12 years old after all, and needn't pick up such language. He blanched. Apologies. Suddenly, a final figure entered the hut, casually swinging a fancy cane. It was Lucius Malfoy. He drawled, already here? Good. I arrived as quickly as I could, and was told that the headmaster was here. Anyway, what were we discussing? Fudge brightened. Well, Mr. Potter has supposedly been helping in the ongoing investigation. He is aware of the previous accusation of Mr. Hagrid, and wished to know what kind of monster he had in his possession. I already told him that it was an acromantula. Malfoy spoke condescendingly. And what is Mr. Potter's expert advice and his deduction? Unfazed, Harry continued. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but acromantulas are not known for petrifying students. As far as I'm aware, they are known for biting their victim and poisoning them. So I really don't know if Hagrid's pet acromantula is the culprit. If I had to take a guess, then my biggest suspect would be Gorgons. Malfoy Sr. sneered. And how would you know this? If I'm not mistaken, you were just in second year, and too young to study an elective like care of magical creatures. Harry shrugged. Well, sir, I have to confess that I have an affinity for animals. I've also been assisting Professor Kettleburn with a few lectures. I've grown up mostly in the outdoors and fairly close to nature. Additionally, my caregivers were fairly fond of ancient Greek mythology. Malfoy pushed. You say that you are good with animals? Any in particular? Harry looked him firmly in the eye and said, Sir, if you are insinuating what I think you are, allow me to allay your concerns. With that, he gave a sharp whistle, and a minute later, a small golden blur shot in. It stopped in front of Harry briefly, before darting forward and nuzzling the left side of his jaw. Hagrid and Professor Dumbledore looked absolutely delighted, with the latter's eyes twinkling. Sirius didn't react, because he was a little used to it. Her face registered some surprise, but then grew sad. Yes, about that. I was looking for the two of you anyway. Come with me to the staff room. I will inform you two and the faculty together. Also, Mr. Potter, I think it's time that the other faculty know the truth about you. Just the heads of house, though. Before his dismissal, Headmaster Dumbledore and I were discussing that prospect, and Headmaster Brunner said the same thing. He breathed out. Okay, Professor, if you think that is the best course of action, I will respect that. The three of them entered, and soon afterwards, Professor Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout entered. Snape took a look at the two boys. What are you two brats doing here? Up to no good, as usual. McGonagall interrupted sharply. Professor Snape, they are here on my request, and this partly involves them. Anyway, my dear colleagues, it has happened. Two students have been taken by the monster, right into the chamber itself. There were various exclamations of shock from the other three heads of house. Harry and Ron were also shocked, and the demigod stammered. Who were the students? McGonagall was white as a sheet. Ginny Weasley and Mackenzie Dursley. I am truly sorry, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley. There was a new message right underneath the first one. It read, their skeletons will lie in the chamber forever. Harry clenched his fists. They're not going to die. Not on my watch. I promised Mackenzie that I'd look out for her. I'm not going to break that promise now. He caught McGonagall's eye, as well as Professor Daly, who happened to walk in. They both nodded, and he breathed out. Professors, there is something you all need to know about me. Long before I was born, my parents had trouble conceiving. As it turned out, my mother was hit with a curse, rendering her barren. However, they soon found an ancient Greek ritual from the Black Library. Unfortunately, it was not a fertility ritual, but a summoning one. In the process, they managed to accidentally summon Lady Artemis, Greek goddess of the moon and the hunt. With the help of another ritual, she helped them conceive, but the catch was that she is also counted as my parent. He paused and took in stunned expressions from everyone, except for those in the know. Harry continued, I know this might sound unbelievable, but the Greek gods are real. Many of them have often taken mortal forms and sired children with regular humans. Mother Artemis was an exception because she is a virgin goddess and vowed to never fall in love. My conception was a loophole in her. Oh, Professor Daly spoke up from near the back, surprising everyone. She said he's telling the truth. I can sense that most of you are skeptical, especially you, Professor Snape. However, Harry is telling the truth. Then, right in front of their eyes, she transformed into another form. She was wearing white robes with ornate silver designs. Finally, she was holding two burning torches. Daly said, I am Hecate, Greek goddess of magic, the mist, crossroads, and many more. Everyone in the room could feel her power oozing from her. Flitwick got on his knees and bowed. My lady, it is an honor. She transformed back and spoke up. Arise, please. There is no need to bow. I was merely making a point. Now, Mr. Potter, I believe you have something to tell us? He nodded eagerly. Yes, milady. As per our investigation, we have discovered that the monster of Slytherin is none other than a basilisk. All of the professors were in shock. However, Hecate scowled. I told that foolish son of mine that breeding a basilisk was a terrible idea. Sadly, Herpo was always a black sheep in my family. Snape blanched. Why, you mean? Herpo the Foul was your son? How many wizarding children are demigods? She tapped her chin thoughtfully. There are a handful of demigod wizards in this current generation, and Potter is the only one in Hogwarts. However, the founders were also demigods. Godric was the son of Zeus, Rowena was the daughter of Athena, Helga was the daughter of Demeter, and Salazar was my son. Magically speaking, my son was the most powerful. The other three inherited magic through my blessing. Anyway, we have derailed this conversation, and you have my apologies, Harry said. Milady, I wish to seek permission to hunt this monster and kill it before it can harm anyone else. Snape scoffed. You, Potter? What can you do, foolish boy? You are just a child. Better to leave it to us, as we are adults. Can't have you inflate your ego, just like your fath dash. Hecate wandlessly silenced him and shot him a murderous glare. The air felt heavy in her magic, and she snarled. Have care how you speak, severest Snape. Lady Artemis will not take too kindly to anyone who insults her, especially when someone questions how she has raised her own child. As for Mr. Potter, his credentials as a demigod speak for themselves. Last year, the Olympian gods were on the brink of a civil war. Someone had stolen Lord Zeus' lightning bolt, and his brother Poseidon was accused. Mr. Potter and 3 others embarked on a quest to find the lightning bolt and prevent this war. He and the son of Poseidon fought and killed Medusa the Gorgon. Mr. Potter also single-handedly defeated the legendary Chimera, as well as Echidna, the mother of monsters. Finally, Mr. Potter and his companions journeyed to the underworld to look for the lightning bolt. With a wave of her hand, a projection lit up and replayed all of the events of his quest. By the end, Ron's jaw was on the floor, and the faculty were stunned into silence. Even Snape gazed at him in a new light. Afterwards, Hecate dispelled the projection. Just then, the door flew open and Lockhart sauntered in, beaming. He cheerily said, So sorry, dozed off, what have I missed? Sneering very heavily, Snape drawled, Ah, Professor Lockhart, just the man we were looking for. 2 girls have been snatched by the monster, Lockhart, taken into the Chamber of Secrets itself. Your moment has come. Lockhart blanched, and Sprout caught on to what Snape was doing. Oh yes, I remember. Weren't you saying last night that you've known all along where the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is? Flitwick was next. If I'm not mistaken, you mentioned that you were sure you knew what was inside it. With a vindictive gleam in his eye, Snape finished. I certainly remember you saying that you were sorry you hadn't had a crack at the monster before the headmaster's dismissal. According to you, the whole affair was bungled, and that you should have been given a free rein from the first. McGonagall hit the final nail in the coffin. We leave it in your capable hands then, Gilderoy. Tonight will be an excellent time to do it. We were thinking of sending the students home anyway, so they will be out of your way. You can tackle the monster all by yourself. A free rein, at least. The blonde peacock gazed desperately around him, but there was no help. He feebly spoke, Be very well. I'll be in my office getting ready. With that, he bolted, and McGonagall sighed with relief. After a few beats, Hecate said, I trust that all that we have said will not leave this room. The wizarding world is not ready to learn of the existence of the Greek gods. However, I trust all of you to a degree. I need all of you to swear to never reveal the truth of Mr. Potter's lineage to anyone until we say so. Swear it on the river Styx so that it will be binding. One by one, the professors took out their wands and swore the oath. Finally, Harry said, Professors, please may we go to slay the Basilisk? The longer we delay, the more danger Jenny and Mackenzie will be in. Sprout asked, Mr. Potter, I'm not doubting your prowess, but wouldn't it be wiser to call for the Aurors and go with them? Harry shook his head. Professor Sprout, I'd rather not delay, because every second wasted wait for the Aurors will put Jenny and Mackenzie at even more risk. McGonagall nodded. Very well, Mr. Potter. Go and find them. Good luck. The 2 of them hurried out of the staff room and went in the direction of Myrtle's bathroom. Along the way, they met Lavender, who was looking pretty panicked. She exclaimed, Harry, Ron, there's been another attack and dash. Harry interrupted her. We know, Professor McGonagall informed us. We think we know what's been attacking the students dash. She perked up. Let's go find Professor Lockhart. I'm sure he will know how to beat the monster. Maybe we will feature in his next book. Parvati's going to be so jealous." With that, she rushed off to the dada office, and the two boys chased after her. As the three of them reached, they heard a lot of activity inside. The trio could hear scraping, thumps, and frantic footsteps pacing about. Lavender knocked, and it cracked open to reveal one of Lockhart's eyes. He exclaimed, "Oh, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Ms. Brown. I'm rather busy at the moment, so if you would be quick," Lavender excitedly said. "Professor, Harry and Ron have some information for you. We think it might help you in your quest to slay the monster," he spluttered before finally opening the door. The room was completely stripped bare, except for a few posters. There were also two large trunks that were in the process of being filled. Lavender cocked her head curiously. Professor? Are you going somewhere?" he blustered. Well, yes. Urgent call. Unavoidable. Got to go." Ron snapped. "What about my sister and Harry's cousin?" "Well, as to that, most unfortunate. No one regrets more than I," Lavender squeaked. But, you're the defense against the dark arts teacher. You can't go now. Not with all the dark stuff going on here," he replied while continuing to pack. "Well, when I took the job, this wasn't part of the job description." Lavender felt her heart breaking in two. "Why, you're running away. After all that stuff you did in your books. You were a hero. Everyone admired you." "I admired you," he delicately replied. "Books can be misleading. Do use your common sense. My books wouldn't have sold half as well if people didn't think I'd done all those things. No one wants to read about some ugly old Armenian warlock, even if he did save a village from werewolves. He looked dreadful on the front cover. No dress sense at all. The witch who banished the abandoned banshee has a hairy chin." Harry was incredulous. "So you've just been taking credit for what a load of other people have done?" he patronizingly said. Harry. It's not as simple as that. There was work involved, especially tracking these people and getting their stories. Then I had to put a memory charm on them, so they won't remember a thing. If there was one thing I excelled in, it was memory charms. That being said, he whipped out his wand and pointed it at the three of them. "Obliviate!" Harry was faster and activated his shield, covering himself, Ron, and Lavender. The spell impacted the celestial bronze shield and ricocheted back, nailing Lockhart, blasting him backwards, knocking him unconscious. There was dead silence in the room, save for Lavender Brown's heavy breathing. The girl's heart ripped itself to shreds as she replayed the events in her head. She gasped, "I can't believe he was about to. He lied to all of us." Then she hugged Harry suddenly. "Thanks for saving us. Now go and save those two girls. I'll spread the word about Lockhart." Nodding, they split up, with the girl running back to the Gryffindor Tower. Finally, Harry and Ron reached Myrtle's bathroom, and Katie came jogging up a few minutes later. She handed him his rings and placed her hands on her knees, wheezing slightly. She panted, "Got the message from Neville. He said that Sirius and the other Aurors are currently conducting a raid elsewhere, so they will be delayed a bit. Right now, it's just us. What are we up against?" Ron muttered, "A freaking basilisk. We think that the chamber is in Myrtle's bathroom." They entered and found the ghost idly floating around. She spotted them. "Oh, it's you. What do you want this time? What happened to you when you died? We think that you were one of the victims when the chamber was opened 50 years ago." The ghost girl looked positively thrilled at the prospect and began chattering like there was no tomorrow. She explained excitedly, Oh, it was absolutely dreadful. Happened right here, and I died in this very stall. I remember it well because I was hiding here after Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. The door was locked, and I was crying. Then I heard someone come in. They said something in a different language, I think. However, I did note that it was a boy speaking. So I unlocked the door to tell him to go and use his own toilet. And then I died. I just remember seeing a pair of great big yellow eyes. My whole body sort of seized up, and then I was floating away. Now I'm a ghost, and I was determined to haunt Olive Hornby. Katie asked, "Where did you see the eyes?" Moaning Myrtle pointed to a nearby group of sinks in the middle of the room. Harry went to observe one of them and noticed that one of the copper taps had the engraving of a tiny snake. He tried to turn it, but it refused to budge. Then Ron suggested, "Why not say something in parseltongue? Harry, you can speak to any animal, right?" Surely you can talk to snakes as well. He nodded. Good idea. Then, Katie beckoned to Harry. I've got some parchment with me. We can leave a message here for Sirius, asking for some parcel mouths. Also, Harry passed me one of your hunting knives. He handed it to her, and she used it to tear 3 strips from their robes. Harry then turned back to the sink, imagined that he was talking to a snake, and hissed, "Open up." A second later, a hidden mechanism activated and the sink moved away. When it finished, a large pipe, with a yawning opening big enough for people to enter, lay before them. Harry took one look at it, for Jenny and Mackenzie. See you on the other side. He jumped down with Ron and Katie hopping in after him, after leaving a message for Sirius and the Aurors. Myrtle called after them. If you die, you're welcome to share my toilet. If you live, do put in a good word for me to go to Elysium. Heck, I'll even take the fields of Asphodel. The trio slid down a seemingly endless slide. Harry threw up his arms and hooped. Pooh, this is just like at Disneyland. Eventually, the pipe leveled out and they shot out of the end. Ron landed with a wet thud, but the other two tucked and rolled before stopping with a crouch. Getting their bearings, they observed the dark room surrounding them. Harry retrieved his wand from its holster and chanted, Lumos. Even with the light source, it was still hard to see. Soon, they heard crunching sounds from their feet and realized that they were the bones of various small critters. Harry even noticed the remains of a few mermeeks littered around. Just then, Ron grabbed his shoulder. Harry, there's something big over there. Sure enough, there was something huge and curved, lying across the tunnel. However, it lay motionless, so Harry crept forward for a closer look. Just to be safe, he unsheathed one of his daggers. Then he relaxed, false alarm. It's just its skin. They surged forward, but the next room was empty, save for a pile of rubble. The bad news was that it was blocking the entry to the next room. Fortunately, there was enough space for Harry to squeeze through. Despite his lean body, he was always shorter than Ron. He carefully crawled through and called back. See if you two can find another way through. Harry surged ahead and wandered through a long tunnel until he reached a solid wall. However, there was a circular door, which had 2 entwined serpents on it. Once again, he hissed for the door to open, and he crawled through, wondering what awaited him on the other side. He had to find Jenny and Mackenzie. He just had to. Chapter 32. Harry soon found himself at the end of a long, dimly lit chamber. Along the length of the room were several stone pillars with carved serpents entwining them. There was a bare hint of light, but all it did was cast an odd greenish glow. He allowed his wand to slip into his right hand, and with his left he activated his shield. Pulling it in front of his body, he advanced with his wand resting on top of the shield, pointing forward. Suddenly, he had an idea, and he tucked his wand behind his ear. Still holding his shield, Harry reached for his back, where a backpack lay slung over his shoulder. Katie had managed to squeeze it through the hole before they split up. Reaching inside the pack, he pulled out an amphora. He walked over to one pillar and placed it on an empty torch holder. Harry continued placing various amphorae at strategic places at different pillars. After he was done, he zipped up his bag and turned back to face the end of the corridor, where there was a large statue of Salazar Slytherin's face. Soon he spotted 2 familiar figures at the end of the room. Both Jenny and Mackenzie were lying on the floor, apparently unconscious. He collapsed his shield and rushed towards them. Skidding to a halt, he went to shake them awake. When they didn't respond, he checked their pulses and was relieved to hear that they were going strong. Just then, a soft voice called out from behind him, "They won't wake." He jumped and aimed his wand at the source of the noise. Leaning against the nearest pillar was a familiar tall, black-haired boy. For some reason, Tom Riddle appeared strangely blurred, as if Harry was looking at him from a misty winder. Tom continued, "They're still alive, if that's what you're worried about. However, they're fading fast." Harry asked him, "Are you a ghost?" "You don't seem like one," Riddle calmly explained. "I'm just a memory, preserved in a diary for nearly 50 years. He gestured a little away from himself, where the little black diary lay. The pieces were slowly putting themselves together in Harry's brain. "You lied to me. The monster was not an acromantula. It was a basilisk. Hagrid was merely a scapegoat in all of this." A smile curled the corners of Riddle's mouth. "You've caught on fairly quickly. You're smarter than I thought. For a Gryffindor. Besides, the Basilisk won't come until it is called. I've waited a long time for this, Harry Potter. Harry asked, what happened to Ginny and Mackenzie? What are they doing down here? He replied, well, that is an interesting question. I guess the real reason Ginny Weasley's like this is because she opened her heart and spilled all of her secrets to an invisible stranger. Harry crossed his arms. Explain. Riddle's smirk grew wider. The diary, my diary. Young Miss Ginny's been writing in it for months and months, telling me all her pitiful worries and woes. Her brother's teasing, coming to school in second-hand robes, wanting to be worthy of being friends with Harry, just Harry. It is very boring to be forced to listen to the silly prattle of an 11-year-old brat. Harry glowered at him. Oi, she's a great girl. Don't talk about her like that. Riddle ignored Harry. Despite all that, I was patient. I wrote back and poured out all of my sympathy. The silly child absolutely loved me. He mockingly imitated her. Oh, Tom, no one's ever understood me like you. I'm so glad I got this diary to confide in. It's like having a friend I can carry around in my pocket. In his normal voice, Riddle continued, if I do say so myself, I do have a knack for charming people. So little Miss Ginny poured out her soul to me, and that was exactly what I needed. All along, I fed on her deepest fears, darkest secrets, and they sustained me. I grew powerful, far more powerful than her. Then, I grew strong enough to give as well as I could take. So I started feeding her my own secrets, pouring some of my own soul back into her. Harry's arms were still crossed. And how did that affect her? Riddle asked condescendingly. Haven't you guessed it yet? Ginny Weasley opened the Chamber of Secrets. She strangled the roosters and painted those threatening messages on the walls. Then she set the basilisk on the 4 Muggleborns and the Squib's cat. Harry bit back. Not willingly, I'll bet. I haven't known her for long, but the Ginny I know would have never attacked them at all. Riddle was amused. Indeed, she was an unwilling participant, and she had no idea that Esichi was the one attacking. Of course, I didn't account for her to start fighting back later on. However, in the early few months, she was at my mercy. He mockingly imitated her once more. Dear Tom, I think I'm losing my memory. I found rooster feathers on my robes and have no idea how they got there. I can't remember what happened on Halloween, but a cat was attacked, and I've got flecks of red paint on me. I think Percy seems to have caught on to me, and so has Mackenzie. I think I'm going mad. I think I'm the one attacking everyone. Harry began snarling in anger, but Tom continued. Soon she somehow managed to fight back and dispose of the diary. However, that was when you came into the picture. Needless to say, I was absolutely delighted because I wanted to speak to you for a very long time. Ginny told me all about you, the famous boy who lived. Harry growled. I hate that stupid name. I still don't understand why you framed Hagrid. Riddle laughed. It was my word against Hagrid's, and mine carried a lot of weight. Who did you think Armando Dipet would believe? An orphan boy with exemplary academical prowess, school prefect, model student, and so very brave. On the other hand, we have big blundering Hagrid, in trouble every other week for having illegal creatures on his person. Did you know he was once caught red-handed trying to raise werewolf cubs under his bed? He was also found sneaking into the Forbidden Forest to wrestle trolls. However, nobody had the brains to figure out that he couldn't possibly be the heir of Slytherin. Only the Transfiguration Professor, Dumbledore, was convinced that Hagrid was innocent. He persuaded Headmaster Dipet to keep Hagrid as the gamekeeper. He then kept an annoyingly close watch on me after Hagrid's expulsion. Then I had the idea to preserve my 16-year-old self in the diary. With luck, someone would find it and finish Salazar Slytherin's noble work. Harry snorted. Too bad for you that nobody died. Very soon, the Mandarin draft will be ready and the petrified students will recover. Riddle sneered. The Muggleborns are no longer my concern. My new target is you, Potter. I was fuming when the next time the diary was opened, she was back instead of you. The brat must have guessed that I would spill all about her, so she stole the book back. Harry raised his wand threateningly. Your new target is me, eh? I think you will find that I do not go down easily. Riddle ignored him. From our brief time together, it was clear to me that you were on the trail of Slytherin's heir. From what the Weasley girl told me about you, I knew that you would go to any length to solve the mystery, especially if one of your best friends was attacked. Harry growled. And you made a big mistake in attacking my friend. I'll make sure that you pay for that. How did you get Mackenzie involved? Riddle finally obliged him. Oh yes, the Disley girl was another suspicious one. After the second attack, she kept an annoyingly close eye on Jenny and I. Believe me, I wanted to attack many more of the Muggle-born students. However, Disley stuck way too close to us, and we could not afford to arouse any more suspicion. Coupled with the fact that little Miss Weasley had been fighting me, only made my job harder. When she came to confess to you, I knew I had to get rid of my pawn. As for the Disley girl, all I had to do was stun her and take her with us, so that she would not be a problem. Finally, I made Jenny write her own farewell as well as Dursley's, and now, the two of them are sustaining me. Harry snapped. Let them go. They didn't do anything to you. If it's me you want, why involve them? Tom Riddle smiled sinisterly. I need Weasley because she put too much of herself into the diary and to me. Enough for me to leave its pages. Come, Harry Potter. I have questions for you. Harry grew increasingly worried at those words, but decided to play along for now. He crossed his arms. Fire away, then. What do you want to know? Riddle asked. How is it that you managed to escape and defeat the greatest wizard of all time? How did you escape Lord Voldemort's wrath with nothing but a scar? Harry said slowly. Why do you care? Wasn't you know who after your time? Riddle smiled again. Fancy that. You defeated him, but you're still too afraid to say his name. Voldemort is my past, present, and future, Harry Potter. He then took out a wand, which Harry recognized as Mackenzie's, and wrote, Tom Marvolo Riddle. With a wave of the wand, the letters rearranged themselves to read, I am Lord Voldemort. Harry couldn't help thinking to himself, seriously? What is with the wizarding world's obsession with anagrams? Riddle spoke softly. You see? It was a name I was already using at Hogwarts, to my most intimate friends only, of course. Did you really think that I would use my filthy Muggle father's name forever? The blood of Salazar Slytherin runs in my veins, through my mother's side. Why should I keep the name of a foul common Muggle who abandoned me before I was born? All because he found out that his wife was a witch? No, I fashioned myself a new name, one that wizards everywhere would one day fear to speak. Especially when I became the greatest sorcerer in the world. Harry wanted to laugh. This megalomaniac became a psychopath because of daddy issues? Also, a half-blood was the champion of pureblood propaganda? The irony was slapping Harry in the face. Finally, Harry spoke. You're not the greatest sorcerer in the world. Terribly sorry to disappoint you, but that title belongs to Albus Dumbledore. You admitted yourself that while you had Headmaster Dippet fooled, Dumbledore was not convinced. He saw through you in school, and he still frightens you to this day. Also, you mock me for being afraid to say your name? If there is one thing I've learned, is that names have power, and it would not be wise to invoke them so flippantly. Riddle's smirk vanished and was replaced by a sneer. The old fool has been driven out of this castle at the mere memory of me. Harry snarled back. Keep telling yourself that. You're not fooling anyone. Suddenly, there was a sound of music emanating from somewhere. To Harry, it sounded eerie, spine-tingling, and unearthly. He even felt the hair on his scalp and forearms straightening. It steadily grew louder, and soon a crimson bird, the size of a swan, appeared. The bird had a glittering golden tail and gleaming golden talons. Said talons were clutching a ragged bundle, and the bird made a beeline for Harry. It circled the room once and landed on Harry's shoulder, dropping the bundle on his lap. Harry recognized the bird as Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix. Tom Riddle stared at the golden bird and the cloth bundle, briefly, and mused. That's a phoenix. And that is the old Sorting Hat. Huh. This is what Dumbledore sends his great defender. A stupid songbird and an old hat. Tell me, Potter, do you feel safe now? Harry smirked at him. Actually, I do. I am armed, after all. And Fawkes and the Sorting Hat must be the backup plan. He then thought to himself, if I could figure out what that plan is. Darn it, Dumbledore. I hate it when you get cryptic. Riddle continued speaking. Well, Potter, twice you have defeated me. In your past and my future. How did you survive? Tell me everything. The longer you talk, the longer you stay alive. Harry finished in his head. And Jenny and Mackenzie will be closer to dying. But not on my watch. Harry already knew the answer to how he survived, But he wasn't going to tell Voldemort that. He lied, "No one knows why you lost your powers when you attacked me. The details are a little fuzzy to me, but you couldn't kill me because my mother died to save me. My muggle-born mother stopped you from killing me. I've seen the real you last year. You were a wreck and barely alive. That is the price for your lust for power." Riddle's face contorted before he shot Harry another sinister smile. "So, your mother died to save you?" "Yes, that's a powerful countercharm. There's nothing special about you after all. You and I, we are the same, both half-bloods, both orphans. And I am certain that you are a Parselmouth, though I have to applaud you for taking great lengths to hide it. Now comes the real battle. The powers of Lord Voldemort, heir of Salazar Slytherin, against the famous Harry Potter, armed with the best weapons Dumbledore can provide him." He spun on his heels, opened his mouth, and hissed, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest to the Hogwarts Four." Immediately, Harry dropped into a fighting stance with his wand raised. Fawkes took flight and hovered in the air, just as there was movement from the statue. Salazar's mouth opened wider and wider, until it created a huge, gaping hole. He also heard something stirring from inside the statue, something big slithering up from its depths. Harry suddenly remembered the cloth strip that Katie had cut from his robes. He grabbed it from his pocket and tied it around his eyes, backing away slowly. Harry heard a dull thud as something hit the stone floor of the chamber. Riddle hissed, "Kill him." Sure enough, Harry heard the basilisk slithering towards him. He raised his wand and fired off several spells in what he guessed was its direction. Voldemort guffawed. "It is useless, Potter. Basilisk hides are incredibly resilient against spells." Harry listened extremely carefully and was able to roll away from the basilisk when it struck out at him. There was once particular close, when he felt the air around the snake just whistling past him. Suddenly, Harry heard the sound of more flapping, along with a few screeches. Then he heard the basilisk hiss in agony. He heard Riddle scream in anger, "Inno, leave the stupid birds. The boy is behind you. You can still smell him. Kill him." The demigod also heard a familiar voice call out, "It's okay, Harry. Buzz and I have blinded it. It is safe to look." Harry cautiously peeped out from under his blindfold, observing that Fawkes was clawing at its eyes, along with Hedwig. Amazingly, even Buzz was flitting around and poking the basilisk in the eye with its needle-like beak. Satisfied that he was in no danger of dying with a look, he took off the blindfold and stuffed it back in his pocket. He watched the snake thrash around, and Harry dodged an occasional body part. Unfortunately, the beast's tail eventually caught him by surprise and sent him flying. In the process, he lost his grip on his wand. It rolled next to Riddle, who picked it up and observed it. Then an evil grin plastered itself onto his face, and he took the wand in both hands before snapping it in two. When gravity decided to make itself known, he crashed down and slid until his head came upon something soft. Harry spotted Riddle with the two broken halves of his wand, and furious. "Hey, that wand was expensive, you jerk." Just then, Harry noticed how soft the ground was near his head. He looked and found it resting on the sorting hat. Before his very eyes, the hat contracted and soon something metallic was sticking out. He grabbed it and pulled it out. It was a glittering silver and bronze sword, and he groaned. He thought to himself, "It just had to be a sword. It couldn't give me a set of bow and arrows." However, when he wielded it, there was something different. Wait, wise, it felt just right. He gave a few experimental swings and found that it was just the right sword for him. Meanwhile, the basilisk was still thrashing around, and Riddle was still screaming for the snake to kill him. It managed to recover and chased after him. He noticed Ron and Katie in the corner of his eye, emerging from one section of the chamber. Fortunately, Riddle hadn't noticed them yet. Harry also noticed that the basilisk was coming right next to one of the amphorae that he had placed. He managed to get Katie's attention and discreetly signaled to fire an arrow at the amphora. With a single nod, she knocked an arrow and fired it. As soon as it hit the amphora, it exploded in a sheet of green fire. The basilisk screeched and recoiled away, hitting the chamber wall. It continued chasing after Harry, who kept leading it to all of his Greek fire traps, which Katie dutifully set off. Eventually, the disoriented snake managed to corner him. Shaking its head, the serpent recovered and lunged for Harry with its jaws agape. ignoring arrows pinging off its back. It opened its maw, and Harry took that chance to strike. He charged forward and drove the sword straight into the roof of the serpent's mouth. As warm blood dripped down Harry's arm, he felt a searing pain just above his elbow. Turned out, one of the fangs broke off and pierced his arm. The basilisk keeled over dead, and Harry sank down onto the floor. His vision began to slowly fade, but managed to notice Fawkes land in front of him and look at him curiously. Then, he heard echoing footsteps and saw Tom Riddle standing over him. He spoke softly. "I have to say, Potter, I did not see that coming. I don't know what you did to create that green flame, but it matters not. You're going to die, and even Dumbledore's bird knows it. Look at him, he's crying." Sure enough, thick pearly tears were rolling down Fawkes' glossy feathers, and some of them were dripping onto the wound. Riddle noticed Ron and Katie hurrying towards them and stopping a little further away. He walked a little further back and sat down. "I'm going to sit here and watch you die, Harry Potter. In the Chamber of Secrets, as your friends watch on helplessly. Defeated at last by the Dark Lord he so unwisely challenged. Don't worry, though. You will soon be reunited with your dear mudblood mother soon. She just bought you 12 years of borrowed time. But Lord Voldemort got you in the end, didn't I?" In the background, Ron and Katie blanched, only just realizing who they were looking at. Back in Harry's point of view, his fading vision inexplicably stopped, and he was able to see more clearly. Suddenly, Riddle spoke. "Oh right, I forgot that Phoenix tears have healing powers." He looked back at Harry, "But it matters not. In fact, I prefer to end you in this way. Just you and me." He raised Mackenzie's stolen wand and fired a green spell, which Harry dodged. He rolled away, getting closer to the still bodies of Jenny and Mackenzie. Just then, his hand closed over the diary, and Harry froze. He and Riddle both stared at the diary for a long time. Then Harry yanked the sword from the basilisk's mouth and drove it straight through the book. Riddle convulsed and emitted an unearthly scream. Ink spilled from the diary and flooded the floor. At the same time, a massive hole appeared on Riddle's body, with Riddle himself having a shocked look on his face. Then, he was gone without a trace, and the room was dead silent. Katie rushed over and hugged him fiercely. "I'm so glad you're okay, Harry. Man, you scared me." Ron also hurried over and gave him a side hug. "COR blimey. I can't believe that was you-know-who." Katie and I heard and saw everything from when he used those fire letters to spell out his name. They were interrupted by a small moan, and they turned to see Jenny and Mackenzie stirring. The trio rushed to the two first years. Immediately, Jenny's bemused eyes noted the dead basilisk, a blood-soaked Harry, as well as Ron and Katie. Finally, she saw Mackenzie, who was just as groggy, and then her eyes rested on the diary. Jenny teared up. "I tried to tell you at breakfast, but I couldn't essay it in front of Percy. It was me, but I swear I didn't mean to. Artle made me do it. He possessed my dash." Ron awkwardly hugged her. "It's okay, Jen. He's gone, him and the basilisk. Come on, let's get out of here." Harry hugged Mackenzie. "You all right, Kinsey?" "Sorry, I didn't mean to drag you into this mess." She hugged him back. "I'm fine, Harry. I knew you'd come to save us. You have to tell me how you did it." Jenny wailed. "I'm going to be expelled. I've been looking forward to coming to Hogwarts ever since B-Bill came. What will Mom and Dad say?" Ron wrapped his arm tighter. "They're not going to blame you, Jenny. You weren't in control. I'm sure Headmaster Chiron will hear you out and forgive you." Then, Katie noticed Harry's broken wand on the floor. Harry? I think that's going to be a problem." He spotted the forlorn pieces as well, and sighed. "Oh well, I suppose I'd better pay Ollivander a visit." Suddenly, the sorting hat, which was on Mackenzie's head, spoke up. It said, "If I may, Mr. Potter, you see that red ruby on the hilt? Press that and watch the magic." Harry pressed it, and it suddenly morphed into a celestial bronze wand with silver highlights. Harry grinned, sweet. Then he had an idea and turned the wand back into a sword. Harry walked up to the corpse and with one clean stroke beheaded the basilisk. He looked around and noticed that one amphora was still intact. He retrieved it and was about to pour the contents on the giant snake's body. However, Katie stopped him. "Wait, let's skin it first. Basilisk hide is pretty tough. Maybe we can find an expert and fashion it into a jacket." He paused, Good idea. Taking out his daggers, the two of them expertly skinned the basilisk's corpse. Katie even extracted the venom carefully. Eventually, there was nothing else to harvest. With that, Harry emptied the amphora's contents and stepped back. Katie, do you know any lightning spell? She nodded. I do. Ron was puzzled. What are you doing, Harry? Harry called back, sacrificing my kill. It's a tradition in my family. Ron quickly got the message and kept quiet. However, Jenny piped up. But what about the head? He replied. Spoils of war. Finally, they left the burning corpse and trekked back to the room with the slide leading up to the surface. Harry looked up at the daunting slide and mused. Well, I suppose climbing up is going to be a touch tricky. Just then, Fox chirped up. You all can hold on to my tail feathers. Us phoenixes are strong enough to carry the weight of many people. Harry relayed the information to the other four before firmly clasping Fox's tail. Mackenzie grabbed his hand, and soon the five of them linked hands firmly. A second later, Fox took to the air, and everyone felt really light. Alongside them, Hedwig and Buzz kept pace, and Harry thanked both of them for their help with the basilisk. After what felt like ages, they were finally on their feet in moaning Myrtle's bathroom. The ghost goggled at them. You're alive. Will you please do as you promised? Harry smiled at her. Don't worry, I'll talk to the big guy. He was about to step out when Katie coughed deliberately. Harry? Sword? Wand. The boy blushed and turned the sword back into a wand. A few moments later, the grimy, and in Harry's case, bloody group trudged down the corridor. Just then, they heard multiple footsteps, and soon they saw Sirius with a group of Aurors rounding the corner. His eyes brightened. Harry, there you are, kiddo. Harry simply shot him a weak grin. Now you show up? The party's over, Sirius asked. So you solved the mystery? Yep, the culprit was a basilisk. I managed to slay it with a sword. I've got the head in my backpack as a spoil of war. Sirius' face paled, and he breathed. Show us. Harry carefully undid the backpack and brought out the basilisk head, wrapped up in a bunch of robes. Sirius carefully unwrapped it, and the Aurors quickly verified that it was a basilisk. The man patted Harry's shoulder. Why don't you like it cleaned up? I'll wait for you outside the fat lady's portrait. 15 minutes later, Harry and company were escorted to Headmaster Chiron's office. They entered, and a split second later, there was a scream. Jenny. The girl was soon wrapped up in a double hug in between her parents. Then Ron, Harry, and Katie were the next ones to be crushed into a hug. Molly Weasley was crying. You all saved them. You saved them. How did you do it? Harry looked around and saw that, aside from the Weasleys, Chiron was there in his wheelchair form, and so was Professor Dumbledore. The older wizard gently said, I think we would all like to know that story. Harry replied, Well, it all started with a voice that I kept hearing within the walls. It sounded very snake-like, and I thought that someone lost their pet snake. So I thought nothing of it. Then came the attack on Mrs. Norris. At the time, I suspected a Gorgon dash. He cut himself off and looked at Chiron expectantly. The man said, Go ahead, child. I have already spoken to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley about your heritage. Harry continued gratefully. Yes, a Gorgon, because we had faced off against Medusa during the quest for the lightning bolt. Like that, he explained that eventually they deduced that it was a basilisk. Then he spoke of Fox, Hedwig, and Buzz' timely arrival. The Sorting Hat giving him a sword, using it to slay the basilisk. However, he faltered, not wanting to reveal how Jenny was coerced. Then Dumbledore spoke. What I would like to know is how the diary comes into play. Then Ginny surprisingly spoke. I've been writing in it. The diary belonged to a Tom Marvolo Riddle. It wrote back, and I've been writing in it ever since. Somehow, it possessed me and forced me to release the basilisk. Arthur Weasley was stunned. Ginny, haven't I taught you anything? What have I always said? Never trust anything that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps its brain. Why didn't you show the diary to me or your mother? It was clearly a dark object dash. She burst out. I didn't know. I found it inside one of the books Mum got me. I just thought that someone left it in there and forgot about it. Harry interrupted. Mr. Weasley, please try and understand that Ginny wasn't in her right mind. If you have to blame anyone, blame you-know-who. Dumbledore solemnly said. Indeed. Before he became the Dark Lord, he was once known as Tom Riddle. I taught him myself 50 years ago at Hogwarts. He disappeared without a trace after graduating. Mr. Potter is right. Miss Weasley is blameless in this ordeal because Mr. Riddle could charm just about anybody to do his bidding. There will be no punishment, as older and wiser wizards have been hoodwinked by him. That being said, I'd suggest that Miss Weasley and Miss Disley pop over to the hospital wing. Some bed rest might do them some good. Miss Bell, if you would please escort them. Katie nodded. Right away, Professor Dumbledore. After she left, Chiron smiled at them. Harry, you have done an exemplary deed. Few heroes would dare to take on a creature as dangerous as a basilisk and live to tell the tale. I'm sure Professor Dumbledore will agree with me in saying that you will receive a special award for services to the school. Mr. Ron Weasley, I think you also deserve one as well, especially for someone who is untrained in the art of war. Ron's cheeks pinked, and his mouth opened and closed like a fish. Then Chiron said, "It has also come to our attention that our defense against the dark arts professor is not who we think he is. According to your classmate Lavender Brown, he confessed to taking credit for other people's deeds and erasing their memories." Ron nodded. "Yes, sir. When Harry and I tried to tell him about the basilisk, he confessed to us, and Lavender was with us. Then he tried to obliviate us, but Harry managed to use a shield, and it bounced back to hit him." Dumbledore then looked at Harry. "I see that your wand is different from when I last saw it. Something you would like to share?" Harry placed the celestial bronze wand on the desk and pressed a ruby knot on the wand. On cue, it expanded into a sword, and Dumbledore's eyes widened. He spoke softly, fascinating. "Take a look at this." Harry squinted and saw a name engraved on the sword. He breathed, "Godric Gryffindor." Dumbledore smiled. Only a true Gryffindor would have pulled it out of the sorting hat. Chiron also smiled. "It just goes to prove that you truly are a hero, Harry Potter. I also received word, 5 minutes before your arrival, from your mother. She has received your sacrifice of the basilisk's body, and she is proud of you." Harry bowed his head. "Thank you, sir." Chapter 33. Just then, Dumbledore extended his hand, gesturing Harry to pass him the sword. Harry wordlessly obeyed, and the old wizard inspected it further. He clicked on the ruby, and the sword collapsed into itself and turned into a wand. He spoke softly. "Incredible. I knew the legend of the sword of Godric Gryffindor, but I had no idea that it had the ability to turn itself into a wand. I don't recognize the material, though. I'm sure that Garrick will be thrilled to get his hands on it. I'm sorry to hear that Tom Riddle snapped your previous wand, but I'm sure that this will be an excellent substitute. I also dare say that this one will be very hard to snap." After a while, everyone else left, and it was just Harry, Dumbledore, and Chiron. Dumbledore got up from his seat and clasped his hands together. He smiled and stood up. "Well, I suppose I must be off to the ministry. We do need our gamekeeper back, especially now that the evidence has proven contrary to earlier accusations. In the meantime, Harry, I'd suggest that you pop over to the hospital wing and get that arm looked at." Harry took back the wand and made for the door. Suddenly, the door burst open violently, almost coming off its hinges. Lucius Malfoy strode inside, fury etched on his red face. Harry was so startled at the scene that he almost missed a familiar figure scuttling behind Malfoy Sr. Harry spotted a heavily bandaged Dobby scurrying in and settling in front of the hem of Malfoy's robes. Contrary to his previous appearances at Diagon Alley and in Hagrid's hut, Malfoy was unusually ruffled. Instead of an expertly coiffed hairdo and immaculate robes, he had a slightly disheveled look, and his shoes were half-polished. Malfoy's cold, beady eyes zeroed in on Dumbledore. "So, you've come back. The governor suspended you, didn't they? Yet, you still saw fit to return to Hogwarts." Dumbledore had a serene look to him. "Well, you see, Lucius, the other 11 governors frantically contacted me today. I must say, I haven't been bombarded with owls in a long time. It seems that they caught wind of a rumor that 2 students were killed and rushed to reinstate me. Mr. Brunner here has done an exemplary job, but they still believe that I was the best man for the job. No offense intended, Mr. Brunner." In his wheelchair, Chiron calmly raised his hands. "None taken, Professor Dumbledore. It was a pleasure to take over, however short my tenure was." Dumbledore continued. "The governors told me some rather strange tales. Several of them were under the impression that you threatened curse their families if they didn't agree to suspend me. Malfoy paled quickly, but schooled his features. He sneered. So, have you stopped the attacks yet? Have you caught the culprit? Dumbledore smiled. Indeed we have. It seems that someone, long thought dead, was the culprit. A certain Tom Riddle. He held up the diary. He acted by means of this diary. The headmaster watched Malfoy closely, but Harry's attention was elsewhere. He noticed Dobby behaving very strangely. He was staring right at Harry, pointing at the diary, then at Malfoy, who he guessed was his master, then bonking himself on the head. Harry understood the message immediately, as Dumbledore continued. He said, "It was a clever plan. If Harry here, and a few others, hadn't discovered the book, Miss Ginny Weasley might have been forced to shoulder the blame for something that was not her doing. No one would have been able to prove that she hadn't acted on her own free will. I suspect that you can imagine the fallout. The Weasleys are one of our most prominent pureblood families. This could have possibly adversely impacted Arthur Weasley's Muggle Protection Act. It was fortunate that the book was discovered and Riddle's memories wiped from it." Malfoy suddenly looked like he had swallowed a lemon. "Why, yes. How very fortunate indeed." Harry then spoke up from his position by the door. "Pardon me for interrupting, sirs, but I'm still wondering how Ginny got hold of the diary. I might have an idea, though." Malfoy spun around and sneered at him. "How should I know how the stupid little brat got hold of it?" Harry coolly looked at him. "I'm not sure if I can prove it, but I was there when you and Mr. Weasley had your scuffle in Diagon Alley. I remember seeing the book on your person before the altercation. I suspect that when you two bumped into the cauldron containing our books, your hand let go of the diary, and it happened to fall among Ginny's books. But then again, I can't prove it." Dumbledore picked up where Harry left off. "I quite agree with your last sentence, Mr. Potter. On that note, Lucius, I would advise you to not give out any more dark items. I dare say that if any more of them find their way into innocent hands, Arthur Weasley may not be so forgiving if they were traced back to you." Malfoy was apoplectic in rage, but said nothing, though his right hand twitched. Then he spun around and ordered, "We're going, Dobby." The elf dutifully scuttled over, only to be forcefully booted through with a squeal of pain. An idea formed in Harry's head, and he turned to the two. "Professors, may I please return Mr. Malfoy his property?" Chiron smiled. "Certainly, but remember the feast. Albus here was telling me that feasts at Hogwarts are an unforgettable experience. I might just invite Mr. D just to lift his spirits. Additionally, I heard that the petrification victims should be waking up soon." Harry scampered down the stairs with the book in hand. As he ran to catch up, he fished around in his pocket and pulled out the makeshift blindfold. He opened the ruined book, hastily stuffed the strip in it as a sort of bookmark. Finally, he spotted them after following the sound of Dobby's squeals of pain. Harry skidded to a halt behind the pair, who turned around to see him panting. "Mr. Malfoy, you forgot to take this back." He thrust the diary into Malfoy Sr.'s hands and stepped back. Furious, Lucius Malfoy flung the book away towards Dobby. "Get rid of this thing. It is of no use to me now. As for you, Harry Potter, your parents were meddlesome fools too. One day, you'll meet the same sticky end as them." Suddenly, Sirius's voice interrupted them. "Was that a threat, Lucius? You harm one hair of my godson and heir, and I will show you why the Blacks were so feared in wizarding circles. Come, Harry, let's get you to the hospital wing, and afterwards you, Remus, and I are going to have a little chat about how you got that wound." Malfoy also spun on his heel and ordered, "Come, Dobby. I said come, you stupid little elf." However, Dobby didn't move. He held up Harry's blindfold like it was the greatest treasure in the world. He exclaimed, "Master has given Dobby a piece of rope." Master gave it to Dobby. Master threw it at Dobby, and Dobby caught it. Dobby is free. Malfoy was frozen stiff, and Harry was enjoying the look of rage on Malfoy's face. Then Malfoy snarled and whipped out his wand. "You lost me my servant, boy." The spell shot towards the toe, but Harry quickly activated his shield to cover himself and Sirius. The green spell impacted it and was sent skywards. Sirius then sprang out from behind the shield with his wand raised and a maniacal gleam in his eyes. He shot a stunner at Malfoy and cackled. "I got you at last, you prick. Imperius isn't going to save your arse this time," Lucy boy. Sirius's aim was true, and Malfoy was thrown backwards and down the stairs. He landed in a crumpled heap, just as Sirius lifted his aura badge from his robes and spoke into it. He ordered, "Attention all aurors present at Hogwarts. Converge on my location." Lucius Malfoy attempted to cast the killing curse on a minor, and I have personally witnessed it. In 2 minutes, several aurors converged on their location and secured the unconscious Malfoy. One of them even checked his wand and confirmed the use of the killing curse. Amelia Bones, who was also present, asked, "I see that Mr. Potter has a shield that protected both of you. Where did you find that shield?" Harry transfigured his shield back in his wand holster and replied, "Actually, Madam Bones, I transfigured my wand holster into a shield. I started carrying one ever since my original wand accidentally broke, because I accidentally sat down while it was in my pocket, and it broke." Madam Bones smiled. "I sympathize, Mr. Potter. Accidents do happen, and I firmly believe that everyone should carry wand holsters. I'm just happy that you and your godfather survived this ordeal. Now I suggest that you get your arm looked at. That's a nasty wound. Sirius, you're with me for a witness statement. Bring the house elf with you. I suspect he will be a good addition for your household. Jones, please escort Mr. Potter to the hospital wing." An auror came over and guided Harry down to see Madame Pomfrey. Along the way, she introduced herself as Hestia Jones. Soon, they met Madame Pomfrey, who promptly directed him to a nearby bed, which just happened to be next to Mackenzie. After Hestia left, Pomfrey came over and clucked disapprovingly. She said, "Good heavens, you did a number on yourself. Your cousin filled me in when I checked her over. She should be fine after some bed rest. Now lie still. I need to clean this wound before I give you some ambrosia." She deftly cleaned the wound before whispering a few spells. Finally, she spoon-fed him a couple of bites of ambrosia. As the day passed, Ron and Neville visited him. Even Lady Hecate paid him a visit to remove the trace from his new wand. That night, Mackenzie and Jenny were released, and they returned to the common room. As they entered, a loud cheer nearly deafened them. Many Gryffindors were celebrating, and they hoisted Harry on their shoulders. As they set him down, Ron came rushing over. "There you are, mate. I was starting to get worried for a minute." Just then, Harry noticed something in the fireplace. He stammered, Are those Lockhart posters?" Ron grinned. "Yep." Lavender broke the news to everyone and said that she heard it from the professor himself. "Mom, I've never seen the lads look so smug in my entire life." All the girls went up and ripped off every single Lockhart poster and burned them. Parvati even managed to get word to Penny Haywood, who promptly spread it to the rest of the houses. I think a couple of broken relationships were quickly mended because of that confession. Harry snorted. "Seriously? Some girls broke up with their boyfriends just so that they could try and woo him." Ron grinned again. "I know, right? I can't wait to see the look on Hermione's face when she wakes up and finds out." The next day, Mrs. Norris, Colin, Justin, Hermione, and Penelope Clearwater were revived, to the delight of everyone. When the 4 students entered the Great Hall, the first thing that Hermione did was race over to Harry and Ron and hug them fiercely. She squealed, "You solved it. You solved it." Justin also came over to thank him for saving them. And finally, Hagrid was the last to return after being set free. Then, Dumbledore announced that yes, the rumors were true, that Gilderoy Lockhart had faked all of his adventures and stole other people's achievements, passing them off as his own. However, an accident claimed his memories and was not returning as the Dada professor next year. In response, there were many raucous cheers mixed among the wails of the female students. Harry would have been lying to himself if he said that he, Ron, and Neville didn't enjoy the look of grief on Hermione's face. The girl was left babbling. But books are in. Not supposed to lie." Harry helped himself to some salad and shrugged. "We tried to warn you, but you didn't listen to us." He continued quietly. "For me, the first big red flag was his encounter with the Gorgon. The idiot wrote that he looked her in the eye, declared, 'Off with your head,' and beheaded her. I freaking fought Medusa herself. Took bloody 4 of us to take her down, and we couldn't look her in the eye, or we would be turned to stone." Ron and Nev were tipped off by the constantly clashing dates. Dumbledore also announced that from next year onwards, they would be introducing a new game for the houses to compete in. When the students pressed for more information, he just gave a serene smile and declared that the details would be given next year at the start of the term. Like that, the rest of the year continued as normal. Their rescheduled Quidditch game against Hufflepuff ended in a Gryffindor victory. The Chasers ran riot, and Harry barely managed to beat Cedric Diggory to the snitch. Then came a big test for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. They were facing a newly revamped Ravenclaw side. First and foremost, the Chaser lineup had Skye Parkins herself, along with Orion Amari, who was said to be the youngest captain at Hogwarts. John Silvertongue was another newcomer in the beater position. Finally, Andre Egwu was playing in the keeper position. Once again, Cho Chang tried to flirt with him, but failed yet again. As they flew, she yelled out at him, "I almost got you there." Cedric's grown tougher, but I broke through his tough exterior. But Malfoy was absolute putty in my hands. "Now, will you be any easier?" Harry hollered back. "In your dreams, Chong. I'm made of much sterner stuff." They continued their game of cat and mouse, with the roles constantly switching between them. All around them, Oliverwood was getting a heck of a workout, but did let a few goals trickle through. Finally, Angelina brought the score to 100-80. Then, Harry shot off like an arrow racing toward the target. Cho raced after him. The spotted snitch ducked and weaved, with both seekers following its movement. Harry and Cho danced in between their respective chasers, with the former giving Alicia a bit of a helping hand with a deflection off his back. They spiraled around a Ravenclaw goalpost and even flew underneath the stands. Finally, Harry lunged and swiped the snitch in midair, winning the game. Gryffindor were officially two-time Quidditch Cup champions. As the weeks passed, Harry was able to help Hermione and Justin catch up on their studies with the rest of them. He even helped tutor Ginny, Mackenzie, and Colin, especially in data. As for Penelope Clearwater, he figured that one of her peers would be able to help, though she was grateful to him for helping solve the mystery. Hermione and Neville even begged to see the Basilisk corpse, just so that they could see what Harry was up against. Ginny and Mackenzie elected to stay back, as they were traumatized enough, but promised to cover for them. This time around, Harry decided to be smarter and asked for a set of stairs in Parseltongue. Katie also tagged along, as she was also curious, and she wasn't taking any chances if another basilisk popped up. Neville fainted when he first spotted the 60-foot beast, obviously without its head. The head was currently back in the Artemis cabin as a spoil of war. Dumbledore had earlier announced that his brief suspension reminded him that he needed a small vacation, so Chiron Brunner would continue as headmaster until the end of the year. Harry was able to catch up with Dumbledore and asked him to take the basilisk head back to Camp Half-Blood. On a whim, Harry hissed out the password, and Salazar Slytherin's mouth opened. Sharing a look with the other four, Harry crawled inside the gaping mouth. Inside, he was relieved to find that there were no nests or eggs. However, he did find a set of 4 journals, with the Hogwarts crest emblazoned on them. He passed the journals out and crawled out, not finding anything else. Immediately, Hermione pounced on the books, eager to read them, but something stopped her when she opened one. They were all written in ancient Greek, and it seemed that her limited knowledge was not enough to transcribe them. When they returned upstairs, they headed straight to Chiron's office. The Centaur was in his original form and was very interested in learning about the journals. He gingerly took them and promised to let them know about the contents. At long last, the exams came by, and Hermione got into one of her frantic moods again. After a particularly tough paper, Harry somehow managed to calm her down and got her to relax. He did that by dragging her to a secluded area near the Forbidden Forest, and then he and Katie engaged her in a knife fight. 2 hours later, the sweaty trio sneaked back to their common rooms with a visibly calmer Hermione. The last exam was potions, which was relatively difficult. A week later, McGonagall came by and told everyone about the third-year electives. She even handed out a set of permission slips to allow them to enter the village of Hogsmeade. Harry was honestly tempted by the likes of ancient runes. However, he chose care of magical creatures and divination. When he submitted his electives, McGonagall raised an eyebrow. She said, "I understand care of magical creatures, owing to your heritage and affinity for animals. However, why choose divination? In my opinion, it is a rather woolly subject." Harry replied, "Actually, Professor, in our line of work, prophecies are very real. For any demigod, prophecies are our bread and butter. Mine and my demigod friend's quest to find Lord Zeus' lightning bolt was all via a prophecy. She steepled her fingers. Could you recite the prophecy for me and tell me the events that corresponded with it? Harry cleared his throat. My friend Percy Jackson told me about it. You shall go west to face the god who has turned. You shall find what was stolen and see it safely returned. You shall be betrayed by one who calls you a friend, and you shall sacrifice to save what matters most in the end. He explained, at the time, we thought that the god who had turned was Hades because he resided west and could have gained from Zeus and Poseidon fighting. However, it was actually Ares who was complicit in stealing the lightning bolt. He did not steal it himself, as gods are forbidden from taking each other's sacred symbols. The next line was about us finding the lightning bolt and returning it to Zeus. The third line talks about Luke, a fellow demigod who we all thought was our friend. He was the real thief and betrayed all of us. Finally, I was the sacrifice, but not in the way you were thinking. Before entering the underworld, we had 3 pearls that would encase us in a protective bubble and take us away. However, there were 4 of us, and Percy's mother as a hostage. I think you saw all of that through my memories. I stayed back because I knew that Lord Hades needs me to bring back the soul of the Dark Lord to him, so no harm would have befallen me. Finally, McGonagall sighed. Very well, Mr. Potter. I do believe that you have made a compelling argument. I shall see you next year. All too soon, it was time to leave again, and Harry found himself boarding the Hogwarts Express. He flopped down on his seat with Ron, Hermione, and Neville moving in as well. Eventually, Jenny peeped inside the compartment. Can we come in? Harry nodded in assent, and she came in along with Mackenzie and another girl with waist-length, dirty blonde hair. Jenny motioned to the new girl. This is my friend Luna Lovegood. She's in Ravenclaw. You don't mind if... Harry smiled. Of course she can. Neville spoke up. So what electives did you all take? I'm taking care of magical creatures and ancient runs. Gran wanted me to take divination, but Mom and Dad said no. Ron mumbled. Care of magical creatures and divination. Percy said that both would be an easy A. Hermione replied, I'm hoping to try and convince McGonagall to let me take all of them. Suddenly, Katie's voice interrupted them. Bad idea. You'll only stress yourself out. Trust me on this. They looked to see her leaning by the doorway. Hermione tried to argue. Come on. I can handle it. Katie scoffed, the last person who said that. In the middle of the term, he stood up in the Great Hall, pointed his wand at his neck, and cast the killing curse right then and there. I was in first year when it happened. Bunch of us were traumatized for weeks. Poor Joshua. Upon hearing that, Hermione paled considerably. She whispered, Okay, I think I'll take ancient runes, care of magical creatures, and arithmancy. Katie smiled. Happy to help. I'll see you later, Harry. And she left. Neville turned to Harry. What about you, Harry? Care of magical creatures and divination. Suddenly, Luna interrupted them. She spoke in an airy voice. I'm not surprised by your choices. The Narvels told me that you attended a few care of magical creatures classes. Also, I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's something different about you. There are definitely Raxperts, but they're different. Hermione looked lost. Nargles? Raxperts. Ginny rolled her eyes. Don't mind Luna. She's a little quirky. Unfortunately, not too many people appreciate it. And many people, including her own housemates, call her loony. They talked for a bit, played some games, and napped for some time. After a while, Fred and George dropped by to check in on them. The twins set off the last of their filibuster fireworks to liven up the compartment. As they approached King's Cross, Harry had a thought. He tapped Ginny's shoulder. Hey, Ginny. Back when you were about to tell us about the diary, Percy interrupted. He said something about you walking in on him doing something. Of course, Ron and I took the mickey out of him. Did you catch him in his skivvies or wanking? She blushed slightly and then suppressed a giggle. You're close. Percy's got a girlfriend. Fred was so startled that he dropped a set of books on his twin's head. Ginny nodded excitedly and continued. That Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope Clearwater. He's been writing to her all summer, and they've been meeting up everywhere in the school. I actually walked in on them kissing. Oh, Merlin, please don't tease him. Fred and George sniggered. Wouldn't dream of it, Gin. Harry chortled as well. No promises. Suddenly, Luna sat ramrod straight. I know. Your aura is that of the moon. But you're not a werewolf. It makes no sense. Harry shared a slightly uncomfortable look with Mackenzie, silently asking her if Luna could be trusted. She nodded, and then he sighed. Luna, you're half right. I am trusting you with this information. The others know about it, and Jenny was there in the office with her parents when they found out. Fred, George, I'm trusting the two of you as well. Jenny interrupted. Yes, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. Harry sighed again. I'm a demigod, meaning that one of my parents is a god. To be precise, I am the only son of Artemis, Greek goddess of the hunt and the moon. Luna snapped her fingers. That explains it. I knew there was something different about you. But isn't Artemis a virgin goddess? Yeah, she made a vow to never fall in love and sire a child. I was actually a loophole in her oath. My mother Lily was cursed to be barren, but my parents looked for a ritual to help her conceive. However, they accidentally stumbled on a summoning ritual instead of a fertility ritual, and Lady Artemis answered the call. Yes, that makes sense. Soon enough, everyone changed back into their normal clothes. Later on, the Hogwarts Express pulled up in front of the station. Just before they crossed the magical barrier, Hermione scribbled a number on a parchment. This is my home number. Keep in touch. Harry gave a small laugh. Yeah, that's not happening. In my world, using a phone will most likely attract monsters. I'll Iris message you. By the way, what are your vacation plans? She grinned. Well, Dad wrote to me last week and said that he won a family trip to Vegas. After that, we're headed to Disney in Florida. Harry grinned, then his face grew serious. That's great. Word of warning, though. Do not step inside the Lotus Hotel and Casino. That place is a time trap. During the Lightning Bolt quest, we took a detour to Vegas because Sirius had gone missing for a week. When we found him in the hotel, he said that an hour had passed. Meanwhile, my group was in there for 5 minutes, but 5 days passed. Heck, we even rescued 2 other demigods who were stuck there since 1945, and for them, only a few months had passed. Her face was pale. Okay, we'll try and avoid that place. As they crossed over, Harry and Mackenzie spotted a harried looking Annabeth. He called out, Hey Beth, what are you doing here? She grabbed their suitcase trolley and began wheeling it away towards a nearby taxi. Annabeth puffed. There's no time. We have a situation. I've got a flight to New York booked already. Percy contacted me, saying that Grover's in trouble. I'll explain on the way. In the car, she explained, Percy had a dream about Grover and that he's in trouble. According to him, Grover was running away from something. Something big. Was saying something about getting away and warning us. They rode in silence until they reached Heathrow Airport. After a long flight, they touched down in New York. From there, they headed straight to Percy's apartment, finding only Sally there, who confirmed that Percy was in school. They deposited Harry's suitcase, fished out his backpack, and filled it with supplies before exiting. As they left, Annabeth said, Come on, we have to get to Meriwether College Prep. That's where Percy is studying. An hour later, the two of them were walking down the street towards where the school was supposed to be. Annabeth whispered, You got your invisibility cloak? He nodded and she sighed in relief. Good. I'll hide under it with you. My cap only works with one person, and I won't be able to see you unless I'm under the cloak with you. They soon reached the front gates, and Harry subtly unzipped his backpack and fished out his cloak. Making sure that no one was looking, he draped it over the two of them, and they began moving. Their progress was slow, but steady, and they were soon inside the school building. Up ahead of them, they spotted a bunch of children running around the yard. Harry's keen eyes searched and spotted his target. Next to him was a massive hulking figure that stood 2 meters tall. He muttered, Is that what I think it is? Annabeth cursed under her breath. The immortals, it just had to be that of all things. Damn it, seaweed brain. You're in danger from that thing. Harry laid a hand on her shoulder. Careful, Beth. Your personal bias is showing. By my reckoning, it's just a baby, and it's not showing signs of hostility towards Jackson. She glared at him. Come on. You know what he is? We've fought plenty of Cyclopes. He snapped back. And one of my good friends from Hogwarts is a half-giant. What's your point? Besides, I'm more worried about that group confronting Jackson and the baby Cyclops. She grumbled. I hate it when you're right and the only one making sense. Just then, the bell rang and all the students moved in. Harry and Annabeth silently followed the group and slipped inside the school. They wandered around for a bit before the bell rang again. Annabeth whispered in his ear, "Let's go to the gymnasium. I think Percy will have PE next." After a painfully slow walk, they finally entered the empty gymnasium, slipped off the cloak, and waited by the bleachers. As the time passed, Harry filled in Annabeth on the events of his past school year. Needless to say, she was proud of him for expertly avoiding the stigma of being a parselmouth. She was also impressed with him slaying a 60-foot basilisk, even with some minor help with his birds and the phoenix. Just as he was winding up, the doors unlocked, and Harry quickly threw the cloak back over them. They watched as Percy and the Cyclops formed a group with the stereotypical nerdy children and the stereotypical bullies on the other end for a game of dodgeball. The ones that Harry marked as hostile were obviously on the side of the bullies. The coach looked like someone who should have retired long ago. Judging by the bored expression and the Sports Illustrated magazine, he could care less. Harry simply muttered, "Mortals!" Down by the court, things were looking grisly. Percy's team were getting massacred, and there was no killing happening yet. Just then, one of the hostiles grinned at Percy as he yelled, "You could kill somebody," the hostile said. "I hope so, Persis Jackson. I hope so." With that, they began to steadily grow in size, and their form changed. Now, instead of beefy-looking children, they resembled 2.5-meter-tall giants with wild eyes, pointy teeth, and hairy arms littered with tattoos of snakes, hula women, and Valentine hearts. One of them, who had a name tag calling him Joe Bob, had a bicep tattoo saying JB loves baby cakes. One of the kids began freaking out. "Whoa, you're not from Detroit." "Who?" Percy yelled. "Let them go," Joe Bob growled. "And lose our tasty morsels?" "No, son of the sea god. We Laestrygonians aren't just playing for your death. We want lunch." With a wave of his hand, he created a new batch of dodgeballs. This time, though, the balls were made of celestial bronze and were the size of a quaffle. Harry saw it coming from a mile away, but when Percy yelled for the coach's help, he was of no use. The Laestrygonians proceeded to trap everyone by barricading all exits. Then, they began tossing the balls at Percy's team. As a ball came streaking towards Percy, Annabeth was about to intervene, but Harry stopped her. He pointed, and she saw the Cyclops stop two balls in their tracks. He then sent them back to their owners at top speed, where they exploded against their chests and disintegrated the giants. Harry swore, sod it, blokes out of his depth. He threw off his cloak and stuffed it in his backpack. With that, they leaped into the fray with their weapons drawn, him with the sword of Gryffindor and Annabeth with her knife. Together, the trio made short work of all the giants. One of the normal kids goggled at her. "Why, you're her. You're the girl." She socked him in the face. "And you, lay off my friend," Percy babbled. "Annabeth. Harry, how did you two?" Harry snapped, "Talk later." Not a moment too soon. The barricaded doors finally opened, and a man came bustling in. Harry quickly hid his sword behind his back and turned it back into a wand. The man stammered, "Percy Jackson? What? How?" Harry explained, "Sorry for the damage, sir. A bunch of delinquents sneaked into the school, and Percy tried to save everyone. My friend and I were nearby and were able to help." The man, who Harry guessed was the headmaster, stared at him for a couple of beats and then nodded. "Thank you. You three may go." As they exited, Percy rounded on Annabeth. "It's that shadow I saw yesterday." "Oh my gods! You were looking in my bedroom window." Harry stared at his two demigod friends and cackled. "Wow, Beth. I knew you were many things, but I didn't peg you for a pervert. Oi, Jackson. I hope for your sake that she didn't catch you wanking." Red-faced, Annabeth punched him on the shoulder. "Shut up, Harry." Chapter 34. Harry and Annabeth soon met Percy and the Cyclops by an alley near Church Street. When they were alone, Harry stepped up. "So, Jackson, let's start by addressing the elephant in the room. Who's the big guy?" Annabeth demanded. "Yeah, where did you find him? Do you even know what he is?" Percy got mad. "He's my friend. You have a problem with that?" Harry stepped between the two glaring demigods. "Oi, cool it, you two. Beth, I'm handling this, and watch your tone." "Jackson, don't mind her. Where did you find him?" The boy shrugged. "That's Tyson. He's homeless. Why don't you ask him? He can hear you, and he can talk." Harry turned to the Cyclops, who was staring at Annabeth. He murmured, I talk, you are pretty. Annabeth looked a little revolted, but Harry chuckled and spoke up. She is, isn't she? Unfortunately, pretty lady doesn't like you so much. It's nothing personal, mate. Percy blurted. Tyson, your hands, they aren't even burned. Tyson wasn't paying attention, instead reaching out to touch Annabeth's blonde hair. Harry smacked it away. Hey, big guy. No touchy. Though I'm surprised that the Laestrygonians had the balls to attack you with Tyson around. Percy tilted his head in confusion. Laestry what? Annabeth explained. Laestrygonians. The monsters in the gym were a race of giant cannibals who used to live in the far north. Ulysses encountered them in the Odyssey. Harry tugged on his hand. Come on, mate, let's get back to your apartment. Our stuff is there along with Mackenzie. We'll pick her up and head to camp. It's in a spot of bother. Percy replied. My mom said something along those lines. What kind of trouble? Annabeth piped up. We'll explain later. I don't know the details myself, but I think Harry does. I've been attacked from Virginia, all the way until I reached the airport to pick up Harry. Eventually, they reunited with Mackenzie, and the five of them walked down the streets. Percy turned to Harry. So, what did you mean by those Laestrygonians having the guts to attack me with Tyson around? Harry motioned to Tyson. He's a Cyclops. Probably a baby, from the looks of him. Just then, Annabeth began digging in her backpack and fished out a drachma. She chanted, Anakokharma epitrobios, before throwing the drachma onto the street. On cue, the area around the coin darkened, and it melted into a rectangular pool. This pool was the size of a parking space and was filled with bubbling red liquid. Then, a smoky gray taxi erupted from it and parked right in front of them. The name on the taxi was unclear, mostly because of Harry's and Percy's dyslexia. However, Mackenzie confirmed that this was the Grey Sisters' taxi. The window rolled down, revealing an old woman with a mop of grizzled hair. She murmured, Passage? Passage. Annabeth opened the back door and called out, 5 to Camp Half-Blood. However, the woman screeched, pointing at Tyson, Asish. We do not take his kind. Harry quickly negotiated with an extra 3 drachmae, a deal that was quickly accepted. Everyone squeezed in, with Mackenzie sitting on Harry's lap. Inside, there was a surprising sight, with 3 old ladies sitting in the front seat, and one of them was driving. Next to the frizzy-haired woman was a lady with short curly hair, and the last one was a woman with straight stringy hair. The taxi's interior was smoky gray and resembled a typical taxi in New York. Meanwhile, the 3 women up front had bony hands and charcoal-colored sackcloth dresses. The frizzy-haired one, Harry was going to refer to her as Winifred, stomped in the throttle. On cue, all of the passengers were flattened in their seats. As the taxi zoomed fast enough to make Ayrton Senna jealous, a pre-recorded voice sounded on a nearby speaker. It cheerily said, Hi, this is Ganymede, cupbearer to Zeus. When I'm out buying wine for the Lord of the Skies, I always buckle up. Harry hollered over his friend's screams. Oi, Annabeth. Who are the Sanderson siblings lookalikes? Annabeth yelled back. They're the Grey Sisters. Damn it, Harry. I knew we should not have let the Stolls host a movie marathon. Eventually, the women began arguing, and Harry could finally put names to the faces. The driver was called Wasp, the middle sister was called Tempest, and the last one was called Anger. They were squabbling about an eye. As the front seat passengers squabbled, Tyson was beginning to look queasy. Harry grumbled, Give me the night bus any day over this. Percy quipped, For the record, I think we're all going to die. Annabeth tried to sound reassuring. Don't worry. The Grey Sisters know what they're doing. They're really very wise. Anger agreed. Yes, wise. We know things, Wasp bragged. Every street in Manhattan, the capital of Nepal. Tempest added. The location you seek, Mackenzie piped up. What location? Tempest clamped her mouth shut, while the other 2 pummeled her on either side. However, Percy caught on. Tell us about this. Location. They screamed in unison. No, Tempest trembled. The last time we told, it was horrible. Anger helpfully supplied. I tossed in a lake. Years to find it again. Give it back, Wasp. Wasp seeking. In response, Wasp got a whack to the back of her head. On cue, something flew out of her face, and her wild swing only succeeded in batting it behind. Percy understandably freaked out when the eye landed on his lap. Just like that, the eyeball rolled off and barely missed getting stepped on. Annabeth screamed, "Give her the eye! It's there by your foot!" Percy yelled back, "I'm not picking that thing up. It's gross." Harry snapped exasperatedly, "Just do it, Jackson. I'll clean up your hands later." The son of Poseidon shuddered and then picked up the eye. Anger cooed, "Nice boy, please give it back." Percy started to hand it over, but suddenly had a thought. He said, "One condition. What is the location that I seek?" Tempest cried, "There's no time." Annabeth warned, "Percy, what are you doing? Just give them the stupid eye." However, he wasn't budging. "Either they tell us, or I throw the eye out of the window." They wailed, "No, I'm rolling the window down," he sing-songed. That did it. They all blurted, 30, 31, 75, 12. That's all we can tell you. Give us the eye." Almost to camp, satisfied, Percy tossed the eye to the driver, and Harry promptly cleaned his hands with the Scourgify spell. The driver slammed the brakes, prompting the car to spin a few times and stop in the middle of the road, right at the base of Half-Blood Hill. Everyone staggered out, and Tyson belched, "Better now." The taxi sped off, and Harry looked towards camp. He groaned, "Oh, bollocks! We got to hurry. Camp's under attack." Harry unsheathed his hunting knives and pressed them into Mackenzie's hand. He said, "I take it that you know how to use them, Kinsey? I know that Phoebe took you back to the hunter camp and personally trained you while we were looking for the lightning bolt." She nodded vigorously and adopted a steely look on her face. With that, everyone rushed towards camp, and it looked like a literal war zone. All of that was the work of 2 elephant-sized bronze bulls and a platoon of demigods facing them. Worryingly, the bulls were running amok, even breaching the camp borders. Harry got out his bow and arrows and began to charge with the others right on his heel. He heard Jackson mutter, "I freaking hate bulls. First the Minotaur, and now these jerks." In the distance, he heard a familiar voice yell, "Campers. To me. Miss Beauregard, please lead the non-participants to the safety of their cabins. The rest of you try to close the bulls in." Percy turned to Tyson as they ran. "Tyson, stay here. I don't want you taking any more dash." Harry interrupted, "Quit going all mama bear, Jackson. He's a Cyclops. He'll be fine." Annabeth hollered in agreement. "Yes, we need him. Those are the Calchas bulls, made by Hephaestus himself. Cyclops can withstand the heat. We can't. Here, take this." She began rummaging in her backpack before fishing out something. She squirted some kind of lotion on her palm and rubbed it all over herself before tossing the lotion to Harry. He studied it and read the label, which was thankfully in ancient Greek, Medea's sunscreen SPF 50,000. He quickly slathered himself before passing the lotion to Mackenzie, who passed it to Percy. Percy unsheathed his own sword as the campers, led by Clarice, began to scatter in a panic. The daughter of Ares was already trying to get her troops back under control. She was frantically ordering them to get into a phalanx formation. The few that managed to obey lined up shoulder to shoulder and locked their shields together. A host of spears poked out through gaps in the oxhide and bronze wall, and they all held firm. One of the bulls was chasing 4 campers, whose helmets were on fire. A quick agumeni from Harry doused the flames, and there was minimal damage to their faces. Meanwhile, Annabeth charged at the bull and distracted it. Once she was sure that it was after her, she put on her cap and turned invisible, confusing the beast. The second raging bull charged towards Clarice, with Percy and Mackenzie rushing to help her. Mackenzie was about to use her wand, but Harry yelled, "Wait, we haven't got the trace removed from your wand yet." That got her to pause, and then she brandished Harry's hunting knives. The first bull lost interest in Annabeth, but Harry was able to keep it busy. He then activated a shield and tossed it to Percy like a frisbee. Harry yelled, "Oi, Jackson, go join the phalanx." Percy immediately obeyed and slotted in next to one of the campers. Fortunately, said camper was not a child of Ares. As it turned out, they were still sulking about him defeating their father. Bull number 2 impacted against the phalanx, sending Clarice and a couple of other campers flying. The beast itself continued past, like a freight train. Then it wheeled around and charged straight towards a recovering Clarice. Percy grabbed her by the armor and dragged her away, just before it could steamroll her. He drew his sword riptide and cut a huge gash in the bull's side. Unfortunately, Clarice was not the least bit grateful for him saving her, but as she began to pummel his hand, suddenly, a jet of water splashed into the side of the bowl facing them. Albus Dumbledore had joined the party. He fired a slew of spells at the bowl, just as it began to charge at him. Pointing his wand at himself, he chanted, Wingardium Leviosa. On cue, his body flew up in the air. With a startled moo, the bull barreled into where his body used to be and nearly went headlong into a tree. In the distance, Tyson was struggling to get past the camp's borders, whatever was left of it. Harry declared, I, Harry James Potter, give Tyson the Cyclops permission to enter camp. There was a rumble of thunder, and Tyson managed to squeeze through. He dived between Percy and one of the charging bulls. Not a moment too soon, because it unleashed a massive sheet of flame from its nostrils and it engulfed Tyson. Percy understandably freaked out, but was left utterly dumbfounded when the flames died and Tyson was completely unscathed. The bull was in for the surprise of its life at not having its Cyclops steak well done. Instead, the only meal it received was a Cyclops-sized knuckle sandwich right on the noggin. Tyson yelled, Bad cow, and punched it again. This time, it staggered and fell on its back, with its legs kicking feebly in the air. Meanwhile, Harry and the Apollo campers turned the second bull into a pin cushion before it went down for the count. Harry regrouped with Annabeth and Percy, just as Clarice came storming up. She pulled off her helmet to reveal a strand of stringy brown hair, smoldering away, and a murderous look on her face. The girl screamed, Damn it, Percy. I had it under control. You ruined everything. Harry snapped. I believe the words you're looking for are, Thank you for saving my arse. Look, this is not the time to get into a pissing contest. We've got wounded campers. That got her to back off a little, and she stomped away to assess the damage. Mackenzie came trotting back and gave Harry his weapons back as he checked her over. She was a little singed here and there, but was still in one piece. Later on, Clarice returned, wiping soot off her forehead. She jerked her thumb towards the big house. If you can still move, get a move on. We need to carry the wounded back to the big house and meet up with Dumbledore. Percy was confused. Dumbledore? She replied impatiently. He's the new activities director. Mr. D was a little sulky because he wanted Tantalus, but got overruled. He was still bewildered. New activities director? What happened to Chiron? And Argus? Isn't he the head of security? She snapped. Argus got fired temporarily. As for Chiron, Potter knows where he is. Besides, that happened. Clarice pointed to Talia's tree. They turned and were shocked by what they saw. It had clearly seen better days because the needles were yellow and a huge pile of dead ones were nestled at the base. However, the thing that stood out was a puncture mark the size of a bullet hole, oozing green sap. Talia's tree was dying and the magical borders were failing. Inside the camp, the mood looked very grim. A few of them were a little wary of Tyson, but a glare from Harry made them back off. As for Tyson himself, he looked like a person who had not stepped out of his room for years. He was pointing and asking questions, with Percy and Harry humoring him. Tyson asked about the cabins, and Percy was clearly uncomfortable. Harry managed to steer the conversation away from that, though. Finally, they entered the big house, where they saw Dumbledore sitting down and helping himself to a chocolate. Harry smiled. Hello, Prof. Sorry, force of habit. I guess it's Director Dumbledore now? The old wizard smiled serenely. Yes, I do believe that is the case. I presume this young lady is Annabeth, and this young man is Perseus? I know, Miss Disley, but who's your other friend? Percy couldn't help himself. I prefer Percy, actually. What happened to Chiron? Tyson had a different response, though. He cried in total rapture. Santa! Percy face-faulted, but Harry and Mackenzie did their best to suppress their laughter. Dumbledore had no such reservations, and he laughed until he cried. Wiping away his tears, he chuckled. Dear me, that is a new one for me. Often, many of my fellow wizards have compared me to Merlin. This is the first time that someone mistook me for Father Christmas. Harry managed to control himself before he turned to Percy. He said, basically, Chiron's kind of taken the heat for what happened to Talia's tree. They did give him leeway to choose his temporary replacement until we all solve this crisis. Mr. D had to punish someone. Annabeth was incredulous. But this is ridiculous. He couldn't have had anything to do with poisoning Talia's tree. Dumbledore spoke up again. Coincidentally, during Harry's school year, there were a series of incidents. Some sort of monster was petrifying students, and after a point, I was dismissed from my position as headmaster of Hogwarts for not stopping the attacks. Of course, I later discovered that many of the board members were strong-armed into the decision. They reinstated me, but I managed to ask them to give me some time off as a vacation of sorts. I will admit that I doubt that I would live up to Lord Chiron's reputation, but I shall try my best to look after all of you. I must say, though, I haven't enjoyed a skirmish like that since I fought Grindelwald. Harry asked, Director Dumbledore, do you have any idea what is wrong with the tree? He waved a dismissive hand and replied, no need for that honorific. You may call me Albus or Dumbledore if you wish. As for the tree, Chiron did some investigation, and he theorized that the venom came from a monster that was located quite deep in the pits of Tartarus. Percy exclaimed, then we all know who did it. It has to be Luke and his new master. Dumbledore looked grave. It seems that there are a few who share that sentiment. Sadly, the tree only has a few weeks of life. According to Chiron, there was one thing that could save it. One source of magic that is powerful enough to reverse the poison, but it was lost centuries ago. Percy jumped to his feet. We'll go and find it. Harry grabbed him and pulled him back down. And how the bloody hell are you going to find it? According to Chiron and Dumbledore, whatever this thing is, it has been lost for centuries. Dumbledore nodded gravely. Indeed, Mr. Jackson. Chiron warned me that you, in particular, have a tendency to act rashly. He was against you coming over to camp this summer, since it has become far more dangerous. However, what's done is done, so stay here and train hard. Percy exclaimed defiantly. But why? We have to do something. If the boarders fail, then the camp will be overrun with monsters. Dumbledore raised his arms placatingly. I understand your concerns, I truly do, but Lord Chiron fears that this could be a trap, courtesy the Titan Lord and his allies. Dumbledore then turned to Harry and Annabeth. I wish for all of you to be safe. Lord Chiron told me that there was an ancient prophecy, and Percy will be a key figure. Percy raised his hand. Is this the same prophecy that everyone is forbidden from telling me about? Harry patted his shoulder. It's nothing personal, mate. Prophecies suck, trust me. I speak from experience. Then Dumbledore began to move for the door. Come, shall we be off? Your friend here can stay with me in the big house. With that, Harry, Percy, Mackenzie, and Annabeth split off to head to their respective cabins. Soon, a conch horn blew, signaling that it was time for dinner. The Athena cabin were the first to enter the dining pavilion, followed by the Ares cabin. Harry and Mackenzie were up next and slid into their own table. Charles Beckendorf led the Hephaestus cabin, with Demeter, Apollo, Aphrodite, Dionysus, and more. Finally, the Hermes cabin brought up the rear, as they were the largest cabin. After the campers, dozens of naiads, dryads, and satyrs filed in. Percy felt a pang in his heart, as he remembered his best friend, Grover. Finally, Dionysus shuffled in, followed by Dumbledore and Tyson. All conversations stopped, and every pair of eyes were trained on the baby Cyclops. An Apollo camper muttered, "Who invited that thing?" He soon yelped, as Harry flicked a projectile to the back of his head. The son of Artemis quietly snapped, "Zip it. He saved our butts from the raging bulls." Dionysus lazily eyed the campers and sighed. "Yes, I suppose I have to say it. Welcome back, you brats. Now to business. What to do with the monster?" Dumbledore deliberately coughed. Now, Lord Dionysus. It is rather rude to insult someone who helped save the camp. Also, I believe his name is Tyson." The god drawled. "Is it? I don't care. Now, let us decide the creature's fate." Tyson looked absolutely terrified, but Percy sent him a pacifying look. Dumbledore stood up and held out his arms. "Welcome, young campers, to another day at Camp Half-Blood. I am truly honored to be nominated by Lord Chiron to be your temporary activities director. Now, I've been in conversation with Mr. D, and we have decided to reinstitute a new game. If I am not mistaken, it is chariot racing." The whole camp broke out into murmurs of excitement and disbelief. Even Harry could hardly believe it himself. Chariot racing had been discontinued the year he came to Camp Half-Blood. Then Mr. D spoke up. You will also be relieved from your duties in order to prepare your chariots. The winning charioteers will receive golden laurels and will have no chores for a month." The whispers turned into heightened chatter. However, Clarice suddenly stood up. "But sir, what about patrol duty? We can't just drop everything just to prepare our chariots." That declaration triggered several other campers to shout their agreements. However, Dumbledore pulled out his wand and shot a cannon blast in the air. He announced, "I understand your concerns, Miss Clarice. Border Patrol is mandatory, regardless of who wins. After all, everyone's safety takes priority." That seemed to pacify everyone for the moment. Then Dumbledore gestured to Tyson. "Now, we seem to have picked up an unusual guest. I am aware that he will not be able to fit in the Hermes cabin. So, young Tyson here shall stay dash." He was interrupted by a brilliant sea green light floating above Tyson's head. Percy's stomach dropped as he saw a glowing green trident. Everyone at camp was in awe as Dumbledore announced, "Welcome, Tyson, son of Poseidon." Over the next few days, Percy faced a lot of bullying from many campers, particularly from the Ares cabin. However, there were other tormentors, like some idiot from the Aphrodite cabin, who asked him if he wanted to borrow some eyeliner for his sorry eyes. A week later, the camper fell victim to a nose-biting cup as he was taking his morning coffee. As for the Ares campers, they woke up one morning to find dung bombs under their beds. Unfortunately, some of the bullying was getting to Percy. There were a fair number of occasions where he would try to keep Tyson at an arm's distance. Whenever the Cyclops was not around, he would protest Tyson's relationship and call him his half-brother. Annabeth was cycling between sympathetic and distant, so she wasn't much help. After a point, Harry got fed up and dragged the boy away for a private talk. Harry smacked him right in the face. "What the heck is wrong with you, Jackson? Why are you acting like Tyson has the bloody plague? Do you realize how lucky you are to have a sibling? Sure, he's not going to win any beauty pageants, but you can't choose your family." He sulkily snapped back. "Easy for you to say. You're not the one who has a monster as a half-brother. Last year, I was the cool guy who brought back the lightning bolt and saved everyone from being vaporized by a vengeful god. Now I'm the poor schmuck with a monster for a half-brother." Harry sighed. "Look, mate, it's not going to be easy. Did I tell you about what happened in my second year in school?" "No." "Right. So, basically, there was a spate of attacks at Hogwarts. The victims didn't die, but they were turning up petrified. For some very, very odd reason, I was suspected in the attacks. We had a dueling club, and I was facing off against Malfoy, which I kind of suspect was not an accident. He conjured a snake and attempted to out me as a parselmouth. Though I have no idea where he got that idea." "What's a parselmouth?" "A person who could talk to snakes. In the wizarding world, the Dark Lord that I supposedly defeated could speak to snakes. So this wanker wanted me to out myself as one. Fortunately, I was smarter and summoned a mongoose. I told the mongoose to attack the snake, and Malfoy tried to claim that I was a parselmouth. Then what happened? A fair number of idiots believed him and spread rumors. Fortunately, I was friendly with some of the gossip queens, and they managed to get the story straight. It still left the school divided. Bloody hell! I remember having to defend myself from a fair number of hexes. My point is, you can't stop rumors from spreading, and kids can be cruel. Just think about what I said. I'm sure Dumbledore will curb most of the bullying. Also, I found out from Sirius the other day that Malfoy and I are related. Turns out, Uncle Sirius has a cousin who married Malfoy's dad." He shuddered. "I pity you, dude. I wonder if that Malfoy fellow knows." Harry scoffed. "Wanker's too much of a moron to figure it out." Later on that week, Percy got his first flying lesson on the back of a Pegasus. Turned out, he adapted very quickly, though if Harry had to guess, it was largely because his father's connection to horses. That day, he and Harry had a small race, and Percy barely beat him. Tyson wanted to ride the chicken ponies, but they were too skittish around him. Harry was able to calm him down by explaining that he was too big and heavy. The only ones who had no problems with Tyson were the children of Hephaestus. Since the Lord of the Forge often worked with Cyclopes, the courtesy sort of extended to his children. In fact, Charles Beckendorf even took the baby Cyclops under his wing. One day, Percy and Annabeth were working on their chariot. He was still pretty bothered about the teasing. She grumbled, "Just ignore them. It isn't your fault that you have a monster for a brother." Percy snapped back. "He's my half-brother. And he's not a monster. She raised an eyebrow. Don't get mad at me. And technically, he is a monster. I didn't expect your dad to claim him. After all, Cyclopes are the most deceitful, treacherous dash. Percy was steaming. Oh yeah? What do you have against Cyclopes anyway? You're treating him like he's this horrible thing. He saved my life. Then she got mad. Fine. Then maybe you should design the stupid chariot with him. He yelled back, maybe I will. She stormed off, and he was still fuming. Harry walked over to him from where he was working on his own chariot with Mackenzie. He mused, don't worry, mate. Beth's pretty stubborn. She's got some history with Cyclopes, but that's not my position to say anything. Give her some time to calm down. The next few days passed without much incident, and the day of the first chariot race drew closer. One evening after dinner, he and Harry were hanging out at the top of Half-Blood Hill. They watched various dryads wandering around and singing to the dying pine tree. Satyrs also came by and played songs on their reed pipes. For brief moments, the pine needles perked up. At the same time, the flowers adorning the hill began to bloom and smelt sweeter. However, once the music stops, the feeling died out and it felt like there was a sickness in the air. Just then, he had a thought and turned to Harry. Hey man, I wanted to talk to you. I've been getting these strange dreams lately. Of Grover. I think he's in trouble. Could just hear snatches of his voice, but couldn't make out anything. I think he said something about he likes sheep. Thought of telling Annabeth, but since she pretty much hates me, that's out of the window. Harry's eyebrows scrunched up in thought. He said, I don't know, mate. Maybe we should talk to Dumbledore and ask for a quest. The son of Poseidon lay on the grass and sighed. Yeah, we should. Then he got up. Come on, dude, it's getting late, and I don't want to stick around for the Harpies to catch us. And we've got the race tomorrow. The next morning, Percy stumbled out of his cabin, looking pretty haggard. Harry managed to stop him from face-planting into his oatmeal and shook him back awake. He asked, You all right? You look like shite. He mumbled, Bad dream. Grover again. He was in a wedding dress for some reason, and it looked like he was weaving something. Harry sniggered. Grover dressed in drag? Now that's something I got to see. Percy snickered as well before controlling himself. He continued, Anyway, he's stuck on an island somewhere in the sea. Told me he got a little turnaround somewhere in Florida. Then he talked about someone who is a shepherd, and he has something. Said that this thing's magic is so powerful that it smelt like the great god Pan. Harry asked, So who is this shepherd bloke? He shrugged. Grover said his name was Polly something. Couldn't quite catch it. All I know is that he's a Cyclops, and he thinks that Grover is a lady Cyclops and wanted to marry him. He can't see very well because someone poked his eye out, and he's still half blind. Harry fought the urge to laugh and asked, So where is this island? He replied, Grover called it the Sea of Monsters. He doesn't know where exactly it is, though. Harry sighed. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, I suppose. Tell you what, meet me after the race, and we'll go tell Dumbledore and Mr. D. They soon finished breakfast and headed to their respective chariots. Percy's was blue and white with wave designs on the sides. At the front, there was a trident painted in the middle. Harry's chariot, which he was piloting with Mackenzie, was red and gold with a lion emblem and a crescent moon encircling it. Percy snarked. Big fan of Iron Man? Harry shot back. Kinsey and I are Gryffindors. Deal with it. That morning was quite hot and humid, and there was an unusual sight. There were several birds roosting in the trees, and Percy eyed them warily. Harry noticed his friend's strange looks and nudged him. Canute for your thoughts? He grunted. Those pigeons look weird and sound funny. That metallic sound kind of reminds me of a submarine radar. Harry eyed them as well and began twisting his rings. We'll keep an eye on them. It may be nothing, but let's be prepared just in case. The makeshift racetrack was built on a grassy field between the archery range and the woods. Several feet away were rows of stone steps where the spectators would sit. Dumbledore and Dionysus were there already, and the non-participating campers took their seats. Dumbledore stood up and announced, Racers, you all know the rules. 2 laps around this quarter-mile track. 2 horses per chariot, and each team consists of a driver and a fighter. Weapons are allowed, but please try not to maim anyone. Beckendorf led the Hephaestus team with a sick-looking bronze and iron chariot. The horses were magical automatons and made from the same materials. Both Harry and Percy vowed to stay clear as it would clearly be rigged with booby traps. Clarice was manning a blood-red chariot, pulled by two grisly horse skeletons. The daughter of Ares loaded a bunch of javelins, spike balls, caltrops, and more. Apollo's chariot was trim and graceful and completely gold, pulled by two beautiful palominos. Hermes' chariot was green and looked fairly rickety, but with the Stoll brothers at the helm, everyone would be wary. Finally, Mistmane and a Pegasus called Ace, who had taken a liking to Mackenzie, saddled up. Before the race, Percy made an attempt to approach Annabeth, but she blew him off. Harry guided him back. I told you that we would talk about it later. As they made their way to their respective chariots, Percy could not help noticing that more birds had joined the party. He made eye contact with Harry, who nodded and passed his rings to Mackenzie. It took a while for Percy to convince the Pegasi that Tyson was harmless, but they too were saddled up eventually. Dumbledore pointed his wand towards his mouth and cast a sonorous charm. He hollered, "Charioteers, take to your marks. Ready, set, go, go, go." With that, everyone was off and the race was on. Chapter 35. Everyone set off, with Harry's chariot getting a little bit of wheel spin, and they were running dead last, behind the Hephaestus chariot. Heading into the first turn, there was a loud crash. Just ahead of them, the Stolls rear-ended the Apollo chariot and the wrecked chariots were nearly blocking the track. Harry swerved to avoid them, cutting across the inside of the turn. In the process, they managed to overtake Beckendorf, who had taken the outside line. Harry hooped, "Who? Pass in the grass, baby." As Harry drove, Mackenzie was his rear gunner and his spotter. Lou Ellen was in the pit lane, ready to make any necessary repairs. Harry focused on the chariots ahead of him. Athena was leading and pulling away slightly. Jackson and Tyson were hot on Annabeth's heels, while Clarice was struggling to catch up. Harry was soon side by side with Percy, and they were jostling for the lead. Behind them, Beckendorf pressed a button, and a panel slid open on the side of his chariot. He called out, "Sorry, guys." Two birds, one stone. On cue, a bunch of balls and chains shot towards them. Mackenzie cried out a warning, and Harry dodged them. Meanwhile, Tyson smacked the deterrents away with a pole. Harry hollered, "Cute. Our turn. Mackenzie, deploy the frisbees." She dutifully pressed a button, releasing a few frisbees. The only exception was that the frisbees had teeth lining the edges. As Beckendorf dodged, Mackenzie hollered, "Where did you get those?" He called back, "Fang frisbees. Compliments from Fred and George last Christmas. They were able to sneak into Hogsmeade Village and gift them to me. Thought that they could come in handy. That's why I installed them last week." She smirked. "What else do we have in our little shop of horrors? Fang flyers, dung bombs, screaming yo-yos, and a few more bits and bobs." Their little brainstorm session was interrupted by the sound of incessant screeching. He risked a peep and instantly grew worried at the scene unfolding. The birds had risen from the trees and were spiraling like a huge tornado, which was slowly heading for the track. Harry noticed that Jackson had also spotted the birds and kept a wary eye on them. The son of Poseidon crept closer to Annabeth's chariot, prompting her passenger to straighten up. He plucked a javelin and took aim, but stopped once the screaming began. The killer pigeons had begun their assault, dive-bombing the spectators. Fortunately, Dumbledore was able to erect a massive magical shield dome over everyone's heads. The birds pecked furiously before giving up and finding new targets. Unfortunately, the racers were the new targets. Beckendorf and his companion were mobbed and were frantically batting the birds away. The distraction was enough for the chariot to veer off course and crash into the strawberry fields. Clarice and her fighter threw a screen of camouflage netting. Annabeth finally noticed the danger and slowed down, so that she, Percy, and Harry were racing three wide. She yelled, "Stymphalian birds! Come on, we got to get rid of them." Harry had an idea. "Mackenzie, swap." The cousins promptly switched places and she began to drive. Meanwhile, he got out his bow and arrows. Annabeth drew her knife and Percy brandished his sword. By then, Clarice had also caught up and the four chariots were neck and neck. Harry was firing 2 arrows at a time and every arrow nailed a target. Percy's wild slashes also managed to thin the flock, and Annabeth was able to stab a few birds. In the stands, Dumbledore had dropped the shield and was firing several spells at the flock. Since the flock was focused on the charioteers, the spectators had enough time to rush to the armory and collect their weapons. The Athena campers raced out with several shields. The Apollo campers joined Harry in sniping the birds out of the sky, and more were rushing in. Unbeknownst to them, they all crossed the line, with Clarice barely edging out Harry. The horses were a bit more aware, so they slowed to a stop and the riders dismounted. Annabeth suddenly had a brainwave. Heracles used brass bells to create noise. Percy, Chiron's collection. He bolted for the big house immediately. 5 minutes later, Percy came sprinting back with a boombox hefted on his shoulder. On cue, the all-time greatest hits of Dean Martin began to play, and Percy cranked up the volume. The Stymphalian birds went berserk and began flying haphazardly. This made Harry and the Apollo campers' jobs a lot easier. Within minutes, the ground was littered with dead, bronze-beaked birds. Dumbledore gazed at the panting campers and applauded. "Excellent work, everybody. All of you are still safe in one piece. I am glad that everyone's training has paid off handsomely." Now, was anyone paying attention to the race before the unfortunate interruption? No one spoke for a few minutes, until a dryad hesitantly stepped forward. He smiled and approached her before conjuring a stone basin. Dumbledore calmly explained, "Now, my dear, could you please concentrate on that memory?" He placed the tip of his wand to her temple, extracting a wispy, silvery mist, which he deposited in the basin. Slowly stirring it, Dumbledore explained, "This is a pensieve, and it mainly stores a person's memories, which they or others can revisit." Then he cast another spell which seemingly projected an image, like a hologram. From the Dryad's perspective, everyone was dead even, but Dumbledore cast another spell, allowing him to magnify the image. Satisfied, he dispelled the projection and announced, "It is with great delight that I must announce that the Ares cabin have emerged victorious." Upon hearing that, Clarice and her teammate hooped and celebrated with their siblings. That night, the dinner special was Kentucky Fried Stymphalian chicken. As Harry feasted, he felt someone slide in next to him. He looked up and spotted Annabeth next to him, with Percy and Tyson sitting next to Mackenzie. He raised his eyebrows. "What's up?" Annabeth replied, "Percy told me about his dream. If Grover really found it, and we could retrieve it." Percy cut in, Wait. Are you saying that whatever Grover found could be the one thing that could save the camp?" She nodded. "Here's a hint. What is a sheep's coat called?" Mackenzie answered, "A fleece." The pieces fell into place for Harry. "Oh, gods. Don't tell me we're talking about the Golden Fleece? The same fleece that Jason and the Argonauts went to look for." Annabeth nodded again. "That's right. Remember the Grey Sisters? They said that they knew the location of the thing we seek, and they mentioned Jason. 3,000 years ago, they told him how to find the Golden Fleece." Percy replied, "I remember that old movie with the clay skeletons." Annabeth looked like she wanted to smack him. Meanwhile, Harry snorted. "What do you think inspired the movie?" Though if we're being honest, that movie is a watered-down version. Exasperated, Annabeth explained, "Listen, the real story of the Fleece. There were two demigods, Cadmus and Europa. They were children of Zeus and were going to be used as human sacrifices. However, they prayed to their father, and he sent a flying ram with golden wool. The ram carried them from Greece to Asia Minor. From what I know, only Cadmus survived the journey. When Cadmus reached, he sacrificed the ram to the gods and hung the fleece on a tree in the middle of the kingdom." Harry sat up straight. "I remember this too. The fleece brought prosperity to the kingdom. Animals stopped getting sick, agriculture was thriving, people were healthy." The drachma dropped for Percy. "It could cure Talia's tree." She grinned. "Exactly. It will also strengthen the borders of Camp Half-Blood. It was missing for centuries. Tons of heroes searched for it with no luck." Percy said, "Well, looks like Grover got lucky. He went looking for Pan, but stumbled onto the fleece instead. Both of them radiate nature magic. It makes sense, Annabeth. We can rescue him and save the camp at the same time." However, she frowned. "What if it's a trap? All of this sounds just too convenient." Harry snapped, "Trap or not, this is Grover we're talking about. We can't just leave him behind. Look, I may not be as friendly with Grover as you two, but I care about him too." Annabeth glanced at Tyson briefly and lowered her voice. Fortunately, he was distracted with something else. She whispered, "Didn't Grover say something about being held captive by a Cyclops? His name is Polyphemus. He's the worst of the Cyclopes. There's only one place where his island could be, the Sea of Monsters." Percy asked, "Where's that?" Harry shrugged, "Don't know, mate. With everything shifting to the west, the location could be different." The son of Poseidon nodded. "Yeah, like Mount Olympus being above the Empire State Building. The underworld being under Los Angeles. But a who's sea of monsters? How could something like that hide from mortals?" Annabeth replied, "Of course they would notice, but they wouldn't understand. As far as I'm aware, the Sea of Monsters is off the east coast of the United States, just northeast of Florida." Harry's eyes widened. "You're joking. You don't mean the Bermuda Triangle?" Percy smiled. "At least we know where to look now." Annabeth adopted an indignant look. "It's still a huge area, Percy. Searching for one tiny island in monster-infested waters. And we'd have to get Dumbledore's approval for a quest." Later on at the campfire, everyone was enjoying themselves, singing along. However, the mood was still a little somber, given that Talia's tree was still in bad condition. Dionysus retired early, out of boredom, leaving only Dumbledore with the campers. Percy, Annabeth, and Harry exchanged looks. Harry cleared his throat, catching the older wizard's attention. He spoke in a grandfatherly tone. "Yes, Mr. Potter?" "Prof, sorry, old habits, director. We have an idea which could save the camp." There was dead silence, broken only by the campfire flaring bright yellow. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled in curiosity. "Oh, do enlighten us." Percy stepped up, "The Golden Fleece. We think we have an idea where it is." Annabeth took that as her cue to step up and explain the mythos of the Golden Fleece. As she spoke, the mood began to slowly shift. The campfire reflected that as the flames began to turn orange. As he listened, Dumbledore stroked his long beard in thought. He mused, "This will be dangerous. Do you know where this Sea of Monsters is? Much less an exact area where to look." Percy suddenly had a brainwave. "Yes, sir. I think I have an idea. 30, 31, 75, 12. There's sailing coordinates. Latitude and longitude." It clicked for Annabeth as well. 30 degrees, 31 minutes north, 75 degrees, 12 minutes west. We got those coordinates from the Gray sisters. Those coordinates put us somewhere in the Atlantic, off the coast of Florida. We need a quest. Dumbledore now had a huge smile on his face. "Very well then. I shall authorize a quest to retrieve the Golden Fleece and bring it back to save the camp. Miss Clarice, as the winner of the chariot race, you have the honor of leading this quest. Any volunteers to join her?" Percy was about to interrupt, but Harry kicked him in the shin. He whispered, "Don't. You'll just sound like a spoiled and petulant brat." Clarice stood up and bowed. "As the daughter of Ares, I accept this quest." She gazed at the gathered campers and then spoke. "Potter, Chase, you're with me." Harry and Annabeth stepped forward. "All right." He then whispered in Clarice's ear, "Take Jackson. Trust me on this. I know that you and he had your differences, but you need to trust me on this." At this, she scowled, then screwed up her face in thought. Finally, she grunted, "Fine. Kelphead, you're coming too." One Ares camper yelled out, "Hey, he already had his chance last year." Clarice glared at him. "Shut it. My quest, my rules. Got a problem, you take it up with me." She turned to them and grunted, "I'll go consult the oracle. Rest of you get some rest and pack some supplies for the trip." The next morning dawned pretty early. Harry was up at the crack of dawn and took stock of his supplies. He then woke up Mackenzie and told her to stay with Silena while he was away. As he jogged to the beach where they would all meet, he spotted Percy with Tyson, for some strange reason. Amid the darkness, he also saw several duffel bags at Percy's feet, something that Harry found curious, but filed away for later. Clarice and Annabeth looked at him quizzically, as he began to shift uncomfortably. Harry voiced the unanswered question, "Oi, Jackson, why the straggler?" He sheepishly replied, "He wanted to help. I couldn't really say no to him." Harry glanced at Clarice, who shrugged. He sighed, "Fine, I guess we can use the extra muscle." They gazed wordlessly across the horizon before Clarice grunted, "Look, there's a ship in the distance. How do we get there, though? Aren't you the son of the sea god, Percy? Ask him for a way to get to that ship, or bring it closer, because I sure as hell am not going to swim all the way." Percy gazed at the horizon, Uh, Dad? We need your help. We need to get to that ship to start our quest and save camp. For a few terrifying minutes, nothing happened. Suddenly, about 100 meters out to sea, 5 white lines appeared on the surface. All 5 were streaking fairly quickly and coming closer to the shore. Just then, the surf burst apart to reveal 5 horses rearing out of the waves. Each of them varied in color, but one bore a bulrush mane. Tyson cried, "Fish ponies." Annabeth breathlessly corrected him. "Those are hippocampi. They're so beautiful. But that one looks a little different." Harry caught his breath. "Bloody hell. That's a kelpie." Annabeth, Clarice, Percy, and Tyson quickly mounted their hippocampi, but Harry's kelpie was being uncooperative. Finally losing patience, he conjured a bridle and used a placement charm to render it docile and rideable. Percy grinned. "Good job, Harry. He was actually testing you. You passed." Evidently, Poseidon must have realized that one quester was a cyclops because one hippocampus was larger than the others. The hippocampi were pretty quick, and Harry found himself whooping in excitement. Before long, the ship in the distance grew larger, until they could see that it was a cruise ship. From a distance, they could tell that it was large, but when they came closer, only then did they realize the scale. The ship looked like one that could have rivaled the Titanic in terms of size. The hull was at least 10 stories high, with several decks stacked on top of each other. On the side with big black letters was the name Princess Andromeda. Admittedly, it did take them a minute to decipher the name. On the ship's bow was a massive masthead. This comprised of a 3-story tall woman wearing a white Greek chiton. The sculpture made it seem like the woman was chained to the ship, and her beauty was breathtaking. However, the whole image was ruined by her terror-filled expression. Annabeth hollered over the sound of the waves. "How do we get on board?" Harry brightened and fished out his wand. He pointed it at her and chanted, "Locomotor!" On cue, she began to float off the back of her hippocampus. Harry slowly guided her up, and she kept an eye out. Fortunately, the first deck she found was empty, so Harry put her down over there. Next, he passed his invisibility cloak to Jackson before sending him to join Annabeth. Clarice and Tyson were next, and finally, he levitated himself onto the deck, tucked his wand back in its holster, and got his cloak back. It was around 5:45 in the morning, so sneaking around was fairly easy. There were a few locked doors, but Harry easily took care of that with a simple Alohomora. Percy noted the silence around them and whispered, "Is this a ghost ship?" Tyson fiddled with his duffel bag. "No, bad smell." Clarice grunted, "I don't smell anything." Annabeth mused, "Maybe Tyson is smelling monsters. Like how Grover had the ability to smell monsters." They forged ahead until they found an empty cabin. Over there, they silently unloaded and explored the cabin. The first thing that greeted them was a basket of chocolate goodies and bottles of sparkling soda. Then Clarice asked, "Oi, Prissy, what was with the duffel bags anyway?" He shrugged. "Had a talk with Hermes last night in a dream. He gave me some flask. According to him, it was a collector's item, Heracles' bus heads or something. It's basically a compass. Also, if we uncap it will release the winds from the 4 corners of the earth. He also gave a bottle of vitamins. No idea what they're for." Harry replied, "Okay, let's hang on to them for the time being. Lord Hermes wouldn't give something if it wasn't useful. Anything else in the duffel bags? Remember what happened the last time a god gifted us something? No offense, Clarice." She grumbled. "None taken." Percy opened the bags and rifled through it. He mumbled, "Extra clothes, toiletries, camp rations, airtight bag full of cash, 2 leather pouches, one with drachmae and the other with some coins I don't recognize. Some tools for Tyson." Harry latched onto the second pouch. "Ah, this probably contains some wizarding currency. I'll take that." Just then, a loud whistle from the ship echoed. Harry glanced at the clock, which showed that it was 6 a.m. A chirpy voice in an Australian accent sounded out, "Good morning, passengers. We'll be at sea all day today. Excellent weather for the poolside mambo party. Don't forget $1 million bingo in the Kraken Lounge at 1 o'clock. As for our special guests, disemboweling practice in the promenade." Tyson tilted his head curiously. The happy man said, "Bowling practice?" The 4 demigods shared a look, and they were all thinking the same thing. Harry patted Tyson's massive bicep. Yeah, let's go with that, mate. After freshening up, they left the cabin to explore the ship. Just then, Harry had an idea. Hey, Tyson, hang on a tick. The baby Cyclops paused, and Harry draped his invisibility cloak over him. Fortunately, it just about managed to cover him. Harry said, "Come on, Mini Hagrid, take my hand. We need to be quiet, mate. Can you do that?" He nodded excitedly. "Yes, I can." The four demigod padded silently, with the Cyclops clutching Harry's hand. Eventually, people began filing out of their cabins. They didn't bat a single eye at the four demigods. A crew member told them to enjoy their stay, and a family of swimmers declared that they were having fun. Annabeth whispered, "This is weird. They're all in some kind of trance." Harry muttered, "You're right. Bloody hell, it's like somebody's cast a mass imperious curse." Clarice and Annabeth asked, "What's that?" "In the wizarding world, there are 3 spells that are forbidden. Casting them means a one-way ticket to prison. The Imperious Curse allows the caster to completely control another person. Then there's the Cruciatus Curse that targets the victim's nerves and is a torture curse. Finally, there's the Killing Curse, which causes instant death." There was dead silence between everyone for a while, until they reached the cafeteria. Just then, they all froze as a reptilian voice sounded down the corridor. It hissed, "Sissix Moore joined yesterday." Another reptilian voice replied, "Yes. He drosses them. Soon we will be strong." Annabeth gulped, "We need to get out of here." Clarice muttered, "No argument there." Suddenly, another voice came from the corridor, a familiar one. It snapped, "It's only a matter of time. Don't push me, Agrius." A deeper and angrier voice growled, "I'm not pushing you. I'm just saying if this gamble doesn't pay off dash." Luke snapped, "It'll pay off. They'll take the bait. Now come, we've got to get to the Admiralty suite and check on the casket." Soon, the voices faded away, and Percy and Annabeth glanced at each other. She said, "We have to find out what Luke is up to. If possible, we beat him and drag him to Mount Olympus." After getting their supplied, the 5 of them sneaked off in search of the Admiralty suite. At Deck 13, they hid as more voices filled the corridors. Annabeth donned her invisibility cap and vanished. Then Harry had an idea. He pointed his wand at his cloak and chanted quietly. In Gorgo, surprisingly, it worked and became bigger. Percy, Clarice slipped under it, and he joined them immediately. Not a moment too soon, as there were more footsteps and more voices. One said, "You see that Ethiopian draken in the cargo hold?" The other replied, "Yeah, it's awesome." Clarice stiffened when she heard the second voice. She growled, "Chris, I'm going to F*** King kill you." "We're through," Harry fiercely whispered. "Don't blow our cover. Focus." She grumbled, and they forged ahead. As they walked, a cold and unpleasant sensation washed over them. It was a feeling of pure evil. Then, Clarice slipped out from under the cloak. "Tell you what, you go on ahead and investigate. I'll see if I can secure our ticket out of here." Harry nodded, and the daughter of Ares split off. 5 minutes later, they came across a glass wall overlooking the promenade. The area was filled with shops, but one thing caught the group's attention. In front of a candy store, a dozen Laestrygonian giants, 2 hellhounds, and Scythian Draceni surrounded a random demigod hacking at a straw dummy. Soon then continued on after witnessing the disturbing sight. As they walked, Harry and Percy came out from under the cloak, and Harry shrank it to normal size so that it only covered Tyson, and Harry held the cloak tightly. At the end of the corridor, they spotted a pair of double oak doors, and they advanced towards it. Harry took out his wand, and with a murmured mutatio, turned it back into the sword of Gryffindor. Suddenly, the doors flew open, and they were face to face with a startled Luke. With a crooked smile, he said, "Well, if it isn't my old friends. Welcome to my humble abode. Come in and make yourselves at home." With him were 2 hairy giants armed with javelins aimed at them. They gestured for them to enter, and the group had no choice but to obey. The room itself was absolutely stunning. Huge windows curved along the back wall, looking out over the stern of the ship. Green sea and blue sky stretched all the way to the horizon. A Persian rug covered the floor. 2 plush sofas occupied the middle of the room, with a canopied bed in one corner and a mahogany dining table in the other. The table was loaded with food. pizza boxes, bottles of soda, and a stack of roast beef sandwiches on a silver platter. Unfortunately, the big elephant in the room was a 3-meter-long golden casket, a sarcophagus, engraved with ancient Greek scenes of cities in flames and heroes dying grisly deaths. Despite the sunlight streaming through the windows, the casket made the whole room feel cold. He made a gesture, and 3 dining chairs lined up dutifully. However, nobody sat, and he looked a little disappointed. "Where are my manners?" Luke said smoothly. "These are my assistants, Agrius and Aureus. Harry, you should know their story. Aphrodite ordered their mother to fall in love. She refused and ran to your mother for help. She let her become one of her maiden huntresses, but Aphrodite got her revenge. The goddess bewitched the young woman into falling in love with a bear. When Artemis found out, she abandoned the girl in disgust. Isn't that just typical of the gods? They fight one another, and the humans are left to pick up the pieces. Agrius and Aureus hate the Olympians, but they like. Agrius shot them a bloodthirsty grin. For lunch. Aureus cackled. He kept laughing like he was having an asthmatic fit until Luke and Agrius both stared at him. "Shut up, you idiot!" Agrius growled. "Go punish yourself," Aureus whimpered. He trudged over to the corner of the room, slumped onto a stool, and banged his forehead against the dining table, making the silver plates rattle. Harry shot Aureus a slight look of pity. He reminded him a little too much of Dobby. Together, the giants reminded him of Crabbe and Goyle. Luke casually asked, "So guys, how's school?" Percy snarled. "You poisoned Talia's tree," he shrugged. "Well, you certainly don't beat around the bush. Guilty as charged, so what?" A fuming Annabeth exploded. "How could you? Talia saved your life. Our lives. How could you dishonor her dash?" Luke roared back. "I didn't dishonor her. The gods dishonored her. Annabeth, if Talia were alive, she'd be on my side." Harry snapped. "Liar. If you knew what was coming, you'd understand dash." Percy bit out. "Oh, we understand, all right. You want to destroy the camp? You're a monster." Suddenly, Tyson's voice yelled out, "Percy's right." That startled them, and Tyson charged out from under the cloak. His fists came down towards Luke's head, only for the 2 bear-like giants to stop him in his tracks. He barked out a laugh. "Well, I have to say I did not see this coming. Traveling with a Cyclops. Talk about dishonoring Talia's memory. I'm surprised at you, Annabeth. You of all people dash." Harry snarked. "Says the guy who was on a cruise ship packed to the rafters with monsters. You hypocrite." Luke glanced at him. "Hey, Harry, I see you got a new sword. This fit you okay? By the way, I know about the fleece. What were those coordinates again?" 30, 31, 75, 12. "You see, I still have friends at camp who keep me posted." Harry shot him a smile. "Don't worry, mate. When we get out of here and beat you to the fleece, we'll flush out all the rats." Luke turned back to Percy. "So how does it feel to have a monster for a brother? How many insults from your father can you stand? Percy, you think he's grateful to you? You think Poseidon cares for you any more than he cares for this monster? The gods are so using you, Percy. Do you have any idea what's in store for you if you reach your 16th birthday? Has Chiron even told you the prophecy?" That got Percy to pause, and a look of confusion crossed his face. Then he steeled his nerve. "I know what I need to know, like who my enemies are. By the way, your father sent us." Luke reddened in anger. "Tread very, very carefully, Percy. Don't even mention him." Percy could tell that he was getting under his skin. He continued, "He told us to take this boat. I thought it was just for a ride, but he sent us here to find you. He told me he won't give up on you, no matter how angry you are." "Angry?" Luke roared. "Give up on me? He abandoned me? Percy, I want Olympus destroyed. Every throne crushed to rubble. You tell Hermes it's going to happen too." He pointed to the sarcophagus. "Each time a half-blood joins us, the Olympians grow weaker and we grow stronger." "He grows stronger." Percy paled. "Wait, you don't mean dash." "He is reforming," Luke said. "Little by little, we're calling his life force out of the pit. With every recruit who pledges our cause, another small piece appears dash." "That's disgusting," Annabeth said. Luke sneered at her. "Your mother was born from Zeus's split skull, Annabeth. I wouldn't talk. Soon there will be enough of the Titan Lord so that we can make him whole again." We will piece together a new body for him, a work worthy of the forges of Hephaestus. You're insane, Annabeth said. Luke picked up a remote and pressed a red button. On cue, two uniformed crew members walked in, armed with nightsticks. Like everyone else, they also looked like they were imperious. He gestured to the four, security. I'm afraid we have some stowaways. They dreamily said, yes, sir. Luke gestured to Aureus. The Cyclops is harmless with you two together. You go with security to feed them to the Ethiopian. Draken. Agrius grumbled. My brother is a simpleton. That Cyclops is no threat. Agrius, stay here. We have important matters to discuss. Aureus, don't fail me. Stay in the hold to make sure that the Draken is properly fed. Aureus led the four of them out of the room, occasionally poking Percy with his javelin. Harry mentally thanked himself for obliterating Luke's memories of magic. He didn't want to know what kind of mess that would create. The last thing he needed was Luke and Kronos allying with Voldemort. Harry then spotted a gleam in Percy's eyes. The boy then caught Tyson's eye and barked. Now! Tyson turned and backhanded Aureus so hard that he flew 10 feet and landed in a massive swimming pool. Annabeth slugged one guard, and the other guard bolted for the nearest alarm box. However, Harry was father and knocked him out with a boxing glove arrow. The girl gaped at Percy. But, how? Luke said that Tyson was harmless in front of Agrius and Aureus. He called back, semantics. He said that together, they were unstoppable. Luke didn't say anything about them being stronger alone. Suddenly, alarms blared through the entire ship, and everyone took that as their cue to run. Harry cursed, bollocks. Aureus must have triggered the alarm. Percy made a beeline for one of the nearest lifeboats and began to take the covers off. Harry, Annabeth, and Tyson rushed to help him. She cried, wait, what about Clarice? Percy hollered back, no time. Let's get out of here. We can rendezvous with her later on. Meanwhile, security guards and monsters made their presence known and rushed towards them. A hellhound pounced, but got smacked away by Tyson with a fire extinguisher. There was a shower of arrows, but Percy used his sword to slash them away. Harry used his shield to protect them from a second wave. Finally, they managed to get one boat above the water, and they boarded before Percy cut the ropes. Chapter 36. As they fell, another figure vaulted over the side of the ship and somehow handed on their lifeboat. Annabeth breathed a sigh of relief. Clarice. Oh, thank the gods! Clarice had little time to answer before Percy yelled, Flask. Tyson was the first one to react, as he opened a duffel bag and fished out Hermes' magical flask. Percy ordered, hang on to something. More arrows and javelins rained over them. Harry got his wand out and tapped his holster, transforming it into a shield. He hefted it, and everyone scrambled to get behind it. Not a moment too soon, as weapons pinged off of it. He then applied sticking charms to everyone's feet as Percy gave the flask cap a quarter turn. In an instant, a white sheet of wind jetted out and propelled the lifeboat forward. All this happened just before it hit the water. Soon, the boat and its occupants were whizzing along like a jet ski. There was a wail of outrage erupting from the boat, but they were soon out of danger. Annabeth yelled over the roaring wind and spray. Clarice, did you manage to arrange a ride for us? I don't think a lifeboat will last very long. She hollered back. Yeah, Dad said that it's waiting somewhere nearby. An hour later, Harry yelled, Land ahoy! Sure enough, a long stretch of beach, lined with high-rise hotels, beckoned on the horizon. The water was speckled with a variety of fishing boats and tankers. Annabeth exclaimed, That's Virginia Beach. How did the Princess Andromeda travel so far, so quickly? That's like Dash. Percy blurted, 500 nautical miles. The three demigods gaped at him, while Tyson was in his own world. Clarice demanded, How did you know that, Percy? However, Annabeth was thoughtful. She asked, Percy, what's our position? He automatically answered, 36 degrees, 44 minutes north. 76 degrees, 2 minutes west. Whoa, wait. How did I know that? Harry grinned and joked. Well, what do you know? Congratulations, Jackson. You're our human sat in AV. Annabeth guessed. Maybe it's because of your dad. When you're at sea, You have perfect bearings. That is so cool. After a minute, Tyson spoke up. Boat is coming. They looked, and sure enough, the Coast Guard vessel was heading towards them. Percy straightened up. We can't let them catch us. Too many awkward questions. Annabeth piped up. I have an idea. Keep going into Chesapeake Bay. I know a good hideout. Percy carefully unscrewed the flask a little more, and a fresh burst of speed widened the gap to the Coast Guard, who eventually gave up pursuit. However, as they entered the river area, Percy suddenly felt lethargic. He almost collapsed face first, but Harry managed to catch him and took over steering duties. He asked, You all right, mate? I'm guessing that the sudden change from salt water to fresh water is a bit jarring, eh? He mumbled back, You have no idea, dude. Annabeth assured, Don't worry, Percy. We're pretty close. There! Harry, take us past that sandbar. Harry dutifully steered the boat and beached it at the foot of a cypress tree. The five of them disembarked and buried the lifeboat with branches. Soon, they were tramping through the mud. Tyson barely missed squashing a random snake. Harry heard a hiss. Watch it! I'm slithering here. There were a few mosquitoes buzzing around them as they walked. Finally, Annabeth stopped in front of what looked like an ordinary patch of brambles. She reached over and moved a woven circle of branches, revealing a camouflage shelter. The walls were woven from plant material like a Native American hut, but they looked pretty waterproof. Stacked in the corner was a bunch of camp-out supplies, sleeping bags, blankets, an ice chest, and a kerosene lamp. There were demigod provisions, too, bronze javelin tips, a quiver full of arrows, an extra sword, and a box of ambrosia. Harry whistled. Wow, Beth! You made this? Bloody hell, mate. You would have been a great hunter. Clarice grunted. Impressive, wise girl. She flushed slightly. Talia, Luke, and I made this. Percy looked a little uneasy and hesitantly asked, Think Luke would look for us in here? She shook her head. We made dozens of these houses. I doubt Luke would remember them all, or even care to remember. There was an uncomfortable silence, and Harry quietly asked Tyson to scout for some food. He lumbered off, leaving the four demigods in more deafening silence. Harry also nudged Clarice. Come on, let's see if there is anything else to salvage. We'll also look for your dad's ship. She understood the message, and they left the two to have a heart-to-heart. With Percy and Annabeth, he sat down opposite her and said, I'm sorry about what happened with Luke. The blonde girl shook her head. Don't be. It was not your fault. He suddenly had a thought. I think he let us go too easily. She nodded. I agree. When we overheard him talk about a gamble and talking about someone taking the bait, I think he was talking about us. His face grew serious. The fleece is the bait? Or Grover? She studied the edge of her knife. I don't know, Percy. Maybe he wants the fleece for himself. Maybe he's hoping we'll do the hard work, and then he can steal it from us. I just can't believe he would poison the tree. Another thought struck him. Was he right? Would Talia support him in his crusade? Annabeth snapped. He's wrong. Percy, you know who you remind me of most? Talia. You two are so much alike, it's scary. I mean, either you two would have been best friends or you would have strangled each other. He gave an uncomfortable laugh. Yeah, let's go with best friends. She gave a satisfied look. I thought as much. Talia got angry with her dad sometimes. So do you? Would you turn against Olympus because of that? He stared at a small spot on the floor. No. Okay, then. Neither would she. Luke's wrong. He changed the subject. So what did Luke mean about Cyclopes? He said you of all people dash. She had a pained look on her face. I know what he said. He was talking about the real reason Talia died. You can never trust a Cyclops, Percy. 6 years ago, on the night Grover was leading us to Half-Blood Hill Dash. Unfortunately, Tyson chose that exact moment to walk in, carrying a pastry box. He proudly announced, 15 meters. Monster Donut Shop just over the hill. Sharing uneasy looks, they followed him to the hill. Taking cover behind a tree, they spotted a nondescript donut shop right in the middle of the woods. Annabeth murmured, This shouldn't be here. It feels wrong somehow. He was puzzled. What do you mean? It's just a donut shop. It's probably just a chain like Dunkin' Donuts or something. She mused. You're half right. It is a chain, but don't you think it's strange that one just happened to appear right in the middle of the woods? Maybe it's a nest. Haven't you ever wondered how franchise stores pop up so fast? One day there's nothing, and then the next day, boom, there's a new burger place or a coffee shop or whatever. First a single store, then two, then four. Exact replicas spreading across the country? Percy, some of the chains multiply so fast because all their locations are magically linked to the life force of a monster. Suddenly, she froze and her voice dropped. Percy, no sabemos. Turn around slowly. Then he heard a scraping sound, like something being dragged through a leaf pile. Percy turned to spot a rhino-sized creature with 7 necks topped with a hissing, reptilian head. Its skin was leathery, and it wore a plastic bib reading, "I'm a monster donut kid." 1 bib for each neck. Percy slowly took out his ballpoint pen, but Annabeth signaled to him to not attack just yet. Most of the heads were sniffing the ground, but 2 of them were ravaging a familiar duffel bag. The thing had clearly been to their hideout and was on their trail. Suddenly, all 7 diamond-shaped heads snapped up. Their shark-like teeth gnashed hungrily, and Annabeth yelled, "Scatter!" The trio dived in different directions as an arc of poisonous acid barely missed them. Percy uncapped Riptide, gaining the Hydra's attention. 1 head lunged towards Percy, and he swung his sword instinctively. However, it was too late, as he sliced the head clean off. Just then a second voice yelled, "Incendio!" An arc of fire blasted from Percy's right and burned the flailing stump to a crisp. Annabeth joyfully exclaimed, "Harry, just in time. Talk about a deus ex machina. Also, could your sword do that?" His grin morphed into a confused look. "Wait, what?" Harry glanced down at his right hand to see his sword, with the blade on fire. He shut off the spell and then face-palmed with his left hand. He moaned, "Oh, bollocks! I completely forgot to turn it back into a wand." That didn't faze Annabeth. "So your spells work even when it's in sword form? That is so cool. I'm so jealous. I wish I had magic." The Hydra roared, reminding them that it was still there. Focusing on the current problem at hand, the 4 of them inched backwards while attacking the Hydra. Harry began leading them to the river. As they retreated, an odd chugging sound was heard and steadily grew louder. Annabeth shouted, "What's that noise?" "Steam engine," came Tyson's reply. Then they heard Clarice yelling out orders. "There, prepare the 32-pounder. Ready? Fire!" The 3 demigods and 1 baby Cyclops dove for cover. Not a moment too soon, as an earth-shattering boom reverberated. There was a flash of light, a column of smoke, and the now 6-headed Hydra exploded right in front of them. Percy glanced behind to see a strange-looking ship. It rode low in the water like a submarine, its deck plated with iron. In the middle was a trapezoid-shaped casemate with slats on each side for cannons. A flag waved from the top, a wild boar and spear on a blood-red field. Lining the deck were zombies in gray uniforms, dead soldiers with shimmering faces that only partially covered their skulls, like the ghouls I'd seen in the underworld guarding Hades' palace. He recognized the ship as an ironclad, a Civil War battlecruiser. Along the prow in moss-covered letters was the name CSS Birmingham. Up on the deck, standing next to a smoking cannon, wearing full Greek battle armor, was Clarice. She sneered, "Get in, losers. I told you that I would get a ride. What the Tartarus happened to you 3? Glad Potter found you when he did." Harry hollered back, "Can't leave these 2 alone for too long," at Clarice. "Otherwise they'd either get attacked or they'd snog each other silly. Now come on, I'm not sitting around, waiting to see which other monster shows up next." Clarice gave them a quick tour of the ship, which had dark rooms overcrowded with dead soldiers. Other rooms included the coal bunker, boilers, engine, pilot house, and the powder magazine and gunnery deck. That last one was Clarice's personal favorite room. The soldiers were fond of the Virginia-born Annabeth. There was some interest in Percy, owing to his last name, but they recoiled when he mentioned that he was from New York. Harry was treated with a bit more disdain because he was a Brit. Clarice explained, "Got this gift from my dad. Spirits on the losing side of every war owe a tribute to Ares. That's their curse for being defeated. Now get some rest. We're heading straight for the Sea of Monsters. Potter, there's a small laboratory below deck for you. You mentioned something about a potions lab, so you can use it for that. However, if you blow up my ship, I swear to the gods that I will personally feed you to the next monster." Got it, punk? A couple of hours later, Harry heard alarm bells ringing loudly. He looked up from some notes that Sirius and Remus had given him and sighed. His potion was in its very last stages, but an alarm was an alarm. He cast a stasis charm on it and quickly packed up everything. Then he heard the ship captain's voice on the radio. "All hands on deck. Find Lady Clarice." "Where is that girl?" "We are approaching the entrance of the Sea of Monsters." He soon joined Percy, Tyson, and Annabeth on the deck, and Percy looked a little freaked out. Clarice stomped over and snatched a pair of binoculars from a nearby undead officer. Her eyes gleams. "At last! Captain, full steam ahead." There wasn't much to see, as the sky was overcast. Percy muttered, "We're somewhere off the coast of northern Florida." The engine groaned as the ship picked up more speed. Tyson looked worried. Too much strain on the pistons. Not meant for deep water. Harry snapped to attention and related the information to Clarice. She screwed up her face in thought. Annabeth spoke up. "He's a Cyclops. He knows mechanics." Finally, she grunted. "Okay, go." Tyson rushed off below the deck. After a few more minutes, the Demigod spotted two dark splotches, which then came into focus. To the north, a huge mass of rock rose out of the sea, an island with cliffs at least 30 meters tall. About half a mile south of that, the other patch of darkness was a storm brewing. The sky and sea boiled together in a roaring mass. "Hurricane?" Annabeth asked. "No," Clarice said. "Charybdis." Annabeth gawked at her. "Are you crazy? Only way into the Sea of Monsters. Straight between Charybdis and her sister Scylla. Can't sail around them. They'd only reappear in my path." Annabeth interrupted. "What about the clashing rocks? Didn't Jason use them?" Clarice shook her head. "Can't blow up rocks with my cannons." "Monsters, definitely." Annabeth was incredulous. "You are crazy," Clarice arrogantly said. "Watch and learn, wise girl." "Captain, set course for Charybdis," Percy interjected. "Isn't Scylla a better option?" She sneered at him. "Scylla lives in a cave up on those cliffs. We get too close, then her snaky heads will pluck sailors off the ship. We can blow up Charybdis." He argued back. "I'm telling you, choose Scylla. Then we can all try and get below deck." "No," Clarice insisted. "If Scylla doesn't get her easy meat, she might pick up the whole ship. Besides, she's too high to make a good target. My cannon can't shoot straight up." Percy looked like he wanted to argue, but finally said, "All right, fine. This is your quest after all." As the ship edged closer, they could hear a horrible wet roar. Every time Charybdis inhaled, the ship shuddered and lurched forward. Every time she exhaled, the ship rose in the water and got buffeted by 3-meter waves. Percy yelled, "It's no use. She takes about 3 minutes to suck up everything, and her range is half a mile. Still want to take your chances with her instead of Scylla?" Annabeth hollered back. "Can we use the flask?" He called back. "I don't think so. It's way too risky. More wind will make things worse." Then she asked, "What about controlling the water? You're the son of Poseidon. Worth a shot." Percy closed his eyes and tried to calm the sea. Unfortunately, he just could not focus. Charybdis was too powerful and too loud. Suddenly, the ship lurched forward, throwing Percy onto the deck. To everyone's horror, the ship was sucked into the whirlpool. Clarice barked orders. "Full reverse. Get us within firing range. Make ready starboard cannons." A sailor burst out onto the deck with his uniform smoking. He reported, "Boiler room overheating, ma'am. The Cyclops is doing what he can, but it's looking difficult." Finally, everyone had their first look at Charybdis. She was just a few hundred meters away, through a swirl of mist and smoke and water. The first thing Percy noticed was the reef, a black crag of coral with a fig tree clinging to the top, an oddly peaceful thing in the middle of a maelstrom. All around it, water curved into a funnel, like light around a black hole. Then he spotted an enormous mouth with slimy lips and mossy teeth the size of rowboats. And worse, the teeth had braces, bands of corroded scummy metal with pieces of fish and driftwood and floating garbage stuck between them. The entire sea was sucked into that gaping maw. It didn't matter what was in the sea, be they sharks, schools of fish, a giant squid, all of it got sucked in. Unfortunately, it looked like the CSS Birmingham was the next item on the menu. Then Clarice began firing at the monster, but it looked like they were barely grazing her. Suddenly, the vibrations in the deck changed, and the engine sounded stronger than ever. It looked like there was no hope in sight, but just as suddenly as Charybdis wreaked havoc, she stopped. The bad news was that no sooner had she closed her mouth than she opened them once again. This time, she was expelling everything. The CSS Birmingham was thrown across, and Percy had his hands full in not letting the ship capsize. Unfortunately, it seemed that Murphy's Law was working overtime. Another sailor staggered out from the hold. He gasped, "Engine's about to blow," Percy demanded. "Where's Tyson?" "Still down there, somehow holding everything together. Don't know for how much longer, though," the captain grimly said. "We have to abandon ship." Clarice was fuming. "No, absolutely not. We have no choice, my lady. The hull is already cracking apart. She can't dash." He never finished his sentence. Quick as lightning, something brown and green shot from the sky, snatched up the captain, and lifted him away. All that was left were his leather boots. "Scylla," a sailor yelled, as another column of reptilian flesh shot from the cliffs and snapped him up. It happened so fast it was like watching a laser beam rather than a monster. Percy sprang into action, uncapping Riptide and attempting to swipe at the monster. Harry bellowed, "Everyone get inside." Annabeth yelled, "Lifeboats." Clarice snapped, "They'll never get clear of the cliffs. We'll all be eaten. We have to try." Percy, the flask. "I can't leave Tyson. We have to get the boats ready." Clarice took Annabeth's command. She and a few of her undead sailors uncovered one of the two emergency rowboats, while Scylla's heads rained from the sky like a meteor shower with teeth, picking off Confederate sailors one after another. "Get the other boat." He chucked the flask at Annabeth. "I'll get Tyson," she pleaded. "You can't. The heat will kill you." However, Percy was not in a mood to listen. He charged for the hold, when suddenly Harry yelled, "Jackson, watch out." Harry tackled Percy, and the next thing he knew, there was a searing pain in his left shoulder while his feet left the deck. Scylla had been aiming for Percy, but grabbed him instead. Once up in the air and in her jaws, he got a good look at her, and it was the stuff of nightmares. She was a grotesque sea monster with 6 long necks equipped with grisly heads. Each head contained 3 rows of sharp teeth and 4 eyes. Her body consisted of 12 tentacle-like legs and a tail, and with 4 to 6 dog heads ringing her waist. On instinct, Harry took his wand out, transformed it into Gryffindor's sword, and stabbed the monster in one of its eyes. With a screech, she let go, and Harry began plummeting. As he fell, he heard a deafening explosion, and Percy screaming, "Tyson!" Eventually, Harry hit the water with a painful splash. Fortunately, he was near one of the lifeboats, one which had Clarice, Annabeth, and Percy. The 3 of them fished his bleeding body out of the water, dumping him back onto the boat. The last thing he saw before he blacked out was Annabeth using the flask and twisting it sharply. Harry soon found himself in a forest clearing, and he was not alone. A few feet away from him was a man with greasy and ragged hair. On top of his head was a crown made of what looked like finger bones. His robes were a mix of wolf, rabbit, raccoon, and deer pelts haphazardly woven together. Seeing his lithe and muscular frame and pale skin, Harry recognized him as King Lycaon. Then another figure walked in, and Lycaon turned to him. "What news?" The werewolf knelt before him. "My liege, it isn't good news, I'm afraid. The hunters of Artemis have been on the prowl and have been relentlessly hunting down our pack." Lycaon snarled, turned around, and cleaved a tree with his sharp claws. He raged, "Damn those hunters! Damn them all to Tartarus!" Then he had an idea. "Where's Greyback? Find him and tell him to search for new recruits." The other werewolf looked unsure. "My lord, are you sure you wish to entrust this task upon Fenrir Greyback? Many of us have observed that he has been becoming more and more deranged. He's growing too powerful. What if he decides to stage an uprising?" Lycaon barked, "Send him in now." The werewolf yelped and scampered off. Not even a minute later, another werewolf came in and knelt in front of Lycaon. The newcomer was a large and vicious-looking man. Like King Lycaon, he had pointed teeth and also had yellowish fingernails. He spoke, You sent for me, my lord? Lycaon said, Yes, I did. As you are aware, our forces are dwindling, thanks to those accursed hunters. Your mission is to find some fresh young blood to turn to our cause. Greyback adopted a feral grin. It shall be done, my liege. I know the perfect place, and who will be my first victim, ahem, recruit. Harry Potter, the wizarding world's hero. Oh, once he is turned, those stupid sheep will turn on him with the snap of a finger. I guess my destination is a certain school in Scotland. The dream then faded, and Harry finally came to. He noticed that he was lying on the rowboat. Annabeth and Percy were using a makeshift sail to steer. Then a wave of dizziness hit him, and he groaned. Bloody hell, feels like I took a bludger. Clarice was at his side in an instant. Potter, rest. You've earned it. Don't ever scare the crap out of me again. Silena would have killed me if you died. She glared at him until her expression softened. Glad to see you alive, punk. He weakly grinned at her. If you couldn't kill me, what makes you think that some overgrown snake had a better chance, wanker? She reeled back and mock gasped. Oh, so that's how it is, eh? Dweeb, pillock jerk, twat, moron plonker idiot, prat, dumbass git, douchebag bellend, asshole tosser. As they continued to insult each other, grins slowly broke over their faces. Percy looked really confused, but Annabeth was watching the scene with fond exasperation. Finally, Clarice jabbed. Cretin, however, Harry fired back with, Muppet. She paused and grumbled. You win. Annabeth groaned. Are you two quite finished? Harry laughed. Yeah, don't worry. Our pissing contest is over. I told you us Brits have more creative insults. Eventually, Harry seemed well enough to sit up, though he still winced in pain. Clarice and Annabeth carefully eased off his camp half-blood t-shirt and assessed the damage. Annabeth cleaned the wound, and Clarice plucked out a few teeth that were embedded in the wound. The daughter of Athena broke off some ambrosia and fed it to him to speed up the healing. She sheepishly said, Sorry, I'm not as good at healing as the Apollo kids. This is the best that we can do for now. He looked over at Percy, who was just gazing across the ocean in silence. Harry spoke up. Hey, Jackson, I'm really sorry about Tyson, mate. The boy shook his head. I'm not mad at you, man. If anything, I should be thanking you for saving my life. I'm actually mad at myself more than anything. Ever since he got claimed as the son of Poseidon, I felt really embarrassed about being related to a monster. Heck, if you hadn't slapped some sense into me, I probably would have treated him worse. Then Harry changed the subject. What's our estimate? Are we closer to finding the fleece? He shrugged. I don't know, but we'd better hurry. Grover doesn't have much time. Polyphemus caught him trying to unravel the bridal train and gave him some magic wool that can't be undone. Percy scoffed bitterly. You can never trust a Cyclops, eh? Annabeth blurted. Percy, I'm sorry. I was wrong about Tyson. I just wish that I could have told him that in person. More silence followed. Then Percy asked, What was that thing about a prophecy again? She bit her bottom lip. Percy, that's not a good idea, Dash. He interrupted. I know Chiron promised the gods he wouldn't tell me. But you didn't promise, did you? Knowledge isn't always good for you. Your mom is the wisdom goddess. I know that. But every time heroes learn the future, they try to change it, and it never works. It's like that story of Oedipus. The more you try to avoid it, it could end up getting fulfilled. He guessed, the gods are worried about something I'll do when I get older. Something when I turn 16. Finally, she replied, Percy, I don't know the full prophecy, but it warns about a half-blood child of the big three, the next one who lives to the age of 16. That's the real reason Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades swore a pact after World War II not to have any more kids. The next child of the big three who reaches 16 will be a dangerous weapon. That hero will decide the fate of Olympus. He or she will make a decision that either saves the age of the gods or destroys it. He snapped his fingers. Is that why Kronos was so eager to not kill me? Harry interjected. Precisely, but then again, you're 13 now. You still have 3 more years. A lot can happen in those 3 years. Annabeth picked up where he left off. When Chiron found out about Talia, he figured that she was the one in the prophecy. That was why he wanted to get her to camp immediately. After she got turned into a pine tree, no one knew what would happen next until you came along. Percy asked, Did Tyson qualify as a child of this prophecy? I mean, the big three had a lot of monster children. Clarice finally spoke up. I don't think they count, Percy. Annabeth shook her head. The oracle said, half-blood. That always means half human, half god. There's really nobody alive who it could be, except you. Percy bitterly said. So why are they letting me live? Can't they circumvent this stupid prophecy by killing me? Clarice snapped. It's not as easy as that, punk. If Zeus struck you down, he'd be risking his brother's wrath. Take Potter, for instance. He's the first son of Artemis. Sure, some of the gods could have killed him because it would be seen as her breaking her oath. However, is killing Potter really worth pissing her off? Annabeth picked up where she left off. Also, think of it this way. Other gods could just be watching you and waiting to see what decision you will take. The ones who don't want to kill you may have the hope that your presence will preserve their existence. It all hinges on what you will do in the next 3 years. As they mulled on that, though, Harry gave a loud whistle. A few minutes later, Hedwig came swooping in. He began to write a letter to Sirius and Remus with his left hand, all the while Clarice gaped at him. She demanded, "How the hell did the bird manage to find you all the way out here?" Harry shrugged and stroked his owl's head with his left hand. Hedwig's pretty smart. She saved my sorry arse a few times. I can rely on her for anything. No matter when I am, she'll always find me. Annabeth had another question, though. What was in the letter you're sending anyway? Harry grimaced. Had a dream earlier. This werewolf, Fenrir Greyback, is on his way to Hogwarts. Mother and the hunters have been after him for years. Now, Lycaon, king of the werewolves, has tasked him with replenishing his pack. Greyback's chosen Hogwarts as his target, and his first target is me. He thinks it'll be pretty ironic for the son of Artemis and the savior of the wizarding world to be a werewolf. Percy asked, "Is being a werewolf really that bad in the wizarding world?" Harry nodded. "You're normal for most days and nights, but on the full moon, you lose complete control of yourself and become a mindless monster. Also, I'm ashamed to admit it, but Wizarding Britain is hugely discriminatory. There's a massive stigma against werewolves that they can't get jobs over there. Additionally, they are pretty much shunned by society. It's sad, but it is true. If I got bitten, even if I did sort of save them from the Dark Lord when I was a baby, I would be heavily shunned." Clarice and Annabeth nodded along at the explanation. Just as he was about to send the letter, he had a thought and quickly penned another letter, this time to Zoe. He figured that if Greyback was heading to Hogwarts, the hunters could give him a nasty surprise. Harry attached both letters and told Hedwig to deliver one to Sirius and the other to Zoe. With a single nod, the snowy owl flew off. Chapter 37. A couple of days passed, and the 4 remaining demigods idly talked. Clarice confirmed that not all of the teeth were out. He would need one of the Apollo kids or a wizarding healer to extract the rest safely. Fortunately, he wasn't in any danger of bleeding out, but was also advised to not aggravate it. Soon, Harry went back to finishing up his potion, fending off curious questions from Annabeth. One evening, the group were surprised when a seagull swooped down out of nowhere and dropped a cluster of leaves on the deck. Annabeth looked excited. "I think there's land nearby." Sure enough, they spotted a hint of black in the horizon, and it was slowly getting larger. Minutes later, they could make out an island dotted with a white collection of buildings and several bright lights. In addition to that, there was a beach and a harbor filled with several yachts and other boats, with a few airplanes and ships thrown in the mix. Harry mumbled, "How the bloody hell did we get all the way to Monte Carlo?" An awestruck Annabeth murmured, "I think we're still in the Sea of Monsters." "Wow, what is this place?" As the current pulled their boat towards the dock, the 4 demigods saw a woman with a clipboard spotting them and briskly walking up. Her attire was similar to that of a flight attendant, a blue business suit, hair pulled back in a ponytail, and high heels. She shot them a polite smile and said, "Welcome. Is this your first time with us?" They all looked bemused, but that didn't faze her. The woman uttered as she wrote on the board, "First time at spa." Percy looked around him and saw some strange sights. Aside from several stunning yachts, there was a U.S. Navy submarine, several dugout canoes, and an old-fashioned 3-masted sailing ship. There was also a helipad with a Channel 5 Fort Lauderdale helicopter on it, and a short runway with a Learjet and a propeller plane that looked like a World War II fighter. The woman then eyed them carefully. I'm thinking of herbal wraps for the 2 ladies and complete makeovers for the young gentleman. Right? Well, I'm sure CC will want to speak with you personally before the luau. Follow me, please, Annabeth muttered. I guess it couldn't hurt. Clarice grunted in agreement. Got that right. I think we've earned it. Percy shot Clarice an odd look. Didn't peg you for a spa kind of girl. She snarled. In case you hadn't noticed, Prissy, I'm a girl. I may be a daughter of Ares, but even I like to be pampered from time to time, Harry innocently asked. So does that mean that you're finally going to accept Silena's repeated pleas to attend a slumber party? She cuffed him on the back of the head. Watch it, Potter, or I'll bring back your lightning bolt scar. As they walked, Harry and Percy kept their hands close to their weapons. However, the further they ventured into the resort, Percy's hands soon slipped away from his pockets. Harry still kept his hands close to his waist, though he had to fight the urge to relax. At one point, they passed some fountains that formed impossible shapes like flying eagles and galloping horses. Percy remembered Tyson's love for horses and nearly turned to see his reaction. However, he remembered at the last moment about the events that transpired earlier. Then came some even stranger sights. A sea turtle napped in a stack of beach towels. A leopard stretched out asleep on the diving board. Several female resort guests lounged in deck chairs, drinking fruit smoothies or reading magazines while herbal masks dried on their faces and manicurists in white uniforms did their nails. Heading up a staircase into what they assumed was the main building, they all heard a woman singing. Harry thought it was so beautiful that it could give Celestina Warbeck a run for her money. Before long, the four of them entered a big room, where the front wall was replaced by large windows. Meanwhile, the wall opposite that was replaced by a floor-to-ceiling mirror. This gave off the impression that the room was larger than it actually was. There was also a lot of expensive-looking white furniture, a few potted plants, and on a table in one corner was a large wire pet cage. The cage seemed out of place, but they didn't think about it too much. At last, they found the owner of the voice, a lady sitting at a large loom, weaving colored thread back and forth with amazing skill. The tapestry that she was weaving was a scene of a waterfall that looked so realistic that they could see water moving and clouds drifting across a fabric sky. Annabeth was spellbound. It's beautiful. The lady turned, revealing her face for the first time. Her long dark hair was braided with gold threads. She had piercing green eyes and wore a silky black dress with shapes that seemed to move in the fabric. Harry recognized her immediately, and his hackles rose slightly. She glanced at Annabeth. You appreciate weaving, my dear? You have good taste. I'm so glad you've come. My name is CC. In the background, Harry heard some squealing. Run away. Run away. The witch will get you. Annabeth led the introductions. I'm Annabeth, Clarice, Percy, Harry, CC. Or as Harry knew her, Circe glanced at them. She lingered on himself and Percy for a bit longer before her face registered a disapproving look. Circe sighed. Oh dear, you two do need my help. Hilla, take Annabeth and Clarice on a tour, will you? Show them what all services we have available. The clothing is dreadful and will need to change. The hair, my goodness. We will do a full image consultation after I've spoken with these two young gentlemen. Annabeth sounded genuinely hurt. But what's wrong with my hair? CC smiled benevolently. My dear, you are lovely. Really, but you're not showing off yourself or your talents at all. So much wasted potential. Annabeth tilted her head curiously. Wasted? Well, surely you're not happy the way you are. My goodness, there's not a single person who is. But don't worry. We can improve anyone here at the spa. Hilla will show you what I mean. You, my dear, need to unlock your true self. Clarice, you as well. Not to worry about Harry and Percy. I shall personally take care of them. As Annabeth and Clarice were led away, Circe took the two boys by the arm and guided them to the mirror. She spoke. Percy, Harry, it pains me to say this, but to unlock your potential, you'll need serious help. The first step is admitting that you're not happy the way you are. The boys just stared at their bedraggled selves. Then Circe snapped her fingers, allowing a sky blue curtain to roll down the mirror. They were confused until it shimmered, and they saw themselves completely transformed. Percy had some great clothes on, a confident smile, straight teeth, flawless skin, a perfect tan, and a toned athletic body. The son of Poseidon gasped, "Whoa!" Harry also looked at his own reflection. He was taller, more athletic, tanned. The faint trace of his lightning bolt scar was gone, as were his other scars from the Basilisk and Scylla. Circe smiled. I can give you a full makeover. Percy paused. What's the catch? I have to eat a special diet? She waved him off. Oh, it's quite easy. Plenty of fresh fruit, a mild exercise program, and of course this. She stepped over to her wet bar and filled a glass with water. Then she ripped open a drink mix packet and poured in some red powder. The mixture began to glow. When it faded, the drink looked just like a strawberry milkshake. Circe said, one of these substituted for a regular meal. I guarantee you'll see results immediately. He was still lost. How is that possible? She laughed. Why question it? I mean, don't you want the perfect you right away? Harry, you first. Harry suddenly spoke up. Why aren't there any males over here? Is there a separate building for your male clients? Circe replied, oh, but there are. You'll meet them quite soon. Just try the mixture. You'll see. Percy, I'll be with you in just a second. As she went back to the wet bar to prepare the drink of Percy, Harry slowly inched to one of the potted plants. Percy wasn't paying attention, and Circe had her back to him. He dumped the contents of the drink into the plant, fished out his vial. He reached into his mouth and stuck something in the side of the glass. Then he transferred the vial's contents into the glass and plucked a hair from his head, dropping it in. He was so glad that the potion was the same color, so that Circe would not suspect a thing. Finally, both boys had a glass of a red drink in their hands. Harry noticed that the night sky was clear and had a full moon, which was a stroke of luck for him. He proclaimed, well, down the hatch. As soon as he drank, he felt a fiery pain in his entire body. At the same time, he felt two hearts beating in unison. He closed his eyes and concentrated, finally spotting a large quadrupedal shape in his mind. As for Percy, he gasped, what's happening to me? Circe cooed, don't worry, boys. The pain will pass. Look, as I promised, immediate results. The curtain dropped away. Percy saw his hands shriveling, curling, growing long, delicate claws. Fur sprouted on his face, under his shirt, and his teeth began to feel heavy and he began to shrink. Unfortunately for him, his clothes were not part of the transformation. Meanwhile, Harry also shrank, but not as dramatically as Percy did. He went down on all fours, his mouth elongated, and he grew a lot of fur all around his body. Circe glanced at him. I wasn't expecting a different animal, but then again, I can't complain about the results. Percy was officially freaking out now, and he desperately tried to burrow himself out from under his clothes. He tried to make a break for it, but a pair of hands grabbed him. He tried to scream for help, but could only squeak, "Reet, reet, reet." Circe picked him up and carried his wriggling body to the cage. As she put him in the cage, she spoke, "You're a guinea pig. Lovely, aren't you? Men are pigs, Percy Jackson. I used to turn them into real pigs, but they were so smelly and large and difficult to keep. Not much different than they were before, really. Guinea pigs are much more convenient. Now come and meet the other men. These young fellows have been here for nearly 300 years. If you're good, maybe we can find a nice classroom who need a guinea pig pet." Finally, she turned to the transformed Harry, who had quietly padded after her. She placed her hands on her hips. "Now what to do about you, my dear? I was expecting you to have the same form as your friend here. I must be losing my touch. So where dash?" Suddenly, Annabeth's voice rang out. "Miss Cece?" Circe cursed and hurriedly kicked Percy's clothes out of sight. Harry stood guard next to the cage. When the girls came in, Harry's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Both of them were in sleeveless white silk dresses. Annabeth's blonde hair was washed, combed, and braided with gold. Additionally, she was also wearing makeup, which was rather unusual. Clarice's own brown hair was also washed and combed, but no braids. Harry inwardly smirked, knowing that she would not be caught dead in that kind of hairstyle. Annabeth glanced around the room. "Where are Harry and Percy?" Circle waved a dismissive hand. "They're currently undergoing one of our treatments. Don't fret. You two look wonderful. How was the tour?" Annabeth gushed. "I loved it. The library was amazing." Clarice smirked. "Pity there wasn't a sparring arena." Circe tittered. "Oh, my dears. Over here. You can be anything you want to be." Annabeth exclaimed. "An architect." The witch scoffed. "Pa, you, my dear. have the makings of a sorceress. Like me, Annabeth froze, and on the sidelines, Harry smirked, knowing that the drachma had finally dropped. She hesitantly said, "A sorceress?" Cersei held up her hand, and a ball of flame danced on her palm. She said, "Yes, my dear. My mother is Hecate, the goddess of magic. I know a daughter of Athena when I see one. We are not so different, you and I. We both seek knowledge. We both admire greatness. Neither of us needs to stand in the shadow of men." Percy squealed, trying to get her attention, but Annabeth ignored him. Cersei continued, "Stay with me. Study with me. You can join our staff, become a sorceress. Learn to bend others to your will. You will become immortal. You are too intelligent, my dear. You know better than to trust that silly camp for heroes. How many great female half-blood heroes can you name? Men get all the glory. The only way to power for women is sorcery. Medea, Calypso, now they were powerful women. And me, of course, the greatest of all." Annabeth gasped, "Cersei." The sorceress grinned as Annabeth backed up. Clarice also pulled out a sword from somewhere on her person. The daughter of Athena snapped. "What have you done to Percy and Harry?" She shrugged. "Only help them realize their true form." Annabeth scanned the room before finally spotting the caged rodents and Harry sitting next to it. Their eyes widened, but Cersei continued speaking. "Don't worry, your friends will be well cared for. Percy will be shipped to the mainland. The children will love him. As for your friend Harry, I think the zoo is more appropriate. Let us think about it," Annabeth murmured. "Just give me a minute alone to say goodbye." "Of course, my dear," Cersei cooed. "1 minute. Oh, and so you have absolute privacy." She waved her hand, and iron bars slammed down over the windows. She swept out of the room and locked the door. In an instant, Annabeth and Clarice snapped into action, and so did Harry. He transformed back into his human form, causing everyone in the room to gape at him, animals included. He sighed in relief. "Bloody hell. I thought she'd never leave." Annabeth was nearly catatonic. How? I thought the transformation was permanent unless we stopped it." Harry shot them a cheeky grin, switched her potion for mine while her back was turned. "Which made the mistake of serving me first. Confession time, the potion I made is called the Animagus potion. Granted, Sirius and Remus did most of the work because it takes a month to prepare. They only handed it to me for the finishing touches. With this potion, I could transform into an animal at any time I want. Of course, I can't really keep up this form for long, though. I'll need to practice." Clarice high-fived him. "Got to admit, Potter, that was pretty clever." Then, Annabeth spotted Percy's clothes, made a beeline for them, and dug up the bottle of vitamins from a pocket. She popped a chewable in her mouth and tossed another one to Clarice, who caught it in her mouth. "Harry for us, skite. She's coming back. She can't know of the ruse." He quickly transformed back into his form, and the two girls turned back towards the door. Cersei smiled at the girls. "So, what is your answer?" Annabeth drew her knife with a feral smile. "This." At the same time, Clarice also hefted her sword and pointed it at her. The sorceress stepped back, but her surprise quickly passed. She sneered. "Really, ladies, a knife and a sword against my magic? Is that wise?" That was when Harry decided that the jig was up. He transformed back into a human, got his wand out, and called, "How about MY magic instead, Cersei?" She spun around in shock. How? Wait. Oh, I see. You're a wizard. One of my mother's pet projects. You're the only wizard here. Too bad that your friends aren't." She sent a wisp of blue fire at Annabeth. "Let's see how Miss Annabeth does as a shrew." However, nothing happened, except that Clarice pounced and stuck the tip of her sword against Cersei's neck. The sorceress was aghast. "How did you avoid it? You're not wizards or witches." Annabeth grinned and held up the vitamin bottle. Cersei howled in frustration. "Curse Hermes and his multivitamins. Those are such a fad. They do nothing for you." Harry raised his wand. Clarice, leave her to me. Get Jackson and the other guinea pigs out of the cage." Harry and Cersei circle each other, waiting for the other to strike first. She smiled. "Are you sure you wish to go up against me? The greatest sorceress in the world? I'm curious, though. How did you know it was me?" He replied nonchalantly. "I recognized you from your chocolate frog card." Finally, she got tired of waiting and fired a spell. He dodged it and fired a stupefy spell. Circe batted it away and sent another spell at him. The two dueled fiercely for what seemed like ages. It soon became clear that she was superior, but he was somehow able to hold his own. Then they heard a commotion, and they paused their duel to see Percy Jackson in human form once again. However, he was not the only one in the room. Along with them were half a dozen men who all looked disoriented, blinking and shaking with shavings out of their hair. One of them was a tall, barrel-chested man with a long tangled pitch, black beard, and bad teeth. He bellowed, "Ard, what's the witch done to me?" Clarice gasped, "Holy shit, Edward Teach, son of Ares." He growled, "Aye, sister. They'll most call me Blackbeard. And there's the sorceress what captured us lads. Run her through, and then I mean to find me a big bowl of celery." Circe took that opportunity to flee, along with her attendants. The pirates all gave chase, leaving the demigods behind in the room. Annabeth wrapped Percy in a hug and mumbled, "I'm glad you're not a guinea pig." Then she turned to Harry. "Do you have some spell for cleaning? This makeup is so not me. Also, you were telling us how the heck you managed to do all of that. Let's get out of here." While Circe is distracted, he cast a Scourgify spell at her face, wiping off all the makeup. Then they all booked it out of there and headed for the docks. Harry mused as he ran. "It's a pity, though. I was honestly having fun dueling her. Of course, she was pretty much kicking my arse, but in my defense, I've only been learning about magic for 2 school years. Bloody hell. Ron and Hermione are not going to believe it when I tell them that I dueled against the Circe." As they reached the docks, a plethora of boats, yachts, plans, and ships awaited them. Along the way, they happened to run into Blackbeard. From there, Clarice had a brainwave and asked if they could borrow his ship, the Queen Anne's Revenge. After much deliberation and a promise to bring it back intact, he allowed them to borrow it. As soon as they boarded the ship, something changed for Percy. He looked like he was absolutely in his element. The boy closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and concentrated. Then he yelled, "Mizamist!" And on cue, there was a flurry of activity. Ropes snapped taut and secured themselves. Canvases unfurled and pulleys creaked to life. Before long, the majestic ship was sailing once again into the sea of monsters. Percy Jackson was truly in his element. The Queen Anne's Revenge felt like an extension of himself, as it responded to his every command. Now that there was relatively little danger, Annabeth and Clarice cornered Harry. The daughter of Athena demanded, "Harry, how did you manage it?" "Very few people have managed to resist Circe's charms," he replied. "It all started about a month ago when I wrote to Uncle Sirius and Remus. I asked them to teach me how to be an animagus. That's basically an ability where you can turn into an animal. The only caveat is that you are restricted to one animal. I think it's mostly based on your personality. I figured that this ability could be an asset to my skills. One of the more common ways is to brew a potion. It's a pretty long process, and it takes a full month because you need perfect conditions." Clarice tilted her head curiously. "But it's been barely a week, Potter. Unless you took shortcuts." He shook his head. "That's why Sirius and Remus did most of the work. Later on, they sent the incomplete potion and the instructions. So I had to complete the last part myself. It was pretty much ready before we hit Circe's island. She made the mistake of giving me her concoction first, before preparing Jackson's. So while her back was turned, I dumped the contents into a potted plant and then transferred my potion into the glass. Then Annabeth had a though. By the way, did you have to keep something in your mouth? I thought it was just my imagination, but whenever you spoke, I sometimes caught a glimpse of something green on your tongue." He nodded. "Yeah, one of the instructions is to keep a leaf from the mandrake plant in your mouth continuously for a full month. Honestly, this was the most annoying part of the entire process, but it was worth it." Percy, who was also listening in, said, "So what form have you taken? Can you show us?" Harry stepped back and made sure that the trio were at a reasonable distance. Then he transformed into his animagus form. He looked up to see Annabeth's wide eyes, and he transformed back. She murmured, "The Immortals. Your animagus form is a dire wolf." "Harry, that is so cool. Again, I wish I had magic." After that bit of excitement, silence reigned over the quartet. Later on, Annabeth went below deck as she was starting to feel seasick. Clarice was also taking a nap, while Harry had gone below to continue working on his animagus form. A little after midnight, Harry and Annabeth arrived as he piloted the ship. In the horizon, somewhere to their left, was an island with a smoking volcano. Annabeth pointed to it. That's one of Hephaestus' forges, where he makes his metal monsters. I think it's best we avoid it. Seeing the ocean bubbling and steaming around the island, Percy gulped and gave the island a wide berth. As they sailed, Percy glanced at the girl. The reason you hate Cyclopes so much. The story of how Talia really died. What happened? Harry also leaned forward. I'm curious about that too. Of course, if you're still uncomfortable, we're not going to push you, mate. She sighed. No, you're right. You both deserve the truth. The Grover escorted us to camp. He got a little turn around, and we took some wrong turns. The worst one was when we stumbled upon a Cyclops' lair in Brooklyn. He managed to trick us, splitting us up inside this maze of corridors in an old house in Flatbush. And he could sound like anyone, Percy. Cyclopes have excellent mimicry skills. He lured us one at a time. Talia thought she was running to save Luke. Luke thought he heard me scream for help. And me? I was alone in the dark. I was 7 years old. I couldn't even find the exit. She exhaled and continued. I remember finding the main room. There were bones all over the floor. And there were Talia and Luke and Grover, tied up and gagged, hanging from the ceiling like smoked hams. The Cyclops was starting a fire in the middle of the floor. I drew my knife, but he heard me. He turned and smiled. He spoke, and somehow he knew my dad's voice. I guess he just plucked it out of my mind. He said, Now, Annabeth, don't you worry. I love you. You can stay here with me. You can stay forever. Harry shuddered. Back in my first year, we were protecting this artifact called the Philosopher's Stone. The way to get to it was through different rooms with different obstacles. Each one was tougher than the last one. In one of the rooms, there was supposed to be a mountain troll. However, as my friends and I neared it, a voice sounding exactly like Dumbledore spoke to us. Hermione, Ron, and Neville nearly fell for it. I had fought Cyclopes while with the hunters, so I knew their tricks. Still, the voice resemblance was uncanny. Percy asked Annabeth, So, what did you do? She replied, I stabbed him in the foot. They gaped at her, and Percy said incredulously, Are you kidding? You were 7 years old, and you stabbed a grown Cyclops in the foot. Oh, he would have killed me. But I surprised him. It gave me just enough time to run to Talia and cut the ropes on her hands. She took it from there. Harry emitted a low whistle. Still, that was pretty brave, Beth. She shook her head. We barely got out alive. I still have nightmares, Percy. The way that Cyclops talked in my father's voice. It was his fault we took so long getting to camp. All the monsters who'd been chasing us had time to catch up. That's really why Talia died. If it hadn't been for that Cyclops, she'd still be alive today. Nothing else was said between them, and Harry gave her a comforting hug. Percy also hesitantly reached over and hugged the girl. After a while, Harry said, Hey Jackson, why don't you get some rest? We'll call if there's anything important. The boy didn't argue, as frankly, he looked ready to drop. A few minutes later, Harry heard the sound of wings flapping. He looked up and saw Hedwig flying towards him. However, she wasn't alone, as he saw a smaller owl flying next to her. She alighted next to him and cuffed him on the back of his head with her wing. The owl began angrily barking. Next time you decide to send a letter, don't do it when you're in the middle of monster-infested waters. Pigwidgeon and I barely missed getting eaten by a damn megalodon on the way back from England. I thought those things went extinct. Bloody thing just leaped out of the water right in front of me. A couple of seagulls weren't so lucky. Just be glad that the Weasleys didn't send Errol. The old codger would have been fish food as soon as we entered this accursed place. He stroked her feathered chest softly. Sorry, love. I had no idea I was putting you in danger. It's okay, you can rest here. What did Sirius and Remus say? She stuck out her claw, where Sirius and Remus' letter was. Pigwidgeon also had a couple of letters tied to his leg. Harry took them, recognizing Ron's handwriting, as well as Hermione's. Apparently, Ron was in Egypt with his family. Hermione was in France. However, Sirius and Remus' letter was more worrying. It read, Dear Harry, I must say, thanks for the warning. We just recently heard rumors about Greyback entering British soil. Safe to say, Remus and I are not going to take any chances. We've just flooded Dumbledore and told him about the warning. We were thinking that Remus will take over the dad position, just in case. After all, who better to face one werewolf than another one? Also, on the days when there is a full moon, I will be taking over the classes to help Mooney recover. I have some bad news, though. The American ministry was monitoring Greyback's movements and informed our own. Minister Fudge, you remember him, right? Had the brilliant idea to post the Dementors of Azkaban around Hogwarts to try and catch him. Amelia and I were furious, but the Git issued an executive order, so our hands are tied. My only warning is just be careful around these Dementors. I don't know what kind of monsters you've faced as a demigod, but these things are a lot worse. Bye for now. Your Uncle Sirius, Padfoot. After he finished reading, he grabbed a nearby spyglass and looked on the horizon. He could just about make out a small blotch of land in the distance. Then he focused and saw some figures wandering about, and his eyes widened. Oh, bollocks! Wasting no time, he went to wake up the other three. He found Jackson just waking up from a nightmare. He also nearly got a knife to the throat from Annabeth and got judo flipped by Clarice. When they joined him on the deck, Clarice demanded, "What the hell was that, Potter?" He breathed fearfully. Land a few miles ahead. We're approaching the island of the Sirens. Chapter 38. Harry paced up and down the deck of the Queen Anne's Revenge. He rubbed his temples trying to fight off an impending headache. The boy deadpanned. So let me get this straight. You want to hear the sirens singing? According to the rumors, they sing the truth about your desires. They tell you things about yourself, things you didn't even realize. That's what's so enchanting. If you survive, you become wiser. Annabeth looked back at him defiantly, with her hands on her hips, her gaze never leaving his own. He groaned. Beth, have you gone mad? Do you have any idea what would happen if this went a pot? Clarice also interjected. He's got a point, wise girl. For a daughter of Athena, this has got to be the stupidest idea ever. She argued back. Come on. When else am I going to get this chance? Listen, we don't have time. Just tie me to the mast and don't untie me, no matter what. Clarice raised her arms to the heavens in an I give up gesture. She grumbled. Your funeral. F***K. Fine. We'll do it your way then. Before long, they tied her up firmly before grabbing wads of candle wax. They kneaded the wax into makeshift earplugs and stuffed them in their ears. Then, Harry had a thought. He turned to Clarice and mimed his hands running down an invisible body. Luckily, she got the message, gave a quick pat down, and relieved the bound girl of her celestial bronze knife. Soon, the island came into view, a rocky black mass on the horizon. Percy steered the ship, while Harry and Clarice kept an eye on Annabeth. For a while, she was normal, but then she got a puzzled look on her face, and her eyes widened. As he steered, Percy kept well clear of the jagged rocks looming out of the fog. Annabeth strained against the ropes, calling for them. Except, the only sound they heard was the rush of blood in their ears. She looked absolutely miserable, but Percy willed the ship to go faster. At one point, Percy reached for his ears, but Harry reacted by pulling out his wand and raising it threateningly. He mouthed, "Do that, and I will not hesitate to put you in a full body bind curse." The island was mostly obscured by a thick mist for a long time. However, it soon cleared, and everyone got a better look at what awaited Annabeth, should she get free. The sirens resembled a flock of human-sized vultures, with dirty black plumage, gray talons, and wrinkled pink necks. On top of the necks were human heads that were constantly changing. The sight was grotesque, as their mouths were greasy and caked with remnants of old meals. They kept shifting, taking on the faces of his friends and loved ones. Sirius, Remus, his mortal parents, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Zoe, Mother Artemis, and so many more. Despite all that, their greasy mouths ruined the image. By now, Annabeth was pleading, with tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, with a massive effort, she heaved and tore through the ropes binding her. Annabeth made a break for the side of the ship, only for Harry to tackle her to the ground. Then Girl struggled and kicked him off, but he recovered quickly and pointed his wand at her. He bellowed, Petrificus totalis. Instantly, she froze up and toppled to the ground. Harry and Percy grabbed her to try and haul her back to the mast. However, as soon as they touched her, the scene changed drastically. There were 3 people on a picnic blanket at Central Park. A man in his 40s with sandy hair and an athletic body. He was holding hands with a beautiful woman who largely resembled Annabeth. The woman wore blue jeans, a denim shirt, and hiking boots. The last person was none other than Luke. All 3 were talking and laughing, and when they spotted Annabeth, beckoned her to join them. In the background was the city of Manhattan, but greatly revamped. The buildings were made of dazzling white marble, golden windows, and rooftop gardens. It was almost as if Annabeth had rebuilt the entire city with her own hands. Then, Harry blinked and the image was gone. With renewed strength, he and Percy dragged her back and secured her once again. The girl was kicking, screaming, and thrashing around, and even Clarice came rushing over to help. All the while, the Queen Anne's revenge continued to sail past the island at top speed. Eventually, she began to sob, and she sounded absolutely heartbroken. She rested her head on Percy's shoulder and cried her eyes out. The 2 boys rubbed her back reassuringly all the way and remained like that for a long time. At last, she glanced up at them and mouthed safe. Harry glanced around him, and the island was out of sight. Hesitantly, he plucked out his earplug, and sure enough, there was no singing. Percy and Clarice followed suit, and they finally untied her. She mumbled, "I never realized how powerful the temptation must be." Harry hesitantly spoke up, "Hey, Annabeth, sorry if this seems a bit personal, but..." Percy finished for him. "We saw the way you rebuilt Manhattan. We also saw Luke and your parents." Her cheeks flushed. "You 2 saw all of that?" Percy continued, "When Luke said that spiel about starting the world from scratch. That really got to you, didn't it?" She curled into herself. "My fatal flaw. That's what the sirens showed me. My fatal flaw is hubris." Harry clarified. "That's deadly pride, isn't it?" Annabeth nodded. "Precisely, thinking that you could do better than everyone else. Even the gods themselves. Don't you ever feel like if the world really is messed up, what if we could do it all from scratch? No wars, no homeless, no bad things happening in the world." They agreed, and she continued, "The West is supposed to represent the best things mankind has to offer, like the American dream. That's why the fire is still burning. That explains why Olympus is still around. But sometimes the bad outweighs the good. Then you start thinking like Luke. If I could tear this all down, I would do it better. Don't you ever feel that way? Like you could do a better job if you ran the world?" Percy shook his head. "Nope. Me running the world sounds like a nightmare." Harry was a bit thoughtful. "I will admit, there are a lot of things in the wizarding world that I despise. However, I don't think I have the power to change all of that. Heck, there is so much of bigotry ingrained in the system, but I don't think I can root it out. Not all on my own." She mused. "You 2 are lucky. Hubris isn't either of your fatal flaws. Harry, I think I can guess yours. You despise disloyalty and can hold grudges against that. I think it festered ever since your father's supposed friend betrayed him and your mortal mother. Not only did it result in their deaths, but it almost ruined the life of another friend. I mean, when Luke betrayed us, you took it pretty badly, even more than I did." Harry found a spot on the floor fairly interesting to look at. He mumbled, "Yeah, I guess you're pretty spot on." She continued, "Percy, I don't know what yours is, but every hero has one. If you don't find it and learn to control it, well, they don't call it fatal for nothing." None of them said anything for a while. Then Percy wadded up his lump of wax and was about to throw it. However, Harry stopped him. "Wait, give it to me. Might still come in handy for me." Ron and Neville snore like freaking machine guns. Percy shrugged, and Harry stuffed a few more lumpy balls of wax into his backpack. Just then, Clarice called out from the crow's nest, "Land ho!" They looked up and Percy caught his breath. "We're here. 30 degrees, 31 minutes north, 75 degrees, 12 minutes west. We've reached the lair of Polyphemus." At first glance, the island did not scream Monster Island. Except for a rope bridge over a chasm, it seemed like a typical tropical island. The landscape was filled with lush green fields, tropical fruit trees, and white beaches. Annabeth took a deep breath. "This is the work of the fleece, I'm sure of it." Clarice spotted a small cove and pointed to it. There! Drop me off over there and wait. If I'm not back soon, assume that something happened and I've been captured. Then you have my permission to save my butt. Harry was a bit unsure. Mate, I'm not doubting your abilities, but this is Polyphemus we're talking about. I'm not having someone die on my watch. However, Percy cut in. Have it your way. This is your quest. With a nod, she hiked up the cliff, making her way to find the fleece. In the meantime, the other three sailed on, searching for another cove. Eventually, they docked the Queen Anne's Revenge by some steep cliffs. The trio took a lifeboat to the craggy beach and began the slow, torturous climb up. Soon, they found themselves at the top of a ravine overlooking a lush meadow. On the meadow, they could see several flocks of sheep wandering around. It was also worth mentioning that even though they were watching from a distance, they could tell that the sheep were massive. Just past the sheep was a path leading up into a set of hills. At the top of the path, near the edge of the canyon, was a massive oak with something gold glittered in its branches. Percy murmured, "This looks way too easy. Clarice could just hike up there and take it." That was when Murphy's Law decided to remind him that it still exists. A deer suddenly emerged from some nearby bushes and ambled into the meadow, looking for some fresh grass. The next thing that everyone knew, the sheep all bleated at once and rushed the animal. It happened so fast that the deer stumbled and was lost in a sea of wool and trampling hooves. Grass and tufts of fur flew into the air. A second later, the sheep all moved away, back to their regular, peaceful wanderings. Where the deer had been was a pile of clean white bones. Harry smacked Percy on the back of his head. "Damn it, Jackson. You jinxed us. Never ever say some shite like that again. Hey Beth, a very big if here. Suppose we get the fleece back and successfully heal Talia's tree. What happens to the island?" Annabeth shrugged. "Don't know. I'm guessing that all of this will fade with time." Having had enough of the scene, they continued exploring. After a small dip in the terrain, they found that they had to climb even more. At one point, Percy lost his grip and was dangling off a ledge by one hand. Later on, Annabeth stepped on a slippery patch of moss, but found another foothold. The bad news was that the foothold was Percy's face. She sheepishly murmured, "Sorry." He grunted back, "It's okay." Finally, the trio lugged themselves onto a ledge and rested their burning muscles. Suddenly, a loud, gruff voice bellowed, "Gar." They kept quiet, and Harry quickly draped his cloak over them. Below them, the voice bellowed, "You're a feisty one." Clarice's voice shot back, "Challenge me. Give me back my sword, and I'll fight you." Harry muttered under his breath, "Oh, bollocks. Everything's gone tits up. We got to improvise." They crept over to the edge and saw Clarice tied up and dangling upside down over a cauldron of boiling water. They also got their first look at Polyphemus. He was a massive being, and like Tyson, he had one eye. The only difference was that the eye was milky white. Polyphemus scratched his chin. Eat loudmouth girl now, or wait for wedding feast. What does my bride think?" Grover, who was trying not to cower, stammered. "Oh, I'm not hungry right now, dear." Fortunately, Clarice did not blow his cover, as they had filled her in on Grover's predicament. Polyphemus grinned. "Does bride know good recipe?" Grover blurted, "Mango chutney. I think there may be mangoes in the woods." "You go. I'll stay and make the other preparations." Clarice roared. "Untie me so that I can rip your arms off. I'll stuff them down your throat." The Cyclops grinned. "You wait here. Have to graze sheep now. Be back in 10 minutes. Wedding postponed until dinner tonight, and there will be 2 brides." Her eyes widened and choked out a strangled sound. "Oh no, you're not serious." Percy muttered, "I think I just threw up in my mouth." Harry mused, Didn't know that Cyclopes practiced polygamy. Or maybe Polyphemus is just a randy bastard. Annabeth whispered harshly, "Harry, don't be crude." Polyphemus plucked her off from the rope and chucked her body towards Grover. He grinned. "Make yourselves comfortable. I come back soon to prepare for the main event." Then the Cyclops whistled, and a flock of goats and sheep, smaller than the man-eaters, flooded out of the cave and past their master. As they went to pasture, Polyphemus patted some on the back and called them by name. Harry had to suppress a snigger when he found out that one of them was named Lockhart. When the last sheep had waddled out, Polyphemus rolled a boulder in front of the doorway. He grumbled to himself, "Mangoes! What are mangoes?" As soon as he was out of sight, Harry took off the cloak and stuffed it back in his backpack. By then, Annabeth and Percy were trying to move the boulder. Harry gestured for them to move out of the way. Then he pointed his wand and ordered, "Locomotor!" It took a bit of effort, but he was able to move it enough for them to slip inside, and he soon put it back in its place. They ventured into the cave, and near the back of it, they found their targets. Grover looked thrilled. "Percy, Annabeth, Harry, man, am I glad to see you all." Harry turned his wand into a sword and cut Clarice free. She fumed. "Stupid Cyclops got the jump on me. I was so damn close to taking the fleece." Suddenly they heard bleeding, getting closer. Harry quickly threw the cloak over himself, Annabeth, and Percy. Just in time, too, as the stone doorway was hauled aside and Polyphemus stepped back in. Just as he was about to roll the stone back, Harry had an idea. He yelled, "What? Ugly!" The Cyclops stiffened. "Who said that?" He continued, "Lord Voldemort." Polyphemus roared, "Rarg! I'm not ugly." Harry continued taunting, "Yes, you are. Nobody told me about you. Said that you were the ugliest thing he ever met." The Cyclops was now enraged. He screamed, "I hate nobody. Nobody made my life miserable. One day, I will get my revenge. Voldemort, you are next because you are nobody's friend." Polyphemus picked up the nearest object, the stone slab door, and threw it at the voice's direction. By then, the invisible trio had moved safely out of harm's way. Harry spoke up again. "Nobody also told me that you're throwing sucksars." Good to see that he was right. Polyphemus howled, "Come here, let me kill you. Then I'll kill nobody." Annabeth donned her cap from under the cloak and then slipped out. She quipped back, "You can't kill nobody, you stupid oaf. Come find me." Polyphemus barreled down the hill towards where her voice was supposed to be. As soon as he was gone, she turned visible once again, while Harry threw off his cloak. Percy snickered. "You'd think he's realized that there were two voices, right? And that the last nobody was male?" Harry quipped back. Considering that he thought that Grover was a female Cyclops, it's safe to say that Polyphemus is a dim-witted fruitcake. Suddenly, they heard some heavy clumping getting closer. The five of them scurried over to a large cot and hid under it. Harry unsheathed his sword, turning it back into a wand. The footsteps grew closer and closer until they came into view, a few inches away from the cot. Harry gripped his wand tighter, and suddenly Polyphemus' ugly face filled their vision. "God, UARRGHHHH." No sooner had he peeped under the cot, Harry thrust his wand in the Cyclops' face. He bellowed, "Lumos Solum Maxima." Needless to say, the monster was not expecting a large bright light flash point blank. He staggered back, clutching his eye in agony. "RARGH. My eye. Bright. Too bright." The five wasted no time and bolted out from under the bed. After a few minutes of running, Grover led everyone out of the cave and straight to a rope bridge. They booked it down the hill. All the while, Polyphemus was screaming, "I'll grind you into sheep chow. Curse you nobody and Voldemort." Percy and Harry were the last ones across the bridge, and they doubled back to cut the ropes. Unfortunately, it was too late, as Polyphemus was on their side of the bridge. He grinned nastily. "Failed. Nobody and Voldemort failed." Percy went ballistic at the taunting. He raised his sword and leaped into the fray. With Riptide, he jabbed the Cyclops in the belly, forcing the baby blue tuxedo-clad monster to double over. Then, he bonked the monster on the nose with his sword hilt. He went down like a sack of potatoes, and Percy towered over him, his sword inches from the milky white eye. Polyphemus sobbed, "Please no. And my sheepies need me. Only trying to protect my sheep." Clarice and Grover were egging Percy on to kill the monster. Annabeth started forward, but Harry held her back. "Wait. Let him make the choice." Percy leveled the sword at the monster's face. "We only want the fleece. Will you agree to let us take it?" The monster sniffed. "My beautiful fleece. Prize of my collection. Take it, cruel human. Take it and go in peace." Percy began to slowly lower his sword. "I'm going to step back slowly. One false move." Polyphemus nodded like he understood. But as soon as Percy stepped back, Polyphemus struck as fast as a cobra. He smacked the demigod to the edge of the cliff. He bellowed, "Foolish mortal, take my fleece? Ha! I eat you first." Before anyone could react, a basketball-sized rock sailed into Polyphemus's throat. The shot was so beautiful that it would have made Michael Jordan shed a tear in pride. The Cyclops choked and staggered backwards, but there was no place to stagger. His heels slipped, the edge of the cliff crumbled, and the great Polyphemus tumbled into the chasm. Everyone turned, and Harry sported a broad grin at the sight in front of him. Halfway down the path to the beach, standing completely unharmed in the midst of a flock of killer sheep, was an old friend. Tyson wagged a finger and scolded, "Bad Polyphemus. Not all Cyclopes as nice as we look." Harry wanted to rush over and throw his arms around the friendly Cyclops. He cheered, "You big lug. Good to see you, Mini Hagrid. How did you make it out alive?" "Not that I'm complaining," he excitedly said. "As I was sinking, I was picked up by Rainbow the fish pony. Tried to find you ever since. Then I caught the smell of sheep and found this island." Then Percy hollered, "Tyson, the fleece. Can you get it for us?" He looked around at the sheep that were beginning to gather around him and nuzzle him. Harry pointed, "The gold one in the tree. Oh, pretty. Yes." He carefully waded through the bleeding sea of wool, lifted the golden fleece off its branch, and began his slow return. As soon as the fleece left the branch, the tree it was on began to wither and the leaves turned yellow. However, the sheep began to slow his progress, so Tyson dove fast and flung it towards them with all his might. Percy reached up and managed to pluck it out from midair. He slung it over his shoulder and waiting for Tyson to make it back. Unfortunately, the cannibal sheep slowed him down even further. "Hey!" Few began to sniff in their direction, but Tyson successfully distracted them. Harry hollered out, "Oi, Tyson, you think you can lead the flock away from us? We got to get to our ship. Meet us back there." He nodded and whistled. "Come, sheepies. People food this way." With that, the Cyclops jogged off into the meadow, the sheep in pursuit. Soon, they reached the water's edge, and Percy willed the Queen Anne's Revenge to raise anchor and come to them. After a few anxious minutes, they spotted the ship rounding the tip of the island. Then they heard hurried footsteps and saw Tyson barreling towards them, yelling, "Incoming!" He was bounding down the path to join the group, the sheep about 50 meters behind, bleeding in frustration as their Cyclops friend ran away without feeding them. Harry and Percy exchanged glances. Swim? Swim! They almost made it to the ship when they heard an enraged roar behind. Apparently, Polyphemus was still alive, and he was wading towards them with a boulder in each hand. The good news was that the monster's attention wasn't on the fleece. The bad news was that his attention was on his compatriot. Polyphemus roared in anger, "You young Cyclops, traitor to your kind." Tyson froze, and Percy pleaded with him to not listen. The younger Cyclops glared defiantly at the older Cyclops. "I am not a traitor. You serve mortals." Polyphemus shouted, "Diabinumans." He lobbed a boulder, but Tyson swatted it aside with his bare fist. He charged at them, but had a visible limp, leading Harry to guess that he injured his foot in the fall. Tyson ordered, "Go. I will hold a big, ugly." However, Percy insisted, "Together. We fight him together." Polyphemus advanced carefully, limping worse than ever. But there was nothing wrong with his throwing arm. He chucked his second boulder, forcing Percy to dodge. Then, Percy caused a 6-meter wave to bring him towards the killer Cyclops. The impact blasted him back towards the beach. Polyphemus coughed. "Destroy you, fleece stealer." Percy yelled back, "You stole the fleece. You've been using it to lure satyrs to their deaths. So? Satyrs good eating. The fleece should be used to heal. It belongs to the children of the gods." He bellowed, "I am a child of the gods. Father Poseidon, curse this thief." Percy evidently figured out that Harry's spell blinded the Cyclops even further. He backed up as Polyphemus lunged in his general direction. Percy retorted, "Poseidon won't curse me. I'm his son too. He won't play favorites." Tyson managed to sneak up behind him, but froze when Polyphemus called out to him. He hollered, "Young one, where are you? Help me. You weren't raised right. Poor orphan brother. Help me." No one moved. No sound but the ocean. Then Tyson stepped forward, raising his hands defensively. "Don't fight, Cyclops brother. Put down the dash." In an instant, Polyphemus grabbed a nearby olive tree and swung it at the unsuspecting Tyson. The younger Cyclops flew backwards upon impact, and Polyphemus charged after him. Percy retaliated and somehow managed to stab him in the back. Polyphemus swung the tree, but Percy grabbed it and was sent skywards. Eventually, he landed on Polyphemus' face, specifically on his milky white eye. Percy recovered and got away from the thrashing Cyclops. He soon raised his sword for the kill, but hesitated. Instead, he and Tyson made a break for the ship. As they boarded, Clarice hooted, "WHO! Yeah, Jackson. In your face, Cyclops." Everyone shot her a death glare as Polyphemus recovered and lobbed a boulder. Luckily, it fell short, and she resumed taunting. Yeah, you throw like a wimp. Teach you to try to marry me, you idiot." Percy yelled, "Shut up, Clarice." Polyphemus flung another boulder, and it would have sunken the ship if Harry hadn't brought out his wand and yelled, "Protego." Amazingly, a massive translucent shield formed around the ship, and the boulder bounced off of it. Percy wasted no time in gaining control of the ship and sailing out of there. All other chucked boulders missed, but Harry was not taking any chances and kept up the shield. Finally, he slumped over, exhausted, leaning heavily on the side of the railing. He was just in time to hear Polyphemus scream, "I curse you, Voldemort. You will die a quick and early death. I curse you to the depths of Tartarus." Clarice came over and dragged him down. "You okay, Potter?" He panted. "Yeah, just some magical exhaustion. I've never made that big of a shield before. That took a lot out of me." The other three gathered around him, and Annabeth said, "Hey, good call on the Voldemort thing. I was going to go with nobody again." He grinned weakly. "Yeah, I remember the story of Ulysses too. Except, he made the mistake of revealing his real name, and Polyphemus cursed him. Figured that if he was going to do the same thing, might as well happen to my enemy." An hour later, Harry had recovered enough strength to move around. Then he had a thought, "Hey, how are we going to return the Queen Anne's revenge back to Blackbeard?" Clarice shrugged. "We'll probably leave it on a nearby island, provided it isn't full of monsters." "Jackson, you think you can arrange for some transport?" Harry quickly interjected. "It had better not be some kind of sea monster." Hedwig was nearly eaten by a bloody megalodon. Fortunately, the next island they reached was abandoned, so they left the ship there. Then, Tyson gave a piercing whistle, and soon, there were 6 lines zipping towards them, and 5 hippocampi, and 1 kelpie burst forth. Tyson rushed over and hugged one of them. Rainbow! Very soon, they were zipping across the ocean. All the while, Percy tightened his grip on the golden fleece. The journey took hours, so they all took turns to keep watch while the others slept. Later on, close to sunset, Annabeth woke everyone up, noting that they were nearing Miami. A couple of miles away from the harbor, the hippocampi and kelpie slowed down and stopped. Percy called out, "This is as far as they will go. Too many humans and too much pollution. We're going to have to swim the rest of the way." Finally, they were back on dry land, but oddly didn't get any curious looks. In an alleyway, Harry used his wand to cast drying charms on everyone. When they exited, Annabeth spotted a nearby Miami Herald newspaper. Her face paled. "June 18th. We've been away from camp for nearly 10 days. The fleece has to be back in camp by tonight." Clarice grunted. "Got any ideas?" Harry perked up. "We can take the night bus." He casually checked the street and noticed that no one was there. He raised his wand, and in an instant, there was a loud bang and a familiar purple bus stopped in front of him. Percy handed the fleece to her, which had transformed into a jacket. The daughter of Ares moaned, "This was supposed to be my quest. I never should have let you idiots tag along." Annabeth was fuming. "Damn it, Clarice. You are the biggest dash." Percy snapped, "Stop it." "Clarice, what did the oracle tell you?" She hesitantly recited, "You shall sail the iron ship with warriors of bone. You shall find what you seek and make it your own, but despair for your life entombed within stone, and fail without friends, to go home alone." Grover winced. "Ouch." However, Percy perked up. "No, wait. Clarice, you go and take the bus alone. It's your quest. I have a feeling that Luke won't give up." As long as he thinks we have the fleece, he'll leave you alone and go after us." Harry grinned. Divide and conquer. Brilliant. With a nod, Clarice boarded the bus, but not before Harry handed her a bunch of galleons. After another bang, the bus was gone, leaving the 5 of them alone. Harry turned his wand back into a sword and began walking. "Come on, let's find the nearest wizarding district and use the flu." Unfortunately, not even 2 minutes had passed when Percy rounded a corner and found a sword pointed at his throat. The sword's owner, Luke, grinned. "Hey, cuz. Welcome back to the States." Agrius and Aureus suddenly materialized and restrained Annabeth, Grover, and Harry. Before Tyson could retaliate, Luke coolly said, "Percy, tell your monster to back down, or I'll have Agrius and Aureus bash your friends' heads together." Without another word, they were all frog-marched to the Princess Andromeda. The prisoners were herded onto the aft deck in front of a swimming pool. Luke stood in front of them and mused. "So, the fleece? Where is it?" He used his sword to poke Grover. "Hey, that's real goat fur under there." Luke smiled. "Sorry, old friend. Just give me the fleece, and I'll leave you to return to your, little nature quest." "Blah ha ha," Grover protested. "Some old friend." Luke's voice grew softer and more dangerous. "Maybe you didn't hear me. Where is the fleece?" Harry sniped. "How do you know if we even have it, rat? For all you know, Polyphemus could have given us a choice of either Grover or the fleece." However, Percy evidently decided that honesty was the best policy. "Not here. We sent on ahead of us. You messed up." His eyes narrowed. "You're lying. You couldn't have." "Clarice?" Percy grinned. "As we speak, she's probably booking her flight to New York." Luke grit his teeth and snarled. "Agrius, prepare my steed. I need to fly to Miami Airport, and fast." "But, Boss Dash," Agrius tried to protest. "Do it," Luke screamed, "or I'll feed you to the Draken." The crew looked uneasy, having never seen Luke look so unhinged before. Then Percy noticed the swimming pool and the fountains spraying mist in the air, making a rainbow in the sunset. An idea formed in his head, but he needed a distraction. Percy fumed. "You've been toying with us all along. You wanted us to bring you the fleece and save you the trouble of getting it." Luke scowled. "Of course, you idiot. And you've messed everything up." Percy flung a drachma at Luke, yelling, "Traitor." Obviously, he dodged it easily, and the coin sailed into the spray of rainbow-colored water. Harry caught on to what he was doing and silently murmured, "Oh, goddess, accept our offering." Percy yelled at Luke. "You tricked all of us? Even Dionysus at Camp Half-Blood." Behind Luke, the fountain began to shimmer, but everyone's attention was still on Percy. To further sell the performance, he uncapped Riptide. Luke sneered. "This is no time for heroics, Percy. Drop your puny little sword, or I'll have you killed sooner rather than later." Percy ignored him. "Who poisoned Talia's tree, Luke?" He gloated. "I did, of course. I already told you that. I used elder python venom, straight from the depths of Tartarus. Chiron had nothing to do with it." "Huh. You know he would never do that. The old fool wouldn't have the guts." "You call it guts? Betraying your friends? Endangering the whole camp?" Luke was starting to lose patience. "You don't understand the half of it. I was going to let you take the fleece. At least once I was done with it." It hit the group like a ton of bricks. Harry was aghast. "You were going to heal Kronos." "Yes. The fleece's magic would have sped his mending process by tenfold. But you haven't stopped us. You've only slowed us down a little." Percy continued. "And so you poisoned the tree. You betrayed Talia. You set us up, all to help Kronos destroy the gods." Luke finally snapped. "You know that already. Why do you keep asking me? Are you really that stupid?" Percy ignored the barb, but had a smirk on his face. "Actually, I'm just doing this because I wanted everybody in the audience to hear you." "What audience?" His eyes narrowed, and he glanced behind him, along with his goons. Seeing their gobsmacked faces was extremely worth it. Above the pool, shimmering in the rainbow mist, was an iris message vision of Dionysus, Dumbledore, and the whole camp in the dining pavilion. Dionysus deadpanned. "Well, that was some unplanned dinner entertainment." "Mr. D, you heard him," Percy pleaded. "You all heard Luke. The poisoning of the tree wasn't Chiron's fault." Mr. D sighed. "I suppose not." Dumbledore had a serene smile. "I dare say, Mr. Jackson, this has been a rather clever plan." Luke bellowed with rage. He slashed his sword through the fountain, and the iris message dissolved, but the deed was done. He growled, "Kronos was right, Percy. You're an unreliable weapon. You need to be replaced." With those words, he took out a brass whistle and blew it. Dozens of warriors burst out and surrounded the five. Luke grinned. "You lot will never leave this boat alive." Chapter 39. Minutes passed, and neither side made a move. Then, Agrius appeared on the deck, leading a bucking jet-black Pegasus. Luke glanced at the uncooperative steed, and Percy winced a little. The stallion definitely had a mouth on him, as he was swearing up a storm and calling Luke all sorts of unsavory names. Luke said, "Sorry guys, I'd love to stick around and chat, but I have a certain daughter of Ares to intercept." However, Percy leveled his sword and snarled, "Fight me. One-on-one. What are you so afraid of?" Luke looked back at him. "I told you last summer, Percy. You can't bait me into a fight." However, Percy responded, "Why are you so keen to avoid a duel? Afraid that your warriors will see you get whipped." The older boy paused, and then seemingly came to a decision. He drew his own sword called Backbite. "Fine. You wanted a duel. You've got one. Don't worry. I'll make your death swift." He let out a sharp whistle, and one of his men threw him a round leather and bronze shield. In response, Harry activated his own shield and tossed it to Percy. As he did so, he joked once again, "Oi, Jackson. This is the last time, mate. Get your own shield next time." The two boys circled each other, just waiting for the other to strike first. While all that was happening, Percy tested the shield's weight. It was a little heavier than he would have liked, but then again, Harry was taller and bigger built than him. Soon, Luke got tired of waiting and lunged with a savage slash. Luckily, he blocked with the shield and counterattacked with Riptide. Luke shot him an appraising look. "You're gotten better, Percy. I'm impressed." He attacked again, this time going for the head, but Percy parried and returned fire with a thrust. Luke dodged it easily and jabbed again. This time, Percy jumped back and landed in the pool. With a new surge in strength, he created a funnel cloud and blasted out of the deep end, right at Luke's face. The older teen spluttered and coughed, and the force of the water knocked him down. Luke recovered quickly, dropped to a crouch, and stabbed him in the thigh where the shield did not cover him. Percy doubled over in pain and collapsed. Luke hacked downwards for the killing blow, but Percy rolled behind a deck chair and avoided the blade. Luke swung again, cleaving the chair in half, but missed his target again. However, Percy was struggling to a crawl, and his opponent was nonchalantly following him, prolonging his misery. Luke smiled nastily. "One thing I want you to watch before you die, Percy. You can eat your dinner now, Aureus. Bon appétit." Aureus grabbed Harry by his hair and lifted the struggling wizard before the unexpected happened. There was a whistling sound, followed by a loud thwack. The next thing anybody knew, a red feathered arrow embedded itself in a startled Aureus maw. Needless to say, he went down like a sack of potatoes. Agrius bellowed in grief. "Brother!" He let go of the Pegasus stallion's reins, only to be bucked violently and for the Pegasus to fly off, neighing freedom. The rest of the army stared at the twins' corpses in slack-jawed disbelief. Then, the silence was broken by a whooping war cry and the thundering of hooves. A moment later, multiple centaurs stormed the boat, and among them were some familiar figures. Percy yelled joyfully. Chiron. Harry also yelled. Firenze. Torvus. Wait, Miss Main. How did you? Never mind. I'm not looking at gift centaurs in the mouth. Aside from Chiron, the Hogwarts centaurs, and the unicorn, there were several centaur factions. Some wore brightly colored t-shirts with day-glow letters that read Party Ponies, South Florida chapter. Some were armed with bows, some with baseball bats, some with paintball guns. One had his face painted like a Comanche warrior and waved a large orange styrofoam hand, making a big number 1. Another was bare-chested and painted entirely green. A third had googly-eye glasses with the eyeballs bouncing around on slinky coils, and one of those baseball caps with soda can and straw attachments on either side. Luke shook off his surprise first and raised his sword to rally his troops. However, a leather boxing glove arrow made love to his scarred face and knocked him into the swimming pool. Harry cried indignantly from atop Miss Main, "Hey, no fair. I trademarked that. Several enemy warriors were downed in the initial surprise attack. Meanwhile, Chiron had rescued Annabeth, Tyson, and Grover from the chaos. A fuming Luke crawled out and ordered, "Attack you, fools!" Not a moment later, alarms blared out from below deck. The enemy warriors shook off their surprise and charged, but the heroes were ready. Tyson smacked several opponents off the ship. Harry and the other centaurs were firing arrows frantically, while Annabeth was stabbing opponents with her dagger. Chiron called out, "Withdraw, brethren!" Luke's warriors regrouped, but by then the centaurs and lone unicorn had vacated the premises. As they disembarked, though, Harry discreetly placed a tracking charm on the Princess Andromeda with his sword. The motley group thundered down the streets of Miami, and Percy couldn't help wondering what the heck the locals were actually witnessing. Very soon, they sped out of the city, racing through marshy fields of tall grass, ponds, and stunted trees. When the herd finally slowed down, they were in a trailer park at the edge of a lake. One beefy centaur bragged, "Dude, did you see that bear guy? He was all like, 'Whoa, I have an arrow in my mouth.'" Another centaur, this one with googly-eyed glasses, cheered, "Totally. That was awesome." Head slam. They charged at each other full force and bonked their heads together. After the impact, they staggered away with crazy grins on their faces. Chiron groaned as he set up a picnic blanket. "This is why I prefer my British cousins. I wish this lot wouldn't slam their heads together. They don't have the brain cells to spare." Forenza was also face-palming. "Indeed, our American counterparts are more hooligan-like." Percy said, "Chiron, thanks for saving us." He smiled wryly. "Well now, I couldn't very well let you die, especially since you all have cleared my name." I was able to eavesdrop on Percy's Iris message and trace the signal. Iris and I have been friends for centuries. I asked her to alert me to any important communications in this area. It then took no effort to convince my cousins to ride to your aid. As you see, centaurs can travel quite fast when we wish to. Distance for us is not the same as distance for humans. As they talked, Tyson was hanging out with the other centaurs. Apparently, they were teaching him how to operate with a paintball gun. Harry swallowed a bite of a hot dog. "So, what's we do now?" Percy nodded. "Yeah. I mean, do we just let Luke get away scot-free? Kronos is aboard that ship, or at least parts of him." Chiron knelt. "I'm afraid that today might be considered a draw. I'm afraid that we did not have overwhelming numbers." On a similar vein, Luke was clearly not expecting us, so nobody won. Annabeth was puzzled. "But we got the fleece, didn't we? Clarice should be in camp by now." He nodded. "Yes, indeed, and I commend you all for that. You are all true heroes. Rest for some time, and then we shall return to Half-Blood Hill." "Percy, that looks like a nasty wound. Let's get you patched up immediately." Percy looked hopeful. "You're coming with us?" He smiled. "Oh yes, Percy. I'll be relieved to get home. My brethren here simply do not appreciate Dean Martin's music. Besides, I must have some words with Mr. D. There's the rest of the summer to plan, as well. Additionally, I wish to see the fleece." Just then, Tyson fired a blue projectile, knocking a centaur into the lake. He crawled out, covered in muck and blue paint, before whooping hysterically. Chiron rolled his eyes good-naturedly. "Annabeth, my dear, could you, Harry and Grover, help Forenza supervise the other centaurs? I'd rather they not teach each other too many bad habits." The two demigods understood the message and dragged a protesting Grover away. As they confiscated the paintball guns, Harry raised his eyebrows at Annabeth. "What do you think they're talking about?" She sheepishly replied, "I may have let slip that we spoke to Percy about the prophecy. I don't think we should get into too much trouble since we gave him the bare minimum, though." Eventually, after some rest and healing for Percy, they were off once again. Admittedly, even with the speed of the centaurs, it still took 2 days to reach Long Island. Apparently, the camp had somehow managed to stay standing in the 2 weeks that they were absent. Dumbledore had tried his best, and even brought Madame Pomfrey to help. They arrived just in time to see the camp being rebuilt after being besieged by a Draco Ionius. The arts and crafts cabin was already reduced to ashes, but the rest of the camp was relatively intact. Eventually, the campers, with the help of Clarice, all managed to kill it. After the beast was felled, Clarice draped the golden fleece on the lowest bough. Not even a moment later, The moonlight appeared to brighten, turning from gray to liquid silver. A cool breeze rustled in the branches and rippled through the grass, all the way into the valley. Everything came into sharper focus. The glow of the fireflies down in the woods, the smell of the strawberry fields, the sound of the waves on the beach. As for the tree itself, the brown needles slowly began to turn green. With that, a loud cheer echoed through the camp. Of course, the tree had not fully healed, and nobody could guarantee that one of Luke's agents would not just simply pinch it and run off. Chiron and Dumbledore ordered a 24/7 guard duty until they found a permanent guardian. Clarice was pretty much treated like royalty when she returned. At dinner, she stopped briefly in front of Percy's table. She whispered, "Just because you were cool one time, Percy, don't think you're off the hook with Ares. I'm still waiting for the right time to pulverize you." The next morning, Dumbledore announced that he was leaving and heading back to Hogwarts. So Chiron elected to stage a special chariot race for him. Tyson wasn't particularly thrilled, but was willing to let Percy team up with Annabeth. Meanwhile, he and Harry would act as the pit crew. Preparations were soon underway, and everyone worked hard. The day of the race, Harry knocked on the door of the Poseidon cabin. "Oi, Jackson, get your arse up. It's race day. Come, you all right, mate?" He heaved himself up. "I don't know, dude. I got another visit from Hermes last night. Letter from my dad." Harry crossed his arms and looked on expectantly. And nothing. He just said 2 damn words. "Brace yourself." I mean, why go through all that trouble to write a letter and just write 2 words? Harry flopped on the bed next to him. "I don't know, mate. Maybe he's being cagey for a reason. Remember, Lord Zeus is still a bit paranoid, so your dad is just trying not to tick him off. Maybe it's his way of saying that shite is about to hit the fan. Now come on, no point brooding about this. Let's go and get that chariot win. Oh, by the way, Tyson wanted me to give you this." He handed Percy a wristwatch. There wasn't anything special about it. Just a white and silver clock face, a black leather strap. Harry gave him a wry look at. "It's a nice watch, though I have a preference for digital watches." At that moment, Tyson lumbered in. "Hey, brother. Sorry, I didn't finish in time for the trip. Saw the E. If you need protection in race, hit the button." Percy was speechless. "Okay, I'll treasure the watch. And hey, Tyson, I wanted to say, well," Tyson stared at his feet. "I know what you will tell me. Poseidon did care for me after all. He sent you to help me. Just what I asked for a friend. Young Cyclopes grow up alone on the streets. Learn to make things out of scraps. Learn to survive." Harry whistled. "Bloody hell, mate. That's pretty harsh." Tyson shrugged. "Makes us appreciate blessings. Not be greedy and mean and fat like Polyphemus. But I got scared. Monsters chased me so much, clawed me sometimes dash." Percy breathed. "The scars on your back?" A tear welled in his eye. Sphinx on 72nd Street. "Big bully. I prayed to Daddy for help. Soon the people at Meriwether found me. Met you. Biggest blessing ever. Sorry I said Poseidon was mean. He sent me a brother." Harry pat his back. "Well, you've got us now." "Okay, Jackson, get dressed. Beth is waiting." In 10 minutes, Percy and Annabeth were in a tricked-out chariot. Tyson handed them 2 javelins, each with 3 buttons on the shaft. The first button primed the javelin to explode on impact, releasing razor wire that would tangle and shred an opponent's wheels. The second button produced a blunt bronze spearhead designed to knock a driver out of his carriage. The third button brought up a grappling hook that could be used to lock onto an enemy's chariot or push it away. Harry also pointed out various buttons on the inside of the chariot. He said, "Right, so I got in touch with Fred and George the other day. You two remember them, right? They sent me a shipment of these items from Zonko's joke shop. This button deploys dung bombs. It is exactly as it sounds. Then this one deploys nose-biting teacups. And this last one throws fanged frisbees. Don't worry, they're pretty harmless." Then, Chiron signaled for everyone to head to the start line. Once he was sure that everyone was ready, he blew the starting signal. The horses that they used instantly knew what to do. He and Annabeth shot down the track, fast enough to give anyone whiplash. The wheels glided as if it was running on a smooth surface. They had such a head start that they reached the first turn a full chariot, length ahead of Clarice. Annabeth yelled out a warning. just as she threw a grappling hook javelin to knock away a lead-weighted net. The distraction allowed the Apollo charioteers to close in. The camper threw a javelin at their right, while snapping a few spokes. Somehow the chariot kept going, and they were neck and neck with the Apollo chariot. Hephaestus was coming up close behind. Ares and Hermes were falling behind, riding side by side as Clarice went sword-on javelin with Connor Stoll. As the camper yelled confidently, Annabeth grabbed her second javelin and threw it. It grew a heavy spear point while in midair, and her aim was true. It caught the driver in the chest, knocking him against his teammate and sending them both toppling out of their chariot in a backward somersault. The horses felt the reins go slack and went crazy, riding straight for the crowd. Campers scrambled for cover as the horses leaped the corner of the stands and the golden chariot flipped over. The horses galloped back towards their stable, dragging the upside-down chariot behind them. Percy and Annabeth's chariot was on tenterhooks, but somehow still running. Eventually, it was the final lap, and the Hephaestus chariot was bearing down on them. Beckendorf grinned as he pressed a button on his command console. Steel cables shot out of the front of his mechanical horses, wrapping around the back rail of Percy's own chariot. With much resistance, Beckendorf's winch system began reeling in its victims as he pulled himself forward. Annabeth desperately tried to hack at the cables, but they were too thick. Then, Percy made a split-second decision. "Switch with me. Take the reins. Trust me." They performed the swap, and Percy drew Riptide and slashed down, severing the cable. Their chariot surged ahead, but the Hephaestus chariot drew alongside them. Beckendorf swiped at Annabeth with his sword, but Percy deflected the blade away. Then he grabbed a leather pouch from his chariot. He yelled, "See you, Percy. Here's a little parting gift." He threw the pouch into the chariot, and it stuck to the floor immediately and began billowing green smoke. Annabeth yelled in alarm, "Greek fire!" Percy kept parrying Beckendorf's attacks while trying to kick the pouch away. Then he remembered the watch and punched the stopwatch button. Instantly, the watch changed. It expanded, with the metal rim spiraling outwards like an old-fashioned camera shutter, a leather strap wrapping around his forearm. This lasted until he was holding a round war shield a meter wide, the inside soft leather, the outside polished bronze engraved with intricate designs. In the pit area, Harry whistled appreciatively. Oh, fancy. And it was about time he got a bloody shield. I was tired of letting him borrow mine. Meanwhile, Percy blocked another attack and clobbered Beckendorf in the chest. The impact sent the son of Hephaestus flying off, and Percy turned back to the Greek fire pouch. With the tip of his sword, he flipped the pouch straight into the Hephaestus chariot. Needless to say, the driver yelped and abandoned the chariot, which exploded a couple of seconds later. Clarice and the Stolls swerved to avoid the wreck, allowing Annabeth to navigate the final turn and go across the finish line. As the crowd roared in approval, Annabeth yelled over the din, "Hold up! Listen, it wasn't just us." The crowd were uncooperative, but Harry took out his wand and fired a cannon blast in the air, silencing everyone. She nodded at him appreciatively. "We couldn't have done it without somebody else. We couldn't have won this race, or got the fleece, or saved Grover, or anything. We owe our lives to Tyson, Percy's." Percy loudly finished for her. "Brother! Tyson, my baby brother." Tyson blushed as the crowd cheered louder. Annabeth pecked Percy on the cheek, and Harry shot her a teasing grin. She rolled her eyes and mouthed, "Shut up." Before long, the entire Athena cabin lifted Percy, Annabeth, Harry, and Tyson onto their shoulders and carried them towards the winner's platform, where Chiron was waiting to bestow the laurel wreaths. The good news didn't stop there, as Grover got some time off before resuming his quest for Pan. As it turned out, the Council of Cloven Elders were so impressed that they granted him a 2-month break and a new set of reed pipes. Grover immediately put them to use, much to everyone else's horror. One day, Chiron trotted over to Harry and Percy. He smiled. "I don't know what you did, but you're not in any trouble with Meriwether Prep, Percy." Harry sheepishly said, "Actually, Chiron, that may have been my doing. I spun a story saying that a bunch of delinquents sneaked into the school and were wreaking havoc. Percy over here stepped in to save his fellow students. I told them that I happened to be passing by with Annabeth, and they bought it." He nodded. "Excellent work. One day, when both of you are ready, I will show you how to manipulate the mist. Unfortunately, Percy is still expelled. Your headmaster, Mr. Bonsai, said you had, how did he put it? Ungroovy karma that disrupted the school's educational aura. But you're not in any legal trouble, which was a relief to your mother. Chiron led them to a fountain as he talked. Then he handed Percy a coin. Oh, and speaking of your mother, I think it is high time you called her. Percy initiated the iris message and braced himself. Thank goodness that he did so, because Sally Jackson really let loose. Finally, she took a deep breath. Oh, I'm just glad that you're safe. I'll get started on looking up schools for you. Then Harry spotted movement in the background and recognized the figure. He blurted in surprise, Uncle Remus? W, what are you doing there? Wait, are you too? W. Remus Lupin looked like a deer in headlights. First off, yes, it is exactly what it looks like. We're just taking it slowly and seeing where we're going from here. Sirius was the one who convinced me to go out there. Also, just listening to that little tirade, I'm kind of glad that Sally doesn't know about howlers. Harry asked, have you told her about the you-know-what? I am getting around to it. Don't take too long. Oh, and another thing, can you get in touch with Tonks? I need her and Sirius help with something urgent. We'll do that, Harry. I'll see you in school. You did get our letter, right? Harry nodded. Yes, I did, by Uncle Remus. With that, Percy cut the connection and Harry breathed out. Well, that was unexpected. Honestly, life was pretty good. Harry and his friends continued training hard. One morning, Tyson came bounding over to Percy and Harry. Dream came from Daddy last night. He wants me to visit. Wants me to go underwater for the rest of the summer. Learn to work at Cyclope's forges. He called it an intern dash. Harry asked, an internship? Yes. After an uncomfortable silence, Percy asked, when would you leave? Now. Percy was a little aghast. Now. Like, now. Tyson nodded. Now. Percy let that piece of information sink in before choking out. I'm happy for you, big guy. Seriously, the Cyclops' lower lip quivered. Hard to leave my new brother. But I want to make things. Weapons for the camp. You will need them. Percy pat his back. You'll make the best weapons ever. I bet they'll tell good time, too. Tyson sniffled. Brothers help each other. Percy assured. You're my brother. No doubt about it. Tyson began making his way to the beach and waded into the water. He whistled, and Rainbow, the hippocampus, burst out of the waves. He turned back and called out, use the shield well. Save your life one day, Harry hollered out. I'll see you around, Mini Hagrid. On those parting words, Tyson and Rainbow rode off and submerged underwater. Once they were gone, Percy pressed the button on the watch and it transformed into a shield. For the first time, he had a good look at it, and Harry whistled appreciatively. Damn, looked better than mine. He was right, as there were ancient Greek-style pictures hammered into the bronze. The scenes in questions were from their recently concluded quest. There was Annabeth slaying a Laestrygonian, dodgeball player, Percy fighting the bronze bulls on Half-Blood Hill, Tyson riding Rainbow towards the Princess Andromeda, the CSS Birmingham blasting its cannons at Charybdis, Harry firing his flame spell at the Hydra, and many more. A day later, Sirius and Tonks flood into the big house's fireplace and met with Harry. With Chiron present, Harry outlined his plan. He said, so during our confrontation with Luke, he mentioned that he had some spies in our camp. I was actually in two minds about this. Plan A was to try and root out the spy. However, Plan B is we place our own spy in Luke's camp. That's where Tonks comes in. I'm hoping. Hey Tonks, didn't you mention that you were a meta something? The pink-haired girl, who looked like she was in her early 20s, giggle snorted. I'm a metamorphmagus. Basically, I can alter my physical body any way I want. With that, she morphed into an exact copy of him. When she spoke, it was in his own voice. As you can see, I can even change my gender. This ability is actually something you're born with. It can't be taught. He grinned. Brilliant. Serious? Would it be too much to ask for Tonks to infiltrate Luke's ship and feed us information on there? Whereabouts? Sirius Black thought about it, before he too had a grin on his face. Well, Bones did say that your final test would be a long-term assignment, and she asked me to leave it to my imagination. Chiron clapped his hands. Excellent. Now, Mr. Potter, Ms. Tonks will be your responsibility. I trust that you can teach her some basic fighting skills? If I remember correctly, you removed Luke's memories of magic before he returned to his own camp. As per your line of thinking, you didn't want him taking that kind of intel to the enemy. So Ms. Tonks, I would advise you to avoid using your wand. Mr. Potter and his friends will train you in sword fighting, archery, knife fighting, and other skills. So you won't be defenseless. She nodded. Yes, sir. I'm looking forward to it. From there, Harry, Percy, and Annabeth began training Tonks. That night, there was a storm raging in the area, but Camp Half-Blood remained untouched. The magic of the fleece was clearly working and strengthening the borders. The very same night, Harry was shaken awake by Silena Beauregard. He sat up. What is it? She shook her head. I don't know, but something's come up. Word is that it's to do with the tree. That jolted him out of bed, because Annabeth and Mackenzie were guarding the tree. Hastily getting ready, he seized his wand, as well as his bow and arrows, and rushed outside with his weapons primed. As he hurried forward, he saw Percy scrambling out from the Poseidon cabin with Grover hot on his heels. When they finally reached the top of the hill, the fleece was still dangling from its perch. However, the base of the tree beheld an unexpected sight. A girl was lying unconscious, with two other girls attempting to revive her. Harry recognized Annabeth and Mackenzie as the conscious girls. Chiron galloped up and then exclaimed, "Curse the Titan Lord! He's tricked us again, given himself another chance to control the prophecy." Up above, the storm had broken, but the dawn sky was blood red. Percy glanced at the centaur. "What do you mean?" he uttered. "The fleece." The fleece did its work too well. It healed the tree. And poison was not the only thing it purged. Annabeth spotted them and ran towards Chiron. She babbled, "Is she just suddenly there?" Harry and Percy sprang into action and rushed over to help Mackenzie. They inspected the unfamiliar girl. She had short black hair and freckles across her nose. She was built like a long-distance runner, lithe and strong, and she wore clothes that were somewhere between punk and goth. A black t-shirt, black tattered jeans, and a leather jacket with badges from a bunch of bands. Percy placed a hand to her forehead and then spoke up. "She needs nectar and ambrosia." Harry turned to Mackenzie. "Can you go get some nectar and ambrosia?" "Jackson, and I can take it from here. We'll get her to the big house." She nodded and rushed off, as Percy lifted the girl into a sitting position. He cradled her head gently on his shoulder and turned to the campers who were watching the scene. He snapped, "Come on! What's wrong with all of you? Let's get her to the big house." Finally, the girl groaned, took a shaky breath, and coughed. Her eyes opened, revealing that they were electric blue. She glanced at the two in bewilderment. "What? Who dash?" Harry spoke to her gently. "It's all right, mate. You're okay now. Come on, can you stand? We'll get you to the big house so that you can get healed up." They hoisted the girl, draped each of her arms around their shoulders, and began the slow trek. 10 minutes later, they finally managed to ease her onto a bed in the big house. By then, Mackenzie had joined them and was busy treating her. Apparently, she had been getting lessons from Lee Fletcher. Percy caught Harry's eye, and they both reached an understanding. They both recognized who the girl was, and Harry couldn't help thinking that things were about to get very interesting. Mackenzie spoon-fed a bite of ambrosia and asked, "Hi, I'm Mackenzie Dursley. What's your name?" The girl shakily said, "I'm Talia, daughter of Zeus." Harry glanced at Percy again. "Do you want to do it, or shall I?" He motioned to Harry. "You do it. I suck at this kind of stuff." Harry let out a long-suffering sigh. Fine. So I guess it falls on me, mate." "Oi, Jackson, are they all still outside, staring like blinking idiots?" Percy peeped out of the window. Yeah. Everyone's still so shocked." Harry sighed again. "All right, you're at Camp Half-Blood now. Most of us are demigods here. Everyone outside is pretty shocked because, let's be honest, you were technically dead. Also, now there are 2 players for the prophecy. That's Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon." She turned to Percy and gave a weak wave. "Sup, cousin? I'm Harry Potter, first and only son of Artemis. And you have no idea how bloody good it feels to be able to introduce myself." Her eyes snapped to him. "Son of Artemis? Impossible. I thought she was a virgin goddess." He grinned sheepishly. "Well, there was a loophole involved. Apparently, my mom was unable to conceive, so they prayed for divine intervention. Lady Artemis answered, and she performed a ritual that got Mum pregnant. The only caveat was that Lady Artemis was also counted as my mother as well. Talia nodded. Yeah, that actually makes sense. I'm just surprised that the hunters were able to tolerate you. He shrugged. Well, it was a heck of an adjustment period, but they're not sort of used to me. Heck, some of them are pretty darn overprotective, she chuckled. Then she nearly jumped off the bed in shock. Wait, I was with 3 others. What dash? Harry instantly reacted and wanted to calm her down. Whoa, 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 mate. Relax. Everyone's fine-ish. Grover's outside, so's Annabeth. Luke, it's complicated. You've been out of commission for, is it 5 years, Jackson? He did some quick mental math, I think 6 years. Annabeth's a year older than you, so she's 13. Harry turned back to her. Yeah, a lot has happened. In a way, it's good that you're lying down. We got a lot to tell you, mate. She tilted her head curiously. You talk funny? I'm not your mate. Harry rolled his eyes. Bloody hell, not you too. I'm a Brit. We can argue about the English language later on. Percy sniggered behind him, only to yelp when Harry shot a stinging hex at him. Talia goggled at him. Whoa, how did you do that? Yeah, that's another thing. When the gods migrated from ancient Greece and moved westwards, they made a brief pit stop in Great Britain for a couple of centuries. Hecate, goddess of magic, got a little busy and created a little community of magic users of her own. Thus, witches and wizards were created. We got our own communities in different parts of the world. Aside from being a son of Artemis, I'm also a wizard. Mackenzie over there is a witch, and she's my cousin. I used my wand to hit Jackson with a stinging hex because he was being a prat. Oh, cool. You gonna be okay? Just rest here for a while. We'll move you to the Zeus cabin when you're able. Good night. Chapter 40. It took a long time for the campers' shock to subside at seeing 2 children of the big 3. Luckily, Annabeth and Grover came around very quickly, as did Chiron. The girls quickly got Talia settled into her cabin, and Chiron informed her about the camp rules. A couple of days later, when she had recovered well enough, they offered to catch her up on training. Tonks trained alongside her, and the two got along pretty well. Harry could still recall their first meeting. While in the big house, Harry was talking to Talia when Tonks sauntered in. Hello, Munchkins. Hey, Harry. Who's your new friend? Talia stuck out her hand. Talia. Just Talia. I like your hair. She motioned to Tonks' bright pink spiky hair. Tonks grinned. Watch her. The name's Tonks. Just Tonks. That's my last name, in case you were wondering. Harry also grinned. You two really are a pair? One hates her last name, and the other hates her first name. Tonks flopped down on a seat next to Harry. Oh, do tell. Talia made a face. My last name is Grace. My mom was Beryl Grace, former TV starlet. She had a massive drinking problem and pulled all sorts of stupid stunts. I guess she thought she was a big shot because she got knocked up by the king of the gods. She died in a car crash sometime before I ran off with Luke and Grover. Tonks choked out. My first name is Nymphadora. You won't believe the amount of teasing I got from that stupid name. Since then, I've only gone by Tonks. Talia snickered a little. You have my sympathy. Hey, Harry. Where's Luke? I'm surprised he hasn't been by to visit. Harry chuckled slightly. Yeah, about that. It's complicated. Then Annabeth appeared at the doorway. Yeah, I think it's best if I told you. Harry, Tonks, can you give us some privacy? They shrugged. Okay, see you two in a bit. When they emerged afterwards, Annabeth's eyes were tear-stained and Talia looked pretty angry. The month of June soon passed by, and everyone's training was getting along nicely. Then, around mid-July, Sirius came over to take him and Mackenzie back to England as they were spending the rest of the summer with the Weasleys. Before that, he got Sirius to sign his permission slip to enter Hogsmeade. This was only after repeated assurances that he will watch his back, with Greyback lurking around. Percy, Grover, Annabeth, and Talia decided to tag along, because they had nothing better to do, and school had not started yet. The first thing that Ron did was wrap him in a bro hug. Then Harry noticed something sticking out from Ron's pocket. Boy, what's that? Is that a wand? Looks a little odd, doesn't it? The redhead grinned and pulled out a curved wand. You like it? It's made of ivory. Bill got it for me from some client of his in Egypt. Come to think of it, he also received a bunch of gifts from his client for a job well done. Here, come to the kitchen. He dragged Harry and the demigods to the kitchen, where someone or something was cooking. Ron grinned. They're called she. Shabby Shadash. Jenny was passing by and began giggling. They're called shabby, Ron. In essence, they are magical constructs like golems. Bill's client, Julius Kane, explained the concept, except this Pratt was not paying attention. Wait, I resent that. She stuck her tongue out at him, then tapped her foot expectantly, and Ron suddenly looked very bashful. He stammered, mate, please don't be mad at me, but Jenny wants it on our training. She may have walked into my room and discovered me with my spear. Now, she wants training in exchange for not telling Mom and Dad. Harry chuckled. Don't worry, mate. I was planning to train your siblings as well. Was wondering how to broach the subject. Just then, a sharp whistle came from the living room. It came from Mr. Weasley, who had just been talking to Sirius in hushed whispers. He called out, "Okay, everyone, family meeting now." Suddenly, there was a knock on the front door. Sirius opened it to see Remus and Hermione, the latter of whom was clutching a suitcase. Arthur smiled. "Oh, good. Everyone is here. Harry, Mackenzie, Hermione, I think you three had better attend this meeting, because this concerns you all as well." Harry spoke up. "Mr. Weasley, I think I might know what you were talking about." Mackenzie knows as well. He was a little surprised and asked, "Sirius told you?" Harry sheepishly chuckled. "Actually, it was the other way round. By the way, do I have your permission to tell everyone about the you?" "Know what?" Arthur perked up. Yes. Yes, of course." Harry cleared his throat, and all of the Weasleys and Hermione focused on him. He said, "So, we have a big situation here. Fenrir Greyback is on his way to Hogwarts. Apparently, the werewolf pack has been dwindling, so Greyback was tasked with replenishing it. He plans to go after the students. I'm probably his biggest target because of my heritage." Charlie raised a hand. "Wait, Greyback was tasked? I thought he was the leader of the werewolves. From what I've heard about him, he's not the type to follow orders." Harry shook his head. "Greyback is actually one of the top lieutenants to the leader of the werewolves, King Lycan. Listen, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, there is something you need to know. Ron and Hermione found out in our first year. Jenny and your parents found out in second year. Myself and 3 of my friends here are demigods, children of one mortal and one Greek god or goddess." Bill was puzzled. "Wait, you're saying that the Greek gods are real? And they went and had children with regular people?" "Precisely. This all kind of ties in. King Lycan was once a human king. He once played host to Lord Zeus in his home. He wanted to test his immortality, so he served him human meat. This included him killing one of his own sons and serving his flesh." Everyone's faces turned green. Harry waited for them to recover and continued. "Obviously, Zeus was enraged and turned him into the first werewolf. Then, Percy Weasley spoke up a bit skeptically. Potter, you say that you are a demigod, right? I thought your parents were James and Lily." "Did dash." Harry interrupted him with a piercing glare that made him shudder. "Don't even finish that sentence. Neither of my parents cheated on each other. From what I was told, during the war, my mother was hit with a curse, rendering her barren. They then searched for a fertility ritual. Sirius did his best to help, but accidentally gave them an ancient Greek summoning ritual. One thing led to another, and they summoned Lady Artemis, goddess of the hunt and moon. She performed another ritual, which helped my mother get pregnant, with the only condition being that Lady Artemis is counted as my mother." Ron chipped in. "That explains why Harry's scarily accurate with his spellcasting. His mother's primary weapon is a bow and arrow, so obviously, Harry inherited her skills." Hermione picked up where he left off. "Another thing that Harry told us is that all demigods have a condition called attention deficit hyperactive disorder, or ADHD. Basically, no demigod can really sit still because they have battle-born reflexes." Then Annabeth spoke up. "Demigods also have dyslexia, which means that they cannot read English very well. However, they can read and write ancient Greek or even Latin. Like Harry said, I'm a demigod. I'm the daughter of Athena, the Greek goddess of wisdom. That's Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon, god of the sea. Finally, this is Talia, daughter of Zeus, god of the sky and king of the gods. That's Grover, he's a satyr." On cue, Grover kicked off his fake feet, making everyone's eyes widen. He half bleated. "Satyrs are half human and half goat. We're not demigods, but we are tasked with bringing them to safety. One of the biggest hazards of being a demigod is that monsters from the ancient Greek world could attack. Right now, we are relatively safe because I think there are some wards that keep out monsters. Harry rolled his left shoulder, which was aching a little, and finished up. The more powerful the demigod, the more monsters they attract. Jackson and Talia are the most powerful demigods because they are the children of the oldest gods. Power-wise, they are stronger than Annabeth or myself. Talia interrupted. That's actually half true. From what I'm aware of, the firstborn child of any god is usually very powerful. So, Harry is pretty powerful in his own right. Bill spoke up. That's all very well and good, but that doesn't explain how Harry knew about Greyback before anyone else. Annabeth answered him. Another thing about demigods is that sometimes we get dreams. It could be about our or someone's past or future. Those dreams are almost always true. So Harry dreamed about Greyback getting his mission from King Lycan. Finally, Arthur wrapped up the meeting. Children, now that you all know what is at stake, promise me you all won't go looking for trouble? Greyback is not one to be trifled with. Unfortunately, the bad news doesn't stop there. Our Minister of Magic, in his infinite wisdom, has decided to place the Dementors of Azkaban around Hogwarts. Be very, very careful around them because they are very dangerous. Suddenly, Percy Weasley spoke up a little pompously. So what does this demigod world have to do with the wizarding world? I hardly see how this is our problem. Jackson fixed him with a hard stare. It has everything to do with it. There is a war coming up, and an ancient enemy called Kronos is rising. One of our own betrayed us, and in the process of resurrecting him. Kronos is the Titan Lord of Time, and he has the power to destroy the world. Just imagine what he can do to the wizarding world, should he ever find out about it. Harry also piped up. Also, I'm hardly the first demigod wizard. The founders of Hogwarts were demigods too. That got everyone's attention, even Sirius and Remus. Sirius asked, really? Harry nodded. Yep, Godric Gryffindor was the son of Zeus. Rowena Ravenclaw was the daughter of Athena. Helga Hufflepuff was the daughter of Demeter, and Salazar Slytherin was the son of Hecate. Hecate was actually the one to create the wizarding world. In her words, she was bored and wanted her own followers. If we're being really technical, witches and wizards are demigods as well. That explanation satisfied everyone, and Sirius had them swear an oath to never reveal this information without his approval. He warned that if the wrong people got hold of this information, the wizarding world could be dragged into an unwanted war, woefully unprepared. Before long, Jenny had joined their training, and she was quite vicious with a sword and shield. Fred and George fancied a pair of clubs with celestial bronze studs. Percy got comfortable with a spear, and finally, Bill and Charlie preferred daggers. In mid-July, Harry took Mackenzie aside during a sparring session. He handed her a small box, and she opened it, revealing a pair of earrings shaped like a dagger. Harry told her, I figured that I can't be around all the time. Also, you can handle yourself while in a pinch. I think I've trained you as much as I could. Plus, I have way too many weapons in my arsenal. My bow and arrow, and the sword are enough for me. I got Lou Ellen to enchant the hunting knives into a pair of earrings for you. She wrapped him in a tight hug before he helped her put them on. The following day, the demigods went back to New York, while Sirius took Harry and the others to Diagon Alley. As they passed quality Quidditch supplies, they noticed a large crowd gathered. Sirius glanced over and grinned. Well, what do you know? It seems that the rumors were true after all. That there's a firebolt, fastest broom in the world. Word on the street is that the Irish national team have already placed an order for 7 of these beauties. He looked down at Harry and Mackenzie. You two pups interested? This thing's got an acceleration of 150 miles an hour in 10 seconds. The best part is that it boasts of an unbreakable braking charm. Harry chuckled. I don't know about Kenzie, but I think my Nimbus 2000 hasn't really failed me just yet. Eventually, he tore himself away and trotted off to the apothecary to replenish his potion supplies. Harry was also outgrowing his robes, so he paid a visit to Madame Malkin's. While getting measured, he couldn't help noticing that some of Malkin's aides were blushing as the tape measures wrapped around his muscles and lean frame. He internally rolled his eyes and thought to himself, oh, for crying out loud. Then he winced a little. as the tape measure wrapped around his shoulders a little too hard. Finally, once that torture was over, he dropped by Flourish and Blots to pick up his new books, as well as to collect his Divination and Care of Magical Creatures book. Inside, he spotted a large iron cage, holding several copies of the Monster Book of Monsters. Each of those books were going at it like a bunch of cage fighters. Torn pages were flying everywhere as the books grappled with each other, locked together in furious wrestling matches and snapping aggressively. The manager made a pained face, drew on a pair of very thick gloves, picked up a large, knobbly walking stick, and proceeded toward the door of the monster book's cage. He complained, "I've already got bitten 5 times already. Whose bloody big idea was it to recommend this book? I'm never stocking them again, never. It's been bedlam. I thought we'd seen the worst when we bought 200 copies of the Invisible Book of Invisibility. Cost a fortune, and we never found them." The manager somehow snagged the book, and it whirled around, trying to bite him. Quicker than the eye could blink, Harry whipped out his wand and shot a stupefy spell. The man looked so relieved that he hugged him tightly and babbled, "Thank you so much. You just made my life so much easier. What else do you need? Your next book is on the house." Harry consulted his book list, Unfogging the Future by Cassandra Vablitsky. He smiled, starting divination, eh? Here you are. Unfogging the Future. Very good guide to all your basic fortune-telling methods, palmistry, crystal balls, bird entrails. Soon, they met up with the rest of the Weasleys and Hermione. The latter was carrying an enormous ginger cat. She beamed. "He's gorgeous, isn't he? His name is Crookshanks." Harry found it a little hard to agree with her. The cat's ginger fur was thick and fluffy, but it was definitely a bit bow-legged, and its face looked grumpy and oddly squashed, as though it had run headlong into a brick wall. Finally, they all went back to the burrow with their wares. When it was finally time to leave on September 1st, they all piled their suitcases neatly, with a wicker basket sitting next to the pile. Hedwig, Errol, and Pigwidgeon were next to the basket, perched on their respective cages. Harry sighed and approached the owls. Pigwidgeon gave him the stink eye, but Hedwig glared at them. He hooted at them. "Listen, Pigwidgeon, I'm really sorry about putting you in danger. I didn't realize that the monsters would try and get you. I promise that it won't happen again." Pigwidgeon barked. "See that it does not, Moonchild. Just be glad that the old codger didn't make the trip. He would have died at the hands of the snake ladies. Luckily, Hedwig and I were quick enough to dodge them, but that big arse shark nearly got me." Ron looked at him questioningly, but Harry indicated that he would tell him later. 20 minutes later, they were at the station. After crossing through, Harry looked for Neville. Percy Weasley spotted a familiar figure and smoothed back his hair. His cheeks pinked as he said, "Ah, there's Penelope." He walked off to meet the Ravenclaw girl, with his chest puffed out, proudly showing off his head boy badge. Harry quickly bolted into the train, Ginny hot on his heels. Once inside an empty compartment, they collapsed in laughter, clutching each other's backs. Harry snorted, "Oh, I am so taking the mickey out of him for this." Finally, Mackenzie, Ron, and Hermione joined them with Neville in tow. As the train moved off, Ron asked, "Hey, Harry, what were you telling Pigwidgeon?" His face grew red. "Yeah, Pigwidgeon is a little ticked at me. I was on another quest at the time, and he nearly got eaten when delivering a letter." Hermione leaned forward. "What was this quest about? I saw Annabeth rush you and Mackenzie off in a bit of a hurry." Mackenzie piped up, "It was an emergency. Luke had poisoned the tree that marked the camp's borders. So Harry, Jackson, Annabeth, and Clarice went on a quest to find the Golden Fleece. If the tree died, the camp would be overrun by monsters." Hermione's eyes widened. "The fleece is real. And you found it?" Harry replied, "Yeah. We had to sail into the Sea of Monsters to find it. The Sea of Monsters is the modern-day Bermuda Triangle. Apparently, Pig was nearly eaten by a megalodon. That's why he was so mad at me." Hedwig was pretty mad, initially. She shrieked, "A freaking megalodon? I thought it was supposed to be extinct millions of years ago." Neville asked, "What's a megalodon?" She shuddered. "You remember when Professor Daly spoke to us about non-magical wildlife? She talked about the great white shark and showed a picture. Now imagine that shark, but a lot bigger. At least the size of this compartment." Everybody else paled at that. Harry continued, "Apparently, The fleece did its job a little too well. Remember I told you about Talia's tree? Turns out she wasn't dead. Her dad just turned her into a pine tree. So when the fleece healed the tree, it also sort of resurrected Talia. Just then, the compartment door opened, revealing Sirius and Remus. Hermione smiled at them. "Hello, Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin. What are you two doing here?" Sirius grinned. "Extra security." "Neville, are you aware that Fenrir Greyback is on the loose?" The boy shivered. "Yeah, Mom and Dad told me about it. They've signed my Hogsmeade form, but told me to be careful. Anyway." Gran was hesitant, but Dad managed to convince her. Remus scowled. "Well, the minister has deployed the Dementors to try and stop him. Rather foolish of him, if you ask me." Hermione piped up. "But he's the minister, isn't he? Surely he knows what's best for everyone." This time it was Sirius' turn to scowl. "I wouldn't be so sure. I've heard that he used to take most of his advice from Lucius Malfoy." Then he grinned. "You should have seen him blustering about when we arrested Lucius last year for casting an unforgivable." Remus cleared his throat. "Our point is, Minister Fudge only deployed the Dementors because he wants the Ministry to be seen doing something. That's why we're here. I will be taking over the Dada position. Sirius is here in his Auror capacity, and if I'm unwell, he can take over in my stead." Sirius ruffled Mackenzie's head. "Okay, kiddos, we're just going to walk around and meet with the head boy and head girl. We'll be back soon." With that, they left, and the six of them were idly talking. After a while, Luna came skipping over and joined them. Hermione asked, "Do you know much about Hogsmeade?" "I've read it's the only entirely non-Muggle settlement in Britain dash." "Yeah, I think it is," said Ron in an offhand sort of way, "but that's not why I want to go. I just want to get inside Honeydukes." "What's that?" said Hermione. "It's this sweet shop," said Ron, a dreamy look coming over his face, "where they've got everything. Pepper imps, they make you smoke at the mouth, and great fat chocoballs full of strawberry mousse and clotted cream, and really excellent sugar quills, which you can suck in class and just look like you're thinking what to write next dash." "But Hogsmeade's a very interesting place, isn't it?" Hermione pressed on eagerly. "In sites of historical sorcery, it says the inn was the headquarters for the 1612 Goblin Rebellion, and the Shrieking Shack's supposed to be the most severely haunted building in Britain. And massive sherbet balls that make you levitate a few inches off the ground while you're sucking them," said Ron, who was plainly not listening to a word Hermione was saying. Hermione looked around at Harry as she released Crookshanks from his cage. "Won't it be nice to get out of school for a bit and explore Hogsmeade?" Harry grinned. "You're darn right it will," Ginny grumped. "If only we were old enough to go." "It's not fair." Harry raised his hands placatingly. Hey, don't worry, we'll get you some goodies." A few hours later, there was relative silence, as a few of them napped. Later on, the compartment door flew open to reveal a scowling Malfoy, with Crabbe, Goyle, Snide, and Merk. He drawled, "Well, look who it is. Potty and the Weasel. I heard your father finally got his hands on some gold this summer, Weasley. Did your mother die of shock?" Harry shot up before Ron and Ginny could retaliate. With an almost perfect imitation of Malfoy's drawl, he fired back. "Malfoy, Agrius Jr., Aureus Jr., Snide, Merk. Well, I'm curious to know about your father. I heard he earned some reservations at a fancy hotel. 5-star service at Hotel de Azkaban." Ron fought down his laughter, while Malfoy's face twisted in fury. "You have no proof. Father said that he was imperieused by the Dark Lord." Harry cocked his head sideways and shot him a disarming smile. "I didn't say anything about him being imperieused. I'm talking about when he was caught red-handed, casting the killing curse on a minor." Marilla Snide and Draco Malfoy's right hands twitched. Finally, he muttered resentfully, "Come on," and they trooped away. Ron grinned and slapped Harry's back heartily. "That was brilliant, mate." The rest of the trip was fairly silent, and Harry stared out the window, where it was starting to rain. The rain thickened as the train sped yet farther north. The windows were now a solid, shimmering gray, which gradually darkened until lanterns flickered into life all along the corridors and over the luggage racks. Suddenly, the train began to slow down, and the brakes squealed noisily. Hermione looked up as she lazily stroked Crookshanks. "We can't be there yet. Why are we stopping?" Harry peeped out the door and saw that several other students were doing the same. He spotted Anthony Goldstein and called out, Oh, what's happening? The express is conked out or something? The Ravenclaw shrugged. Don't know. Since this runs on magic, can it actually conk out? Then, without warning, all the lamps went out, and they were plunged into total darkness. Harry heard shuffling behind him, and then Hermione yelped, "Ron, that's my foot." Harry shut the door and carefully retreated. He then heard Luna idly comment, "Harry, you got a silver glow around you, keeping the Nargles and Rackspurts at bay. Is it because of your mother?" He declined to comment, instead pulling out his bow and arrows and switched into battle mode. The demigod called out, "Shoo! Everyone, sound off. Hermione, Ron, Neville, Luna, Jenny, Mackenzie." Harry called back. Mackenzie flanked my right. His sharper eyesight saw her carefully make her way over to him and take off her earrings. The hunting knives materialized in her hands and she dropped to a crouch, legs spread out, ready to attack. Just then, an intense cold swept over them all. Mackenzie glanced at Harry. "What do you think?" "Hyperborean giant." He shrugged. "Honestly, I don't know. It could be any dash." Harry got cut off as the door slid slowly open. It revealed a cloaked figure that towered to the ceiling. Its face was completely hidden beneath its hood. Harry's eyes darted downward, and what he saw made his stomach contract. There was a hand protruding from the cloak. Then the thing beneath the hood, whatever it was, drew a long, slow, rattling breath, as though it were trying to suck something more than air from its surroundings. The air grew colder, and the two cousins retreated backwards into their compartment. Harry's vision was starting to go black when the shadows in the corner darkened. Suddenly, Bianca D'Angelo, of all people, leaped out from the shadowed corner. The girl placed herself between them and the figure and raised her hand. The figure recoiled sharply as she ordered, "Back! Back, I say! You shall not harm them, nor anyone on this train. All of the students here are off limits." Harry's vision cleared as the figure retreated. Bianca had a serious expression on her face as she appeared to listen to something. Then she spoke. "Whoever it is you are looking for, nobody is harboring him. You do not belong here. You will come back with me to see." "Father." The figure continued retreating and then stopped. It appeared to be saying something because she replied, "You have 3 weeks. After that, you and your kind will return to the underworld. Father needs you to take up posts in Tartarus." It nodded and floated off. Not even a minute later, there was a thundering of footsteps. Sirius and Remus burst into the compartment. "Is everyone okay? Bianca? What are you doing here?" She replied, "Father contacted me a few days ago and told me about the Dementors. He had allowed Hecate to borrow them for some time, but forgot to summon them back. They were originally stationed as guards in Tartarus. The Dementor that was here told me about their task to find Fenrir Greyback. I gave them 3 weeks, after which I shall return them back to the underworld." As she explained, Lupin was handing out bars of chocolate to Harry and the others. Harry devoured his chocolate and hugged the girl. "Thanks for the save. I thought we were toast." She hugged him back. "Of course. You're like a brother to me. Also, you helped rescue us from the Lotus Casino." He asked, "Where's Nico?" "Father is still training him. I was able to master shadow travel a lot quicker." Hermione piped up, "Is that how you suddenly appeared here from nothing but shadows?" She nodded. "Yeah, our training is getting along fine. We should be ready to join you at camp by next year." With a wave, she shadow traveled back to wherever she came from. The two adults went back to their rounds, revealing that they were 10 minutes away from Hogwarts. Finally, the 7 of them slumped in their seats. Neville whimpered, "It was horrible. Did you feel how cold it got when it came in?" Jenny was shivering in the corner and rocking back and forth. Harry and Mackenzie got rid of their weapons and wrapped comforting arms around the red-headed girl. Before long, the train pulled into the station and they disembarked. Mackenzie was startled when she saw the Thestrals for the first time. Jenny couldn't see them, but Luna airily said, "I see them too. You're just as sane as I am." As always, the carriage trundled toward a pair of magnificent wrought iron gates, flanked with stone columns topped with winged boars. Harry spotted another 2 Dementors, who drifted further away. He gave a low whistle. "Wow! Bianca worked pretty quick." Hermione leaned out of the tiny window in their carriage, watching the many turrets and towers draw nearer. At last, the carriage swayed to a halt, and the quartet got out. Soon, Everyone trooped inside the castle and assembled outside the Great Hall. It soon swung open and the enchanted ceiling beckoned. This time, the ceiling was black and cloudy, and they all took their seats. Harry sat next to Katie, who wrapped him in a one-armed hug. They didn't have to wait long before McGonagall entered with the first years, and the sorting began. Finally, Dumbledore stood up. "Welcome. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few things to say to you all, and as one of them is very serious, I think it best to get it out of the way before you become befuddled by our excellent feast. As you will all be aware after their search of the Hogwarts Express, our school is presently playing host to some of the Dementors of Azkaban, who are here on Ministry of Magic business." He continued, "They are stationed at every entrance to the grounds, and while they are with us, I must make it plain that nobody is to leave school without permission. Dementors are not to be fooled by tricks or disguises. It is not in the nature of a Dementor to understand pleading or excuses. I therefore warn each and every one of you to give them no reason to harm you." I look to the prefects and our new head boy and girl to make sure that no student runs afoul of the Dementors. He paused to gauge the glum reaction of the students. Then Dumbledore smiled. "On a happier note, I am pleased to welcome 2 new teachers to our ranks this year. First, Professor Lupin, who has kindly consented to fill the post of defense against the dark arts teacher. We also have Auror Black, who will be on standby to keep the Dementors under control and as an occasional assistant to Professor Lupin." After some scattered applause, Dumbledore announced, "As to our second new appointment, well, I am sorry to tell you that Professor Kettleburn, our care of magical creatures teacher, retired at the end of last year in order to enjoy more time with his remaining limbs. However, I am delighted to say that his place will be filled by none other than Rubeus Hagrid, who has agreed to take on this teaching job in addition to his gamekeeping duties." There was a more enthusiastic reception to this announcement. Finally, he said, "It also gives me great pleasure to announce that aside from Quidditch, we will be introducing a new activity that got everyone whispering excitedly." Katie leaned in and whispered, "Is this activity what I think it is?" He nodded. "I think so." She pumped her fist. "Yes." Dumbledore once again called for silence. "Last term, I was temporarily dismissed from my position as headmaster, owing to a series of unfortunate events. Mr. Chiron Brunner took over and convinced me to take over his old position of a summer camp counselor. Needless to say, I found many camp activities exciting, but only one resonated with me. It is called Capture the Flag. For our benefit, the way it works is that 2 houses will compete at a time. The goal of the students of one house is to get the opposing house's flag and bring it back. The flags will be located in the respective house's common room. Yes, this does mean for the first time ever, students from one house can enter the common room of another house. Obviously, while some students look for their opponent's flags, they also have to defend their own flag. You may use magic, but you are restricted to stunning spells and low-level jinxes. A successful hit on an opponent gives you 10 points. Bringing the flag back ends the game and earns you 150 points. However, any unauthorized spells will result in a points deduction and a detention for that student. With that, he sat down, and the hall exploded into cheers. When the feast was over, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville rushed over to congratulate Hagrid. Finally, they trooped up the marble staircase and gathered around the portrait. The fat lady asked, "Password?" Percy Weasley muscled his way through and called out, "Fortuna Major." One by one, they crawled into the hole behind the portrait and split up to head into their respective dormitories. Chapter 41. The next day, Harry and his friends went down for breakfast in the Great Hall. He pointedly ignored Malfoy jeering at him, asking whether he cried for his mother when the big bad Dementor came. Ron looked like he was about to forego his wand and throw hands, but Harry stopped him, insisting that he was not worth it. Harry slid in next to George, who glanced at the laughing Slytherin and his cronies. He softly said, "That little git, Wanker, wasn't such a cocky bastard last night when the Dementors came. Think he nearly wet himself." Fred helpfully chimed in as he passed them their schedules. "Don't know about weeing himself, but he definitely shat himself. Could get the smell right from 3 compartments away." Harry shrugged. We probably would have been toast if Bianca hadn't stepped in. The twins looked at him curiously. Who's Bianca? I don't think we know any Bianca. We know a Belinda, who's a 7th-year Hufflepuff. Harry clarified, she's one of my lot. Daughter of Hades. He's the god of the underworld. Turns out, Dementors were originally the guards of Tartarus, which is deep in the underworld. That place is pretty much the most evil place on this planet. Azkaban is Disneyland compared to that place. It seems that several centuries ago, Lord Hades allowed Hecate to borrow the Dementors for something. However, he forgot to summon them back. Bianca has given them 3 weeks to catch Greyback. Then she's taking them back to the underworld. Far as I'm aware, they won't harm her, or they'd piss off her dad. George gave a low whistle. Crumbs. I didn't know that. It's generally accepted that the Dementors' origins were unknown. No one knew where they came from, they just sort of existed. Anyway, forget about Malfoy. We're gonna wipe that smirk off his face when we beat Slytherin at Quidditch. I'm also curious about this capture the flag thing. Meanwhile, Hermione happily exclaimed that they were starting their new subjects that day itself. The only lesson she had in common with them was care of magical creatures. Meanwhile, when he and Ron were at divination, she would be attending arithmancy. Soon, Hagrid strolled in and stopped next to them. He beamed at them. All right, you're in my first ever lesson. Right after lunch. Been up since 5, getting everything ready. Hope it's okay. Me a teacher, honestly. After he ambled off, Ron shuddered slightly. Wonder what he's got up his sleeve. Can't be worse than Aragog or that bloody draken. Fred tilted his head curiously. What are you on about? Ron stammered. In our first year, Hagrid somehow got hold of an egg. He thought it was a dragon egg, but when it hatched, Harry identified it as a draken. George leaned forward. What's the difference? Harry explained. Drakens are much older, and they grow at a very rapid pace. Also, some species can spit poison, and they can grow as large as a building. Heck, a full-grown draken can easily coil around Hogwarts. Luckily, this one had just hatched, so I managed to get rid of it quickly. Fred then asked, so who's Aragog? Ron shuddered again. He's an adult acromantula. Hagrid asked us to talk to him about the whole Chamber of Secrets business. Was Hagrid's pet before he got released into the Forbidden Forest. There's a whole bloody colony. Damn nearly died there. Before long, they noticed that the hall was slowly emptying itself, so they scarfed down their breakfast and rushed off to get ready. It took a while, because this was the first time they were visiting the North Tower where divination was. Harry and Ron got lost twice before finding themselves in front of a staircase spiraling upwards. Thanks to Harry's training, they were not so winded by the time they reached the top. They climbed the last few steps and emerged onto a tiny landing where most of the class was already assembled. There were no doors off this landing, but there was a circular trapdoor with a brass plaque situated on the ceiling. The trapdoor suddenly opened, and a silvery ladder extended downwards. One by one, the students climbed up, entering the strangest-looking classroom. It resembled a cross between someone's attic and an old-fashioned tea shop. The room had 20 small, circular tables crammed inside it, all surrounded by chintz armchairs and fat little poofs. Everything was lit with a dim, crimson light. The curtains at the windows were all closed, and the many lamps were draped with dark red scarves. It was stiflingly warm, and the fire that was burning under the crowded mantelpiece was giving off a heavy, sickly sort of perfume as it heated a large copper kettle. The shelves running around the circular walls were crammed with dusty-looking feathers, stubs of candles, many packs of tattered playing cards, countless silvery crystal balls, and a huge array of teacups. Then a voice came from the shadows. Welcome. How nice to see you in the physical world at last. Sit, my children, sit. Welcome to divination. My name is Professor Trelawney. You may not have seen me before. I find that descending too often into the hustle and bustle of the main school clouds my inner eye. So you have chosen to study divination, the most difficult of all magical arts. I must warn you at the outset that if you do not have the sight, there is very little I will be able to teach you. Books can take you only so far in this field. She continued. Many witches and wizards, talented though they are in the area of loud bangs and smells and sudden disappearances, are yet unable to penetrate the veiled mysteries of the future. It is a gift granted to few. We will be covering the basic methods of divination this year. The first term will be devoted to reading the tea leaves. Next term, we shall progress to palmistry. In the second term, we shall progress to the crystal ball if we have finished with fire omens, that is, suddenly, she turned to Lavender. I wonder, dear, if you could pass me the largest silver teapot? Lavender, looking relieved, stood up, took an enormous teapot from the shelf, and put it down on the table in front of Professor Trelawney. Thank you, my dear. Incidentally, that thing you were dreading, it will happen on Friday the 16th of October. The girl trembled a little before Trelawney divided everyone into pairs. The woman spoke. Collect a teacup from the shelf. Come to me, and I will fill it. Then sit down and drink. Drink until only the dregs remain. Swill these around the cup 3 times with the left hand. Then turn the cup upside down on its saucer. Wait for the last of the tea to drain away. Then give your cup to your partner to read. You will interpret the patterns using pages 5 and 6 of Unfogging the Future. I shall move among you, helping and instructing. Harry and Ron paired up as expected and followed her instructions. Of course, they were careful to not burn their tongues on the scalding tea. Harry then glanced at Ron's cup. Right, you've got a crooked sort of cross. That means you're going to have trials and suffering. Sorry about that, but there's a thing that could be the sun. Hang on. That means great happiness, so you're going to suffer, but be very happy. Ron snickered slightly. You're rubbish at this sort of thing. Okay, my turn. It looks odd. I can't make head or tail of it. One creature, who Harry recognized as an impausa, stepped forward. Come on, boys. Surely you don't want to kill us? We'll make it worth your while. All we need is just one little kiss. As they shape-shifted into beautiful teenage girls, Ron and Neville's grips wavered. Then, they spun around to point their weapons at him, Hermione, Ginny, and Mackenzie. Harry groaned to himself. Should have seen this coming. Gamamino's charm speak. Ron charged at them with his spear, but Hermione thought fast. She yelled, Protego, and Ron's spear bounced off a magical barrier. Not allowing them time to recover, she stunned the 2 boys. Meanwhile, Harry shook off the desire to obey the impausi, let loose an arrow, and killed one of them. He snarled, Your tricks won't work on us? Clear off. The remaining impausi charged, and after a fierce battle, all of them were nothing but piles of dust. Harry turned to Mackenzie and the group, and she grinned at him. Thanks for showing up, Harry. By then, Beatrice had been revived, and she also looked frightened out of her mind. Harry beckoned to Beatrice and the kids to come over. Beatrice limped over, and he spotted a nasty gash. They all huddled together, with Harry and the rescue party surrounding them with their weapons drawn. The journey back was a bit uneventful until they accidentally stumbled upon a mermaid nest. While carrying Beatrice piggyback style, Harry signaled for them to be very quiet, and they all tiptoed away very carefully. Finally, they reached the end of the Forbidden Forest and were back on school grounds. Once they reached safely, all weapons were taken care of. Harry passed Beatrice to Ron before whirling around and glaring at the kids. They all shrank in fear under the fierce gaze of his green and silver eyes. He ran a hand over his face. What were you thinking? The headmaster said that the Forbidden Forest was off limits for a good reason. Look, I get that when someone forbids you from doing something, that makes it all the more alluring. However, you all could have been killed if we hadn't followed you. Then he focused on Beatrice. And you. Look, I'm not going to question who you run with in your friend circle. That's your business. I know that you hate it when Penny mother hens you, so you rebelled. However, that does not give you the right to go trotting off on some half-baked sense of adventure. And dragging these kids with you? What if you got killed? Or even worse, got them all killed? She protested, but Esmeralda said that this was a test to finally be able to hang out with her and her friends. Hermione deadpanned. Do you really expect us to believe that? You all heard the warning about Fenrir Greyback. What if he got you and kidnapped or killed you? Everyone paled at the thought and were silent. Then one timid Hufflepuff stammered, what was that thing? A vampire? I thought they were supposed to be pale and didn't like sunlight. Harry promptly lied. I guess there are different kinds of vampires. Okay, listen, not a word about what happened in the Forbidden Forest. With Greyback lurking around, you probably start a panic. Got it? Everyone nodded vigorously and kept quiet. Just then, Percy Weasley spotted all of them. Oi, what are all of you doing near Hagrid's hut? As far as I'm aware, he doesn't have a class. Harry exchanged looks with Katie and his friends before coming to an agreement. He glanced at the bashful first years and Beatrice. Sorry, folks, you're going to have to face the music. He turned to Percy. We caught these furs ties trying to explore the Forbidden Forest. Luckily, Jenny and Mackenzie were able to fetch us and rescue them before any nasty surprises. Percy nodded stiffly. I'll take care of them from here. You all are off the hook because you went to rescue the students. However, I do not want this kind of stunt to happen again. All right, you lot. That will be 20 points from each of you. Jenny, get Haywood to Madame Pomfrey. The rest of you back in the common room. Some days later on Saturday, Sirius dropped by. Hey kiddo, sorry about the Nimbus. Was a good broom, and it guided you to 2 back-to-back titles. Obviously, James would have wanted you to keep the streak alive, and I know, just the broom. He took Harry by the hand and half-dragged him to Diagon Alley. To be more specific, to Quality Quidditch Supplies. Harry made a beeline for the Nimbus 2000, but Sirius grabbed the back of his collar. He grinned. The Nimbus is nice, but I think it's time for an upgrade. He dragged him over to a specific exhibit, and Harry's eyes widened. He gasped, No, you're kidding. You're kidding, right? Uncle Sirius, can we really afford it? Sirius grinned. Oh yes, I'm deadly serious. Harry groaned at the pun. That's not funny, Padfoot. Sirius cleared his throat. Well, jokes aside, you deserve the firebolt. Only the best for you. And we can afford it because the Black family are rather well off. Even your dad was pretty well off. The Potters and the Blacks may not be the richest, but we had enough to live comfortable lives. So why shouldn't I splurge some galleons on my godson? Harry let out a fond sigh and said, Okay, you win. I kind of wanted to prove that I didn't need the fastest broom just to win. Sirius pat his back. I get it. Really, I do. Your father was just as stubborn about his broom. He had a clean sweep 6, which was rather worn out, but James insisted that it was still good enough. Took 3 years and the broomstick hitting one of the stands to convince him to upgrade to a Comet 220. A few minutes later, Harry was the proud owner of a firebolt. Of course, he wrapped it up and brought it back to the castle. After he deposited the broom, he grinned to himself, knowing that Malfoy and other Seekers would not know what hit them. Just before he and Sirius parted ways, the older wizard called back. Oh, by the way, Mooney wants you to stop by his office. Said that it was important. Harry made his way to the data office and knocked on the door. Hearing Remus call to enter, he opened the door and slipped inside. Once inside the room, he winced a little as Lupin looked a lot more haggard than usual. Harry asked, Rough night, Uncle Mooney? He smiled wanly, Quite. Sirius tried his best to keep me company, but it wasn't enough. Now, the reason why you're here is because I wanted to teach you a rather useful spell. Initially, I planned to teach this to you to protect yourself from the Dementors. Knowing the life you lead, and if your Baga was any indication, you would have been a feast for them. Of course, their mass exodus has made that point redundant. However, there is another useful trick that this charm boasts of. He raised his wand and chanted, Expecto Patronum, a silvery white shape, burst forth from his wand and stood at attention. He spoke. Tell Sirius Black not to be alarmed. This is just a demonstration for Harry. The blob, that looked suspiciously like a wolf, bounded away and Remus turned back to Harry. He lectured, As you can see, we can use it to send messages to one another. It's quicker than using an owl, though one drawback is the range. Now, this will not be easy, as many have struggled to cast a Patronus. This spell is well beyond ordinary wizarding level or OWL. The trick is to focus on your happiest memory, because it is a kind of positive force, a projection of the very things that the Dementor feeds upon. Hope, happiness, the desire to survive, but it cannot feel despair, as real humans can, so the Dementors can't hurt it. Harry asked, Does a Patronus always look like that? He shook his head fondly. No, each one is unique to the wizard or witch who conjures it. Harry cast his mind about for a happy memory. There were a fair number to choose from. Finally, he settled on the time when he killed the mighty python and the proud look on his mother's face. He concentrated on that memory and chanted, Expecto Patronum. Suddenly, a large silvery form erupted from his wand before it dissipated. Harry was ecstatic. Did you see that, Uncle Mooney? He smiled warmly. Very good effort. Now, keep practicing and try to get it to create a solid form. We'll keep this up for the next hour, and then you can go back to your dorm. A week passed, which included Hufflepuff barely getting beaten by Slytherin in Quidditch. However, Hufflepuff managed to bounce back against Ravenclaw and capture the flag, which was a close affair as well. Christmas also flew by without too much hassle. It seemed that Fenrir Greyback was keeping unusually quiet for the moment. Soon, the time for Gryffindor's match against Ravenclaw was approaching. Alicia had a spare broom, which he borrowed for practice, though he did assure Oliver that his own broom situation was under control. The day of the match soon dawned, and Harry woke up with excitement bubbling in his stomach. He took his firebolt, still wrapped up, and trooped down the stairs of the boys' dorms with it. Katie spotted him and teased. Well, are you so secretive that you're going to fly it while it's still wrapped up? He blew her a raspberry. Nah, I wanted to keep it a secret as long as possible. I'll unwrap it in the locker rooms. Can't have the identity leaking out until the last minute. At 11:15, the Gryffindor team set off for the locker rooms. The weather couldn't have been more different from their match against Slytherin. It was a clear, cool day with a very light breeze. There would be no visibility problems this time, and Harry, though nervous, was starting to feel the excitement only a Quidditch match could bring. They could hear the rest of the school moving into the stadium beyond. Harry took off his black school robes, checked that his wand was still in its holster, and his weapons were secure. He laid out the broom, and every one of his teammates gathered around him. Oliver would put his hands on his hips and tapped his foot expectantly. Well, Potter, out with it. I'm dying to see who your Nimbus 2000 successor is. Harry grinned at them and tore off the paper with a flourish. Everyone's eyes bugged out, and Oliver whispered, "A firebolt, a bloody firebolt. How the hell did you manage to get your hands on one?" Harry grinned. Sirius took me to Quality Quidditch Supplies the other day. Honestly, I was perfectly happy with another Nimbus 2000, but he wasn't having it. In his words, only the best for my godson. Fred and George try to shoot him twin puppy dog eyes. Harrykins? My sweet Harrykins. After we beat the snot out of the Ravens, can we please, pretty please, have a go on the firebolt? Harry had been treated to better puppy dog eyes from the younger Aphrodite kids, so he didn't break. He pretended to think about it. Sorry, chaps. Ron's my best mate. He gets first dibs. But I'll put you two on the list. I'm only disappointed that we didn't face Slytherin today. Would have loved to see Malfoy eat my dust. Katie patted his back in mock sympathy. There's always next year. Now come on. I want to count the number of drop jaws. As they walked to the entrance, Harry deliberately stuck to the back of the group. Over their heads, they could hear Lee Jordan and Murphy McNully chattering animatedly in the commentary booth. They heard Jordan say, "Okay, folks. A little snidget told me that Potter has a broom at last, but he's rather tight-lipped on the identity. Any bets on which broom he's bought? Granger and Ron Weasley probably know him best, so what do they say? Right? Granger's logic suggests that Potter's bought another Nimbus 2000, because that's what he's used to. Oh. Looks like Malfoy wants a piece of that action, and he has bet 10 galleons that Potter's bought a Nimbus 2001, the clearly superior broom. Hey, his words, not mine. Justin from Hufflepuff thinks he's going for a Comet 260. Oh boy, Ron Weasley's got a daring one. He's bet 20 galleons that Potter's probably gone for the firebolt. Harry shared a look with the twins. Well, looks like Ron's about to be a very rich boy. Finally, Jordan announced the Ravenclaw team, and they all flew out one by one. Then he announced, and now, we have the Gryffindor team. First up, Captain and Keeper, Oliver Wood. Then we have the famous Flying Foxes, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and Katie Bell, the twin terrors of the skies, Fred and George Weasley. There's a galleon coming your way, if you can successfully tell them apart. And now, we have a seeker who has never failed to catch the snitch. Harry Potter. Wait, is that a freaking firebolt? Chapter 44. There was a brief, stunned silence in the stands before Ron broke it. He crowed, "I freaking called it. Pay up." The Gryffindors burst into raucous cheers as they spotted the shiny new broom in Harry's hands. Madam Hooch shot the firebolt a brief, admiring look before clearing her throat. Would Davies shake hands? The two captains shook before mounting their brooms. Harry kicked off into the air, and the firebolt zoomed higher and faster than any other broom. It shot off the ground so quick that he was very nearly unseated. Right off the bat, he recognized the problem. His plan to keep the broom a secret came at the cost of valuable practice time to get used to the speed. He gripped the broom tighter and soared around the stadium, beginning his hunt for the snitch. The good news was that Lee Jordan and Murphy McNully hadn't noticed his early struggles. The two were far too busy chattering and fanboying over his new broom. Lee jabbered, "They're off, and the big excitement this match is the firebolt that Harry Potter is flying for Gryffindor." McNully replied, "That's right, Lee. According to which broomstick, the firebolt's going to be the broom of choice for the national teams at this year's World Championship. If I'm not mistaken, about 45% of the teams will be purchasing one dash." McGonagall's exasperated voice cut in. "Jordan McNully, would you mind telling us what's going on in the match?" "Right you are, Professor. Just giving a bit of background information. The firebolt, incidentally, has a built-in auto brake and dash." "Jordan, okay. Gryffindor in possession. Katie Bell of Gryffindor heading for goal." Harry half listened to the commentary and continued testing his broom. He gave it an acceleration test, speed test, maneuverability test, and more. The Demigod also noticed that Cho Chang was trying to tail him. He saw her pushing the limits of her own broom, while he was barely at top speed. Then a wicked idea formed in his mind, and he allowed her to tail him. Suddenly, he abruptly checked the broom's stopping ability, brake, checking Cho at the same time. The Anglo-Asian girl nearly smacked into his back, but dodged at the last second. Later on, she got her revenge by cutting across him and forcing him to change direction. The Gryffindor chasers were already on the scoring board, but Harry had his own problems. Cho had evidently figured out that this was his literal first time on the firebolt, so she resorted to making a nuisance of herself. Just then, he spotted the snitch lurking close to the ground, flitting near one of the stands. He promptly plunged into a steep dive. Cho tore after him, but was too far behind. Harry clutched his broom tightly as he poured on more speed, excitement flooding him. He was 10 feet away and could just taste victory within his grasp. Suddenly, a bludger came pelting out of nowhere and heading straight for him. He grit his teeth. Not this time. With that, he executed a half-barrel roll, allowing the iron ball to fly harmlessly above him. Cho swerved to avoid it, and by the time the two righted themselves, the snitch had vacated its spot. The Gryffindors let out a great ooh of disappointment. Lee continued babbling. "Gryffindor leads by 80 points to 0. And look at that firebolt go. Potter's really putting it through its paces. Now see it turn? Chang's Comet is just no match for it. The firebolt's precision balance is really noticeable in these long dash." His fanboying was interrupted by McGonagall yelling, "Jordan, are you being paid to advertise firebolts? Get on with the commentary, or McNully will be the commentator from now on." The Ravenclaw team used this time to mount a comeback, scoring 3 consecutive goals. Once more, Harry had his eyes on the snitch, but decided to hang back. Cho went off to search for the snitch on her own, and Harry tailed her. She went in the complete opposite direction. Not that Harry was going to tell her that. Occasionally, he turned his head back to keep an eye on the snitch. Just then, he was forced to swerve as she brake-checked him and shot him a cheeky grin. In the background, he heard Wood roaring, "Harry, this is no time to be a gentleman. Knock her off her broom if you have to." By then, the score was 120 to 50, and that was when he decided that the fun and games were over. As they hovered in the air, he glanced at Cho again and noticed her eyes widen and her face paling. She slowly pointed a trembling hand and stammered, "WV, what's that? I thought they all left." He smirked at her. "Nice try, Chong. I've seen that trick in the movies far too many times." However, the crowd's audible gasp proved to him that she was not lying. He turned and spotted some familiar dark figures on the ground staring at them. Instinctively, he grabbed his celestial bronze wand and bellowed, "Expecto Patronum." To everyone's utter shock, a large white wispy blob burst from his wand, and he was a little disappointed that the shape was not recognizable. However, to Harry's own horror, the Patronus did nothing. Then he spotted something about the Dementors. One had a hint of pale blonde hair peeking out. He turned back to the trembling girl and raised his hands placatingly. False alarm. It's just some idiot's sick idea of a prank. Her eyes focused and then burned with rage before she calmed down and a wicked smile plastered itself on her face. She spoke. Want to give them a scare? In unison, the two of them dived for the figures, trying to buzz them. Cho swooped in a few feet from the figures' heads. However, Harry dipped even lower, causing one of the Dementors to flail and topple down, bringing down the other two. The hoods flew off, revealing Crabbe, Goyle, Malfoy, and 3 members of the Slytherin Quidditch team. The Gryffindors and Ravenclaws roared in fury. The Hufflepuffs booed, and more than half the Slytherins were facepalming. Harry spotted the snitch a few meters ahead, glanced at Cho, and quipped, "Back to business." "Race you." He accelerated, as did Cho. He was winning, gaining on the snitch with every second. He was nearly there. He stretched out the hand, still grasping his wand in the other, and just managed to close his fingers over the small, struggling snitch. On cue, Madame Hooch's shrill whistle sounded. Harry turned around in midair and saw 6 scarlet blurs bearing down on him. Next moment, the whole team was hugging him so hard he was nearly pulled off his broom. Down below, he could hear the roars of the Gryffindors in the crowd. "That's my boy," Wood kept yelling. Alicia, Angelina, and Katie had all peppered Harry's cheeks with kisses. Fred and George had him in a grip so tight Harry felt as though his limbs would break. In complete disarray, the team managed to make its way back to the ground. Harry got off his broom and looked up to see a gaggle of Gryffindor supporters sprinting onto the field, Ron, Hermione, and Neville in the lead. Before he knew it, he had been engulfed by the cheering crowd. "Yes!" Ron yelled, yanking Harry's arm into the air. "Yes! Yes!" "Well done, Harry," said Percy, looking delighted. 10 galleons to me. Must find Penelope. Excuse me, Dash." "Good for you, Harry," roared Seamus Finnegan. "Ruddy, brilliant," boomed Hagrid over the heads of the milling Gryffindors. Then, Harry remembered Malfoy and his ilk, and pushed everyone aside. The sight that greeted them was absolutely glorious. The 6 guilty Slytherins tried to desperately wriggle out of the large black robes, while McGonagall stormed towards them with fury etched on her face. Snape followed her, and he looked just as pissed as the deputy headmistress. She shouted, "An unworthy trick, a low and cowardly attempt to sabotage the Gryffindor Seeker. Detention for all of you, and 50 points from Slytherin. I shall be speaking to Professor Dumbledore about this. Make no mistake." "Ah, here he comes now." The Gryffindor tsunami steadily made its way back to their common room, and the party began. Fred and George vanished for a couple of hours, only to return with a crate full of butterbeer, pumpkin fizz, and loads of honeydew sweets. The party lasted pretty much all day, until an irate McGonagall turned up at 1 in the morning to yell at them to go to bed. Sheepishly, they all went to bed in their respective dorms. Nearly a couple of hours later, Harry's eyes snapped open. He heard some shuffling around in his dorm room and a low growl. The growl grew closer, and that was when he acted. Quicker than the eye could blink, he seized his hunting knife from under his pillow and flung it in the direction of the growl. There was a loud thud and louder swear, before a scream from Ron's bed ripped through the dorm room. Then there was a loud ripping sound, and a large figure bolted out of the room. By then, every boy in the room had woken up. Seamus' sleepy voice called out, "What's going on?" On cue, the dormitory door slammed open, and Percy Weasley entered in his pajamas, clutching a lamp. He called out sternly, "Who shouted? What's all the noise?" Ron's frantic voice rambled, "Greyback. I saw Fenrir Greyback." Percy looked alarmed. "What?" Ron gesticulated wildly. "Here. Just now. I heard a thudding sound. Woke me up." All the boys were ushered down to the common room in the chaos. By then, the girls had also joined them. "You sure you weren't dreaming, Ron?" asked Dean warily. "I tell you, he was here," Percy retorted. "Preposterous. It must have been a nightmare." "I'm afraid it wasn't a nightmare, Mr. Weasley, Professor." McGonagall was back, and she was as white as a sheet. She pointed to the portrait of Sir Cadogan, where the canvas had been ripped by 5 large gashes. The knight himself was on his knees and moaning. "I've been bested." McGonagall cleared her throat. "Sir Cadogan, did you just let a man enter Gryffindor Tower?" He wailed. "Yes, m'lady. He didn't have a password, so I naturally challenged him to a duel. Sadly, I was bested and was forced to let him pass." Sirius was called, and he investigated along with McGonagall. The only thing that they could find was a chunk of clothing that was pinned by a hunting knife. Sirius carefully pried off the knife from the wall turned it back into an earring, and pocketed it. He sniffed the patch of clothing and spoke. Yep, definitely graybacks. We'll have to take it back to the ministry for further analysis. Just as he was leaving, he stealthily passed Harry's earring back and whispered, "Good shot." Harry congregated with Ron, Neville, and Hermione. The terrified girl asked, "Are you three okay?" Harry whispered, "I was actually the first to realize that he was in the room. I'm a light sleeper, and I've started sleeping with a knife under my pillow. Almost got him." "Ron, that thudding sound you heard was probably my hunting knife," Neville whispered. "Why did you need to sleep with a knife under your pillow? Whenever I'm out with the hunters, most nights, we're camped in the woods. Now a bunch of demigods in the open forest with monsters lurking around. You do the math. We're always light sleepers so that we don't get attacked by monsters in our sleep." Ron nodded. "Yeah, that makes sense." No one else had a lick of sleep that night, and the next morning, the security was tightened. Professor Flitwick was spotted teaching the front doors to recognize a large picture of Fenrir Greyback. Filch was suddenly bustling up and down the corridors, boarding up everything from tiny cracks in the walls to mouse holes. Meanwhile, Sir Cadogan had been relieved of his duty. His portrait had been taken back to its lonely landing on the 7th floor, and the fat lady was back. She was understandably extremely nervous, having heard what happened to Cadogan. So she agreed to return to her job only on condition that she was given extra protection. A bunch of surly security trolls had been hired to guard her. They paced the corridor in a menacing group, talking in grunts and comparing the size of their clubs. Meanwhile, Ron was busy recalling the tale, though he tried to spin it around to make himself the hero. Harry was only too happy to let him take the credit. All the better to keep his demigod status a secret. That morning, a letter arrived for Harry. It was from Hagrid, saying that he wanted to meet them and discuss last night's events. Later that day, after classes, the four of them went with Sirius to Hagrid's hut. Over there, they briefly talked about the attempted break-in. Harry also revealed that he attacked Greyback and forced him to flee. For the next couple of weeks, no students ventured out alone. Gryffindor in particular always moved in one large group before smaller clumps broke off to enter their respective classes. One day, Harry and Ron trooped up the stairs for their divination class. Together, they climbed the ladder into the dim, stifling tower room. Glowing on every little table was a crystal ball full of pearly white mist. Harry and Ron sat down together at the same rickety table. The redhead grumbled, "I thought we weren't starting crystal balls until next term." Harry whispered back, "Don't complain. This means we've finished palmistry." I was getting rather tired of her constantly harping about my burden, whatever that is. Just then, Trelawney shuffled in, and the class quietened down. Her misty voice spoke up. "Good day to you. I have decided to introduce the crystal ball a little earlier than I had planned. The fates have informed me that your examination in June will concern the orb, and I am anxious to give you sufficient practice." She continued, "Crystal gazing is a particularly refined art. I do not expect any of you to see when first you peer into the orb's infinite depths. We shall start by practicing relaxing the conscious mind and external eyes, so as to clear the inner eye and the superconscious. Perhaps, if we are lucky, some of you will see before the end of the class." Then she shuffled off to look at another table's crystal ball. Ron leaned over and murmured, "Man, I'm kind of glad that Hermione isn't here. I reckon she would have scoffed at this and stormed off in a huff." They both choked down their laughter, and the class continued as normal. All the while, Harry and the others kept shooting pitying glances at a mortified John Silvertongue. The Easter holidays soon arrived, and it was far from relaxing. The exams were rapidly approaching, and the workload had increased. As the third year studied in the common room as one big group, Harry quipped to Hermione, "Bet you're glad that you didn't follow through with that harebrained plan to take all the electives at the beginning of the year." Lavender, Seamus, and Parvati's heads snapped up with abject horror. Seamus whisper yelled, "You were going to take all the bloody electives? Madness. We know you're brilliant, Hermione, but taking all the electives is insane." She meekly confessed, "Why, yeah, I see it now. I thought I could handle it, but Katie talked me out of it. Now, I see your point. Anyway, what's the incantation of the porcupine to Pincushion's spell? Again?" Unfortunately for Harry, he also had to deal with a hyperactive Oliver Wood. This was his last year at Hogwarts, and word in the corridors was that there was a scout from Puddlemere United who was going to attend the final game. Apparently, Their keeper from Ireland had announced that he planned to retire after the Quidditch World Cup in a few months' time. At each practice, Wood badgered Harry. So you must catch it only if we're more than 50 points up. Only if we're more than 50 points up, Harry, or we win the match, but lose the cup. You've got that, haven't you? You must catch the snitch only if we're dash. An exasperated Harry yelled, I know, Oliver. I also know about the scout. Don't worry. The small mercy was that the remaining games of Capture the Flag were over. Gryffindor had made mincemeat of Hufflepuff and barely got beaten by Ravenclaw. Turned out, the Weasley twins were carrying the flag when they got caught up in a trap sprung by Tulip Karasu and Zenobia Noak. By the time Nellie Ogspire grabbed it and sprinted for their common room, Ravenclaw's Andre Egwu had built up a lead and made it back 2 seconds before Alicia. As a result, Ravenclaw became the first champions of Capture the Flag. Coming back to Quidditch, the build-up to the game was pretty electric. Slytherin were leading, and Gryffindor had to win against Hufflepuff to beat them. If Hufflepuff won, it would not have been enough to beat Slytherin. By the time the holidays were over, tension between the Gryffindor and Slytherin was at the breaking point. A number of small scuffles broke out in the corridors, culminating in a nasty incident in which a Gryffindor 4th year and a Slytherin 6th year ended up in the hospital wing with leaks sprouting out of their ears. Hufflepuffs often came over to break the fight and heal the Gryffindors. On one occasion, Harry was even jumped by 6 Slytherins while rounding a corner. Fortunately, he had learnt the art of Pancration from Clarice and defeated all of them with his bare hands. When Wood found out, he congratulated him for protecting himself, but still ordered him to move around with a few bodyguards. Katie even cast a few anti-jinx spells on his firebolt. The day of the match dawned bright and early. Wood gathered the team, and they discussed strategy against the Hufflepuffs. By then, the rest of the house had trickled down. After exiting the fat lady's portrait, the entire house surrounded the team, as if to protect them from any jinx or hex. Luckily, there were no incidents from there to the Great Hall. As they ate, the Hufflepuffs slowly made their way to them and wished them luck. The captain had insisted that they highly disapproved of the Slytherin's actions, as that was not in the spirit of the game. Soon, everyone was out on the Quidditch pitch, and the captains performed the customary handshake. After mounting their brooms, Madame Hooch blew the whistle, and they were off in the air. Lee Jordan began his rapid-fire commentary. And it's Gryffindor in possession. Alicia Spinette of Gryffindor with the quaffle, heading straight for the Hufflepuff goalposts. Looking good, Alicia. Arg, no. Quaffle intercepted by Chauncey. Wow. Chauncey passes to Philip, and he is really tearing up the field, wham. Nice bludger work there by George Weasley. Philip drops the quaffle. It's caught by Johnson. Gryffindor back in possession. Come on, Angelina. Nice swerve around done. Duck Angelina, that's a bludger. She scores. 10-0 to Gryffindor. Just like that, the game was on. Harry and Cedric Diggory flew around each other, just watching the game and waiting. Katie managed to score 2 more before the goals began to dry up. Wood pulled off a string of fantastic saves, keeping Gryffindor in the game. At one point, Harry spotted Dunn making a play for goal. She aimed and flung the quaffle to the left of Wood. Harry noticed that with its trajectory, the quaffle would be just out of Wood's reach, but in line with the goal. Coming to a decision, Harry rocketed towards the quaffle, pretending as though the snitch was in the same direction. The ball deflected off his back into the waiting hands of Oliver Wood. As he flew past his keeper, Oliver gave him a salute and punted the quaffle towards Katie. She passed the quaffle to Alicia, who managed to score, making it 40-0. All the while, Harry performed a few dummy runs, fooling Cedric each time. The game of cat and mouse carried on for some time, while the battle around them raged fiercely. Just then, Alicia and Katie scored a goal each, while Chauncey finally put Hufflepuff on the board. Locking his focus on the snitch, which was hovering just above the grass, Harry shot downwards. Cedric reacted immediately, but the firebolt proved its mettle as the fastest broom. The snitch made a break for it, but Harry bore down on it at breakneck speed. Everyone in the stands watched with bated breath as Harry went for the dive bomb. The ground rapidly approached as gravity did its work. Diggory followed right on Harry's heels, but soon pulled away, but Harry kept going. The grassy pitch loomed bigger and bigger, until he leveled out a few inches from the ground, and with an outstretched hand, he swiped the snitch. Right on cue, Madam Hooch's whistle blew shrilly, but was soon drowned by a roar from the grandstands. Then Wood was speeding toward him, half blinded by tears. He seized Harry around the neck and sobbed unrestrainedly into his shoulder. Harry felt two large thumps as Fred and George hit them. Alicia, Katie, and Angelina also slammed into them, followed by Robin, who mounted her own broom and joined the group hug. Tangled together in a mini-armed hug, the Gryffindor team sank, yelling hoarsely, back to earth. Not a moment later, a crimson tidal wave descended upon them and swallowed them up. Gryffindor supporters poured over the barriers onto the field. Hands were raining down on their backs. Harry had a confused impression of noise and bodies pressing in on him. Then he and the rest of the team were hoisted onto the shoulders of the crowd. Thrust into the light, he saw Hagrid plastered with crimson rosettes. "Ya beat them, Harry, ya beat them. Vai tilitel bookbeak." There was Percy, jumping up and down like a maniac, all dignity forgotten. Professor McGonagall was sobbing harder even than Wood, wiping her eyes with an enormous Gryffindor flag. And there, fighting their way toward Harry, were Ron, Neville, and Hermione. Words failed them. They simply beamed as Harry was borne toward the stands, where Dumbledore stood waiting with the enormous Quidditch cup. As he was being carried over to Gryffindor Tower, he hollered to Katie, "Bloody hell! This reminds me of the time Sirius took me to Old Trafford when Manchester United won the Prem for the first time. Thought the roof was going to be blown off." Celebrations lasted well into the night, until McGonagall forced them to go to bed. Unfortunately, that was the only time they got to celebrate, because June approached and the final exams drew closer. Everyone got serious, and Hermione even formed a study group among the Gryffindors. Even Fred and George Weasley had been spotted working. They were about to take their OWLs. Percy and Oliver were getting ready to take their Newts, the highest qualification Hogwarts offered. Percy hoped to enter the Ministry of Magic, so he needed top grades. He was becoming increasingly edgy, and gave very severe punishments to anybody who disturbed the quiet of the common room in the evenings. Oliver also had to study because the scout told him that he needed at least 4 outstanding marks in order to make it into the Puddlemere United squad. Exam week began, and an unnatural hush fell over the castle. The third years emerged from Transfiguration at lunchtime on Monday, limp and ashen-faced, comparing results and bemoaning the difficulty of the tasks they had been set, which had included turning a teapot into a tortoise. Hermione irritated the rest by fussing about how her tortoise had looked more like a turtle, which was the least of everyone else's worries. Just like that, more and more tests fell on the students' heads. On the first day, Professor Flitwick tested them on the cheering charm. Snape ordered them to brew a confusing concoction, and Hagrid tested their knowledge on kelpies at the Black Lake. Safe to say, he and the students got a bit of a surprise when Harry's kelpie approached him immediately and began nuzzling him. It even took him for a lap around the lake. Astronomy was the last exam of the night, and Harry was able to identify most of the constellations. The next day was history of magic, herbology, mortal studies, and defense against the dark arts as the penultimate exam. Professor Lupin set up an obstacle course outside in the sun. The students had to wade across a deep paddling pool containing a Grindylow, cross a series of potholes full of red caps, squish their way across a patch of marsh while ignoring misleading directions from a hinkapunk, then climb into an old trunk and battle with a new boggart. Harry made short work of the Grindylow and the red caps. He also ignored the hinkapunk and relied on his tracking skills. When he faced the boggart, though, Scylla greeted him once again. Harry had a minor flashback to the real Scylla, but fought down his initial terror. With a bellow of ridiculous, he turned the sea monster into a snail. Meanwhile, Ron was doing fine until the hinkapunk directed him into a bog. Neville did decently, until the boggart Snape showed up, and he shut down immediately. As for Hermione, she was close to rivaling him until she reached the trunk with the boggart. A minute later, she staggered out in tears. As he comforted her, she blubbered about Professor McGonagall failing her and sending her back to first year. The final exam for Harry was divination. He and Ron trudged up the stairs to the 7th floor. In the classroom, he slotted next to Parvati, who told them that Trelawney was seeing everyone separately. Soon, they sat and waited until their turn came. Ron went up, and when he returned, he groused. Rubbish. Couldn't see a thing, so I made some stuff up. Don't think she was convinced, though. Finally, it was his turn, and with shaking knees, climbed up the ladder. The tower room was hotter than ever before. The curtains were closed, the fire was alight, and the usual sickly scent made Harry cough as he stumbled through the clutter of chairs and tables to where Professor Trelawney sat waiting for him before a large crystal ball. "Good day, my dear," she said softly. "If you would kindly gaze into the orb. Take your time. Now. Then tell me what you see within it." Harry bent over the crystal ball and stared as hard as he could, willing it to show him something other than swirling white fog, but nothing happened. "Well," Professor Trelawney prompted delicately. "What do you see?" He carefully gazed in air dash a dark shape. What does it resemble?" whispered Professor Trelawney. "Think now." Harry squinted and then spoke hesitantly. "Some kind of scorpion-like creature." "Indeed," whispered Professor Trelawney, scribbling keenly on the parchment perched upon her knees. "My boy, you will face several enemies. Your heritage speaks for itself, and the danger isn't over. Thank you. You may go." Harry got up to leave when a familiar green mist wafted across the floor. He whirled around to see some of the mist waft into a stricken Trelawney's mouth, and she spoke. "The time is close at hand. The Crooked One is steadily rising. So many players will play a vital role in the struggle ahead. Death lies ahead, and two shall be snuffed out." Professor Trelawney's head slumped forward onto her chest. She made a grunting sort of noise. Then, quite suddenly, Professor Trelawney's head snapped up again. She dreamily murmured, "I'm so sorry, dear boy. The heat of the day, you know." I drifted off for a moment. Harry wisely chose not tell her about what happened. 5 minutes later, he was dashing past the security trolls outside the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, Professor Trelawney's words still resounding in his head. People were striding past him in the opposite direction, laughing and joking, heading for the grounds in a bit of long-awaited freedom. By the time he had reached the portrait hole and entered the common room, it was almost deserted. Over in the corner, however, sat Ron, Neville, and Hermione. They looked at his freaked-out face and gathered around him. Ron asked, "What's up?" He breathed. "I think Trelawney just gave a real prophecy. Said something about the Crooked One rising. Mentioned many players playing a big role in some kind of conflict. But the worst part is, she said that 2 people might die." They walked out and headed to the Great Hall. When they reached, they saw some frantic activity by the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables. Spotting Sirius and Remus there, they shifted closer out of curiosity. They heard a tearful Penny frantically say, "I don't know, Mr. Black. Professor Lupin, she said she was just going to the courtyard for some fresh air. But that was 2 hours ago." Harry nudged Susan's shoulder. "What's the matter?" She turned to him and spoke. "It's Kiara. She's missing. We don't know where she's gone. Or Black suspects that she may have been kidnapped by Greyback. So far, she's the only one missing." He pat her back sympathetically. "I hope she's found. I trust Uncle Sirius. I'm sure he'll find her." At that moment, Sirius and Remus took him aside to a corner of the Great Hall. Sirius said, "Listen, kiddo, I've got a horrible feeling that Greyback's got the Lobosca kid. Tonight's going to be a full moon, so Remus is going to be with me. Who better to fight a werewolf than another werewolf? There's me also. I can take him in my Animagus form. Do you want to tag along?" I saw the Prophet the other day and saw a tiny snippet in the Animagus registry section. Old Fenrir won't know what hit him. They ventured out into the courtyard to begin their investigation, as that was the last place where Kiara was seen. For 5 minutes, there was no sign of her. However, Harry spotted something on the ground near the fountain. It was a small note, and it read, "Shrieking Shack, 10 p.m. tonight. Bring Potter, or there will be a new addition to the werewolf population." Chapter 45. It was still afternoon, so there was plenty of time for them to prepare. Harry went straight to the Ollery to fetch Hedwig. He penned a quick letter and asked her to find Zoe or one of his sisters. He would have searched for them himself, except that they were scattered around the Forbidden Forest, so he was not about to venture in there again after last time. He also gathered Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Katie and relayed the situation to them. Their game plan was that the 4 students would hide in the trees near the shack. Sirius would take a shortcut that he knew about from their own school days. Meanwhile, The hunters would surround the area, and Remus would take Harry to face Greyback head-on. At around 9:30, Remus and Harry made their way to the front entrance. As they walked down the path on that cloudy night, Remus casually said, "Oh, by the way, I believe Bianca has gotten a Hogwarts acceptance letter about 2 weeks ago." Harry's head snapped up towards him in surprise. "Say what? But isn't she, I don't know, 13 years old? I know that when we rescued her and Nico, she was 11 and he was 9. Isn't it a bit late to get a Hogwarts letter?" Remus shrugged. "Well, sometimes magic can manifest pretty late." Dumbledore was quite surprised when McGonagall came to him with her admission letter. Then again, maybe their time in the Lotus Casino could have suppressed her magical ability. That's just my own theory, though. I don't know if Nico is showing any magic, though. Sirius took her to Ollivander's shop last week, and her wand is you with thestral hair. I suspect that's largely because of her heritage as the daughter of the god of the underworld. Sirius' cousin, Andromeda, has been bringing her up to speed with first-year and second-year curriculum. Harry incredulously replied, "But for someone to be joining Hogwarts in their 3rd year, well, it's not that uncommon. Don't tell me you've forgotten about that Brazilian witch who joined after the Christmas break. What was her name again?" "Oh yes, Alanza Alves. She's joined Slytherin if I'm not mistaken." Harry sheepishly said, "Oh right." After some more silence, Remus asked, "So, are you excited about the World Cup?" "The Quidditch World Cup, I mean. I know the FIFA World Cup has just finished. Anyway, the Quidditch World Cup final is being held here in England itself." Harry had an excited look on his face. "Yeah, Ron and Seamus were gushing about it the other day. Come to think of it, they had a massive row about who would win the final. Seamus thinks that Ireland will win, but Ron thinks that Bulgaria will crush them thanks to Victor Crumb. According to Ron, Mr. Weasley is expecting a bonus next week, so they plan to buy tickets for the family. He's offered one to me and Hermione. He asked Neville too, but his dad bought tickets for themselves." Remus smiled. "Well, Sirius has bought tickets for yourself and Mackenzie. I believe he's bought some more for Nico and Bianca. Also included are tickets for your friends Percy, Annabeth, Talia, and Grover. Would be nice to see the demigods be a little exposed to Quidditch." Then Harry replied, "So how are things between you and Sally? Have you told her about your furry little problem yet?" He made a face. "Don't remind me. Padfoot made a very idiotic joke about my furry little problem. Sally, bless her innocent little heart, simply assured me that she didn't mind me having a hairy chest." His cheeks reddened a little, though she did ask me to trim my nutsack. She wasn't about to get a mouthful of hair, if she could help it. Harry froze briefly before collapsing in laughter. Remus mock scowled. Yes, laugh it up. Sirius had the very same reaction when he heard it. I'm just glad that Percy wasn't around to hear it. Finally, they stopped in front of a rundown old shack that was on the verge of collapse. They stopped to gather themselves, and Remus checked to see if Harry had his weapons on him. Before he entered the jaws of the wolf, Remus placed a hand on his shoulder. He had a serious look on his gaunt face and said, "Listen, Harry, Greyback is dangerous. He was the one who bit me when I was a boy. He's not one to be trifled with. Hopefully he has not touched Miss Lobaska. I wouldn't put it past him, if I'm being honest." Harry turned and grabbed his honorary uncle's forearm before lightly squeezing it. He smiled. "Uncle Remus, I'll be fine. I can take care of myself. Nothing will happen to me or her. Besides, Kiara's just a bargaining chip to him. It's me he wants, because I'm the son of Artemis. His plan is probably to bite me first before he attacks anyone else. His previous raids were probably intimidation tactics." Letting go, Harry slowly opened the door and entered the shrieking shack. Taking out his wand, he tapped his holster and activated his shield. The main hall was deserted, but Harry glanced down and observed the ground. He noticed some faint marks on the wooden floor, as if someone had dragged something on the floor. He slowly followed the tracks that led to a rickety staircase. Taking a breath to steel his nerve, Harry slowly padded up the stairs. He made sure to keep his footfalls as silent as possible. Very soon, he reached a dark landing, and in the darkness, he noticed that one door at the far end was open. His sharp ears heard a small moan, followed by a gruff voice mutter, "Quiet, you little brat, or I will make good on my promise to turn you." Harry collapsed his shield but still had his wand out. He entered the room to find two figures. One was the familiar white hair of Kiara Lobaska, who was cowering on the floor. Facing her was a large, vicious-looking man with matted gray hair. He turned around, and Harry got a good look at his face for the first time. Greyback's whiskered face lit up with a big feral smile, showing off pointed teeth. He beckoned with yellowish nails. Well, well. Hello, Harry Potter. So nice of you to show up. Now this is a party. Welcome to this humble abode. I figured that you could not resist playing the hero, so naturally I capitalized. If I may be honest, I was hoping to nab one of your friends, but then again, can't complain about the results. Hero. Harry brandished his wand and aimed it at the werewolf. Well, you got me now. Let her go. She's not part of this. It's just between you and me. Greyback responded by grabbing her by the hair and yanking her to her feet. She whimpered in pain, but the werewolf ignored her. He advanced and Harry retreated simultaneously. Slowly, they made their way down the stairs and finally outside the shack. Once outside, Greyback took a deep sniff of air. Ah, much better for our little show. He spotted Lupin in the distance. Hello, Remus. I should have known that you would be here. Lupin's wand was out and aimed at the criminal. Let the girl go. Greyback didn't move for a while, before suddenly shoving the terrified Kiara towards Harry. He grabbed her, and she clutched at him for dear life. Slowly, he moved towards Remus and gently pried her off him and into the older man's arms. Remus hurried off to bring her inside the safety of the castle, leaving Harry with Fenrir. The werewolf called out to the demigod, "Make no mistake, Potter. This is a mercy. I will get her eventually. Right after I turn you." He chuckled sinisterly and ran his tongue over his sharpened teeth. Oh ho! Imagine the delicious irony. The child of the moon and the boy who lived will soon be a werewolf. I cannot wait to see the fallout with the Ministry once they find out that their hero is now a monster. With that, he lunged towards Harry, claws extended and jaws agape. In that very instant, Harry activated his shield and braced himself as the claws impacted the shield. Harry retaliated by using said shield to bash Greyback in the face, sending him skidding back. The criminal wiped a small stream of blood from his mouth. Good. Very good. I love it when I fight for my meals. Makes it much more fun for me. He lunged again, and Harry fended him off once more. The next time Greyback attacked, Harry bashed him with his shield again, this time following it up with a stunning spell. The spell blew him back, but did not have the desired effect. Greyback chortled, "Tut, tut, tut, Potter. You haven't been doing your homework. A measly little stunning spell won't work on me." Just then, the darkness became a little lighter, and Harry peeked up at the sky. The moon had come out from behind a cloud, a full moon. Greyback also looked up at the sky, and his face broke into a big smile. Oh ho ho ho! You are in big trouble now. His limbs began to shake, and with a snarling sound, his head lengthened. Greyback's body did the same, and his shoulders hunched. Hair began visibly sprouting from his face and hands. The hands themselves curled into clawed paws. The transforming Greyback reared, snapping his long jaws. On cue, Harry decided to pull out his own bag of tricks. Concentrating, he immediately transformed into his dire wolf form and took up a battle stance. Once the transformation was complete, Harry went on the offense, seizing the werewolf around the neck and pulled him backward. They were locked, jaw to jaw, claws ripping at each other and snapping away. They must have been fighting for ages when another dark shape impacted them. It was another werewolf, and Harry assumed that it was Lupin and he was helping in the attack. A minute later, a third, smaller shape joined the party and attacked Greyback. This was definitely Sirius in his animagus form. The four of them grappled until Harry, Sirius, and Remus were thrown backwards by Greyback. Greyback lunged for Harry with his jaws agape, before emitting a roar of pain. A silver arrow protruded from his shoulder, which was quickly wrenched out and flung away. He resumed his attack, only for Remus to tackle him, and both were sent rolling away. The two werewolves continued grappling until Greyback gave an almighty shove. With Lupin separated, Harry dove back into the attack with his jaws agape. He managed to get a good bite to the calf. He roared in pain and swiped at the boy with his clawed hands. It was only Harry's ADHD-fueled reflexes that prevented him from being clawed in the face. He attacked and dodged repeated swipes before Remus and Sirius leaped back into the fray. Finally, Harry managed to grab Greyback in mid-lunge and flung him backwards into a tree. There was a sickening snap, and the werewolf's head slumped forward as his body went limp. On cue, Lupin let out a victory howl at the full moon. Then, with a growl, he turned towards Hogsmeade Village, but Harry and Sirius surrounded him and growled threateningly. The two animagi slowly herded the werewolf back inside the shrieking shack and stood guard. Harry then grabbed Greyback's corpse and dragged it back with them. By then, the dead wizard had transformed back into human form. The two alive wizards remained in the shack, keeping Remus company. Then, the sky darkened again as clouds obscured the moon once more. With no moon in sight, Lupin transformed back, and the other two did as well. Lupin panted, "Well, I'm glad that's over with. He will never sully this land again." "Nice animagus form, Harry." Harry's answer was cut off by the sound of a hunting horn. Moments later, door of the shack flew open to let in a large group of girls in silver hunting gear. Harry spotted the lead girl and ran up to her. "Mother!" With a big proud smile, Artemis embraced her son. She softly spoke, "My little moon, I am so proud of you. A successful hunt, I take it?" The goddess glanced at the corpse and turned back to Harry. "My son, could you please do the honors?" Harry nodded and turned his wand into a sword. In one fluid motion, he separated Greyback's head from his body. Sirius used his wand to cauterize the wound, and Zoe picked it up. She spoke, "My lady, this shall be a fine trophy for thy abode." Artemis turned to the two other males in the room. They had knelt before her with their heads bowed low. She raised a hand. "Rise, you two. I thank both of you for your aid in our hunt. More than that, I thank you for fighting alongside my son." Sirius hesitantly said, "Think nothing of it, Lady Artemis. His father made me his godfather, so I was only fulfilling my duty." Then she turned to Lupin. "Remus John Lupin, I suppose my gratitude is in order. You have fought bravely and at risk of your own life. For that, you shall have your reward for aiding us in this hunt." She raised her hand and began chanting in ancient Greek. At the same time, her hand glowed and Remus was lifted into the air. A bright flash enveloped the room and later died down. When she finished, Artemis smiled. "There, it is done. You shall henceforth live a life without fear of hurting others." Remus bowed. "Thank you, my lady, for your blessing." As the moon showed up, she smiled once more. "It is no ordinary blessing, Mr. Lupin." He was confused for a second before Sirius exclaimed, "Remus, the moon!" "BB, but you haven't transformed." Artemis answered for them. "That would be my doing. I took away the werewolf curse, but not completely. Mr. Lupin is now what you wizards call an animagus. Make no mistake, I cannot cure lycanthropy just like that. Those who have been tainted by King Lycan are beyond my power. However, Greyback was a lieutenant, and it took some significant power from my end. As I said, I have not cured your lycanthropy, but I had the power to modify it to turn you into an animagus." A delighted Sirius tackled Remus in a hug. "Congratulations, Moony. You no longer have to worry about your furry little problem." Once they broke the hug, Remus bowed to Artemis once more. "Thank you, my lady. I am forever in your debt." Finally, Artemis turned to Zoe. "Zoe, do you mind escorting my son back to his dormitory? It is high time he went to bed." The girl brought a fist to her chest. "It shall be done, my lady. Come, Harry, let us get thou to bed." The next morning, Harry and his friends came down to breakfast to see Artemis talking to Dumbledore. Ron quietly nudged him. "Hey, isn't that your mum?" Harry nodded excitedly. "Yeah, she's probably here to deliver good news." Dumbledore got everyone's attention and announced, "Dear students, it gives me great pleasure to announce that the threat of Fenrir Greyback is no more." That evoked loud cheers from everyone. When it died down, he continued, "Following the disappearance of the Dementors, I took the liberty of contacting a group of mercenaries. I'd like you all to meet Diana Olympia. She and her team personally hunted the notorious Fenrir Greyback and defeated him. I think we all owe her our lives." Soon afterwards, Harry was called to Dumbledore's office. After lunch, he entered to find Sirius and Remus inside as well. Dumbledore sat down in his chair and gestured for them to sit. "Well, now that the threat of Fenrir Greyback is over, I think it is time to address the elephant in the room, the Dark Lord himself. Harry, that diary you discovered last year, was a Horcrux. That got Sirius and Remus attention, as that was the first they'd heard of it. Sirius was aghast. Wait. So he's still alive? I thought Harry had defeated him for good in 81. Dumbledore nodded gravely. Indeed. I had thought the same until Harry's first year and the brouhaha with Quirrell. Then last year was the Chamber, which again had shades of the Dark Lord's work. Now, Sirius and Remus. I have an important task for the two of you. I would like the two of you to hunt down the remaining Horcruxes. I am positive that he would have made more than one. Already, 2 have been destroyed, the diary, and a partial one in Harry himself. The 2 men stood up sharply. Harry was a Horcrux? Dumbledore raised his hands placatingly. A partial one, but you do not need to worry. It was discovered on the night of the attack, and Lord Thanatos, god of peaceful death, was the one to remove it. Remus, I'm afraid that this means that you will not be returning as the Dada teacher next term. Remus shrugged. Oh well, that's a pity. Just when I was starting to enjoy this little job. Before long, school was over and they were back on their way home. This time, though, Harry and Mackenzie chose not to go to Camp Half-Blood, but chose to stay with Sirius and Remus at Sirius's ancestral home, Grimmauld Place. A couple of months flashed by, and in no time, it was August and they were packed up in a van along with Nico and Bianca, waiting to pick up a few people, as opposed to the other way around. Sure enough, at the Portkey pickup area, he met up with Jackson, Annabeth, Talia, and Grover. As Remus drove their minivan, Nico bounced in his seat. Man, I can't wait to watch my first ever Quidditch match. Talia peered at Harry. So, can you explain the basics of Quidditch again? Annabeth rolled her eyes. Thals, we went over this 3 times on the bus ride to the Portkey area. Talia shot back. You went off on a tangent about Quidditch strategies and the history of the game. How the Tartarus did you expect me to retain that insane information dump? And don't call me Thals. Oh, by the way, Harry, wizarding travel sucks, no offense. Harry laughed and calmly explained. None taken. So this is a sport that is played on flying brooms. There are 7 players per team. 1 keeper, 2 beaters, 3 chasers, and 1 seeker. That last one is my position. Now there are 4 balls in play. A quaffle, which is handled by the chasers, and the keeper defends the goal from them. Then there are 2 bludgers, which are hard iron balls and fly on their own. The beaters use them to knock off other players. Finally, the seeker has to focus on catching a small cricket ball-sized ball with wings, called a golden snitch. Talia nodded. Okay, easy enough. What else? Well, scoring a goal with the quaffle is worth 10 points. Meanwhile, the snitch ends the game and is worth 150 points. Talia cocked her head in confusion. So, if one team's chaser scores 140 points and the seeker from the other team catches the snitch, the first team loses? Sirius chirped from the front seat. In a nutshell, yes. Talia was still baffled. That doesn't seem very fair. Remus shrugged. Oh well, we've been used to this sort of gameplay, so no one's really questioned it. However, what Harry doesn't know is that in the Quidditch World Cup, the rules are different. The Weasley kids and Hermione were taking a portkey to the location, along with Arthur. He explained that Molly elected not to come because someone had to look after the house. Meanwhile, Harry and company would meet them over there at the campsite. Remus then began the long drive to the venue, a campsite owned by a Mr. Roberts in Dartmoor. As they drove, Harry and Mackenzie checked their camping supplies to see if everything was in order. Katie was also going to meet them at the site, along with Angelina, Alicia, and Robin. Then Talia interrupted. So what are the World Cup rules? Harry explained the basic rules. But what makes this different? Sirius eagerly jumped in. So there are several nations who could enter, but they have to qualify. They are all divided into 16 groups, and all teams in each group play each other in several games, spread out over a span of 2 years. In the group stage, there is a time limit of 4 hours to avoid player exhaustion. If the snitch isn't caught, then the score decides who wins. One win earns 2 points, but if